Tonight, my little sleepsters, we begin with a place that existed long before it was understood, heard before it was seen. Niagara Falls shaped the land and the people around it for generations, known in fragments and stories, before anyone stood still long enough to truly take it in. If you enjoy these slow journeys through overlooked moments in history, you can like the video, subscribe, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is. Now dim the lights, sink into that cold pillow of yours, and let's snooze off together. Welcome to tonight's sleepy journey through a peculiar chapter of North American history, one where the largest waterfall system east of the Rockies somehow managed to hide in plain sight for generations. We're travelling back to a time before maps showed every creek and hillside, when the Great Lakes region remained a patchwork of rumour and reality, and when one of the continent's most spectacular natural wonders waited patiently for someone to actually believe what they were hearing. Settle in as we explore how something so enormous could be so thoroughly overlooked. I'm sure you're by now locked into that snuggly bed of yours, so please picture it with your eyes closed if you will. You're standing on the bank of a river in the early 1600s, and everything about this waterway seems unremarkable at first glance. The current moves along at a respectable pace. Not lazy, but not particularly aggressive either. The water itself carries that peculiar greenish tint that comes from limestone beds and glacial silt, and if you didn't know better, you might assume this river would continue its gentle meandering all the way to wherever rivers like this one go to. But you'd be wrong, and somewhere deep in your traveller's instinct you sense it. The indigenous peoples who live along these shores have a dozen different names for this river, depending on which nation you ask and which season you're visiting. The neutral nation calls it one thing, the Seneca another, and the Mississauga have their own particular word that translates roughly to the thundering water narrows. Though if you're a French explorer in 1615, standing precisely where you are now, with your woolen stockings soaked through and your leather boots developing an alarming squeak, you won't hear any of those names. You'll simply note in your journal that the locals seem oddly insistent about something downstream, though their hand gestures and urgent tones don't quite translate through your interpreter's limited vocabulary. The thing about this river, this deceptively calm stretch of the Niagara, is that it's essentially lying to you. It's the equivalent of a dinner guest who spends the entire evening being perfectly polite and reasonable, never once mentioning that they've accidentally set your garden shed on fire, and it's currently blazing away behind your house. The river flows past you with such composed dignity that you'd never guess it's about to hurl itself off a cliff with the enthusiasm of a lemming on holiday. You dip your hand in the water. It's cold, properly cold in that way that makes your fingers ache within seconds. The temperature alone tells you this water hasn't travelled far from some northern source and hasn't had time to warm itself in shallow pools or sun-baked stones. This is Lake Erie water, though you don't know that yet. You don't know about the 4 other Great Lakes either, or that you're standing at the outlet of a hydrological system so vast it contains roughly 21% of the world's surface freshwater. All you know is that this river is cold, fast, and apparently heading somewhere the locals find significant. A few yards upstream, a beaver surfaces with a branch in its teeth, looking vaguely annoyed at your presence. Beavers, you've learned during your months in this territory, are the stoics of the animal kingdom, perpetually unimpressed by human drama and focused entirely on their engineering projects. This one gives you a dismissive look that clearly communicates you're blocking its commute, then dives again with a slap of its tail that sends ripples across the current. The riverbank itself is a textbook example of what geologists who won't exist for another 200 years would call a mature floodplain ecosystem. Willows dangle their fingers in the water like drowsy fishermen. Cottonwoods tower overhead, their leaves creating that particular papery rustling sound that somehow manages to be both soothing and slightly unsettling. The undergrowth is thick enough to make walking along the shore an athletic endeavour. Wild grapevines form tripwires at ankle height, and raspberry canes reach out to snag your sleeves with the determination of pickpockets. But here's what you notice as you continue downstream. The river is gradually getting faster. Not dramatically, this isn't a whitewater situation, but the current has picked up its pace in the way a person might walk slightly quicker when they're late for an appointment, but don't want to actually run. The water develops small standing waves, little wrinkles of turbulence that suggest rocks beneath the surface. The sound changes too from that gentle gurgle and splash of normal river life to something with a bit more urgency in its voice. You pass a massive oak tree that's fallen across a small tributary, creating a natural bridge that's home to an entire civilization of moss, ferns and industrious insects. A kingfisher perches on one of the dead branches, watching the water below with the focused intensity of a guard on duty. These birds, you've noticed, always seem to be positioned at strategic points along waterways, as if they're part of some avian intelligence network reporting on river conditions. The forest around you is that particular type of old growth that makes you feel like you're walking through a cathedral, designed by someone with excellent taste but no budget for straight lines. Hemlocks create pools of shadow so deep they seem almost solid. Maples are already starting their autumn preparations, a few early leaves showing hints of yellow like test patches of paint. The air smells of damp earth, decomposing leaves, and that indefinable green scent that forests produce when they're minding their own business. And then you notice it. A sound. It's not loud. Not yet. It's more like a feeling than a sound, actually. A low-frequency rumble that you sense through your feet before you hear it with your ears. It's the kind of sound that large predators make when they're sleeping. A deep thrumming that suggests something substantial is breathing nearby. Your horse, if you had one with you, would be getting nervous right about now. Dogs would whimper. Cats would pretend they don't care while subtly positioning themselves closer to exits. You stop walking and close your eyes, trying to isolate the sound from the normal forest ambience. Birds are still singing, which is reassuring. Birds generally stop singing when something genuinely dangerous is happening. A squirrel chatters irritably at you from a branch overhead, which is also a good sign since squirrels are the town gossips of the forest and never shut up unless there's an actual crisis. But underneath all these familiar sounds is that persistent rumble, like distant thunder that never quite fades away. The locals you encountered upstream had made gestures, hands moving in downward sweeps, eyes widening meaningfully. Your interpreter had managed to convey something about great falling and voice of thunder, but you'd assumed this was either poetic metaphor or a reference to some seasonal waterfall that swelled during spring runoff. Every region has its local features that residents dramatically oversell to visitors. You've learned to nod politely when people insist their particular hill is the steepest, their particular lake the deepest, and their particular bear the most aggressive. But this sound isn't the kind of thing people exaggerate. If anything, you suspect it might be the kind of thing that's difficult to exaggerate, the kind of natural phenomenon so substantial that descriptions inevitably fall short. You've encountered a few things like that in your travels. The Grand Banks fog that's less like weather, and more like being wrapped in wet wool. The northern lights that make you understand why ancient peoples invented gods. That one thunderstorm in the Atlantic that convinced you and everyone else on your ship that the ocean had developed personal opinions about your voyage. You resume walking, moving downstream with the river as your guide. The bank has become rockier now, with large limestone boulders emerging from the soil like ancient teeth. Some of these rocks are slippery with spray. Not rain, you realise, but mist. The air itself has changed, becoming noticeably more humid. Your skin feels damp, and when you run your hand through your hair, you find it's accumulated a fine coating of moisture, even though the sky above remains clear. The trees are different here too. They lean slightly away from the river, all bent in the same direction like a crowd of people recoiling from something. Their trunks are slick with moisture on the side facing the water, and moss grows in thick, luxurious patches that would make any herbalist envious. Ferns have colonised every available space between the rocks, their fronds unfurling with the enthusiasm of creatures that have found their ideal habitat. A fish jumps in the river, a good-sized pike by the look of it, and you watch it arc through the air with the graceful desperation of something that's just realised it's made a terrible navigational error. It splashes back down and disappears into the current, hopefully finding calmer waters ahead. You make a mental note that fishing is probably excellent in this river, assuming one could figure out how to fish here without being swept away. The current is definitely stronger now, no longer pretending to be a gentle lowland river. This is water with somewhere to be. The sound is louder. Still not overwhelming, but present enough that you have to raise your voice slightly to hear your own thoughts. It's developed texture now, not just a rumble, but a roar with layers to it. Different frequencies combining into a sound that's weirdly hypnotic. It reminds you of wind during a storm, except steadier and more consistent. This isn't something that comes and goes. This is permanent. And then you see the mist rising above the trees ahead like smoke from an enormous fire, and you realise that whatever's making that sound is probably going to be worth the walk. The mist doesn't arrive gradually. One moment you're in a normal forest with normal air, and the next you're walking through what can only be described as a cloud that somehow ended up at ground level through a serious clerical error. It's the meteorological equivalent of receiving someone else's mail, except instead of letters you're getting several tons of atomized water per second. Your visibility drops to maybe 20 feet, then 10, then 5. The trees around you become suggestions rather than solid objects, dark vertical smears in the grey-white fog. You can still hear the birds, but now they sound like they're calling from another dimension. Their songs muffled and distant. That underlying roar has become substantially less underlying and quite a bit more dominant in the soundscape. It's loud enough now that you're genuinely curious about what's producing it, while simultaneously developing concerns about whether getting closer is the kind of decision you'll later regret. The ground beneath your feet has transformed into a botanical water park. Every rock is slippery. Every patch of soil has become mud with delusions of being quicksand. The moss has absorbed so much moisture it squelches when you step on it, releasing water like a soaked sponge. Your boots, which started this journey merely damp, have now achieved a state of wetness that makes you wonder if they might actually start sprouting gills. You're not just damp at this point, you're comprehensively soaked in a way that makes rain seem like an amateur effort. The mist has infiltrated every layer of your clothing. Your shirt clings to your back. Your breeches have apparently decided to identify as towels. Even your hat, which you thought was made of sensibly water-resistant felt, has given up and become a sad, drooping thing that channels water directly down your neck, with the efficiency of a well-designed gutter system. And yet, remarkably, you're not particularly cold. The mist is cool but not frigid, and the sheer density of moisture in the air creates an odd insulating effect. It's like being inside a damp cloud that's maintaining a very specific temperature through mysterious meteorological processes. You wouldn't want to spend the night here. Hypothermia is still a real concern, but for now, you're simply wet rather than dangerously chilled. The interesting thing about this mist, and you have plenty of time to contemplate interesting things as you carefully navigate the slippery rocks, is that it's not uniform. It comes in waves, varying in density and moisture content. Sometimes you're in relatively clear air where you can see 15 or 20 feet ahead. Then a particularly thick bank rolls through, and you're lucky to see your own hand in front of your face. It's like the mist is breathing, inhaling and exhaling in a rhythm that corresponds with something you can't quite identify. A cedar tree materializes out of the fog to your right, its branches so laden with water droplets that it looks like it's been decorated for an extremely damp holiday celebration. Each needle is studded with tiny pearls of water, and when a slight breeze disturbs the branches, it releases a shower of droplets that patters down through the canopy like indoor rain. A chipmunk sits on one of the lower branches, looking thoroughly disgusted with its living situation, but apparently too stubborn to relocate. It chirps at you accusingly, as if this entire weather situation is somehow your fault. The roar is now loud enough that you have to shout to hear yourself think, which is a peculiar sensation. It's not painful, not like standing next to a cannon or being in a room where someone's playing bagpipes, but it's definitely the kind of volume that makes conversation impossible and turns internal monologue into an exercise in shouted thoughts. You find yourself thinking in all caps. This is quite a lot of noise. I wonder what's making this noise. Probably something water-related, given all this mist. You're following the sound more than the river now because, frankly, you can't see the river anymore. It's somewhere to your left, you're pretty sure, based on the fact that the mist seems slightly thicker in that direction, and there's a definite sense of moisture coming from that general area. But the actual water is invisible, hidden behind layers of fog that make you feel like you're walking through a fairy tale, about a very wet kingdom cursed by an extremely specific wizard. Every so often the wind shifts and the mist parts for a moment, giving you a glimpse of the river. What you see is confusing. The water is moving fast, very fast, and it's developed a kind of turbulent fury that suggests it's deeply upset about something downstream. The surface is all whitecaps and standing waves, and occasionally you catch sight of a log or branch being swept along at speeds that would make a racehorse envious. The water is no longer greenish, it's white with aeration, churned into a froth by whatever violent process is happening just beyond your field of vision. You reach a point where the trees thin out and massive boulders take over. Not scattered rocks, but a genuine boulder field where stones the size of wagons are jumbled together like toys abandoned by a giant toddler having a tantrum. These rocks are slick with moisture and covered in a layer of slime that makes climbing them an adventure in applied physics. You manage to clamber up onto one particularly large boulder, finding handholds in cracks and crevices, while your boots seek purchase on surfaces that apparently all took a workshop on how to be as slippery as possible. From this vantage point, roughly 10 feet above where you started, you can see, well, not much honestly. The mist is even thicker up here if that's possible. But the sound has increased to a level that you can feel in your chest. It's not just loud, it's visceral. Your sternum is vibrating. Your teeth are chattering slightly from the sheer acoustic energy. This is the kind of sound that makes you understand why ancient peoples attributed natural phenomena to gods, because surely nothing less than divine intervention could produce something this impossibly loud. And then, for just a moment, the wind shifts dramatically. The mist parts like a curtain being pulled back, and you catch a glimpse of something that makes absolutely no sense. There's a line across the river, a sharp, clean edge where the water simply stops existing at this elevation and begins existing at a dramatically lower elevation. It's as if someone took an enormous knife and cut the river in half horizontally, and the water is now pouring down through the gap with the enthusiasm of several million gallons of water discovering gravity. The view lasts perhaps 3 seconds before the mist closes in again, but those 3 seconds are enough to fundamentally reorganize your understanding of what rivers can do. You've seen waterfalls before, nice little 10-foot drops where streams tumble picturesquely over rocks and create pleasant background sounds for pastoral picnics. This is not that. This is the river equivalent of a building jumping off a cliff. This is water achieving terminal velocity. This is geology showing off. You stand there on your boulder, soaked to the bone, deafened by the roar, and think, I should probably go tell someone about this. Let's talk about the French explorer who got within 3 miles of the falls in 1615 and decided he had better. Things to do. His name was Etienne Brulé, and history has been remarkably kind to him considering he spent several years wandering around the Great Lakes region, mapping everything enthusiastically, and somehow completely missed one of the most obvious natural landmarks on the continent. To be fair to Brulé, and fairness is important when discussing someone who's been dead for 4 centuries and can't defend himself, he was exceptionally busy. He was the first European to see 4 of the 5 Great Lakes, which is impressive. He established trade relationships with numerous indigenous nations, learned multiple languages, and generally conducted himself as a reasonably competent explorer who didn't immediately die of dysentery or get eaten by a bear, which in the 17th century was practically an achievement worthy of medals. But he didn't see Niagara Falls. He heard about them. The neutral nation who controlled the territory around the falls definitely told him about the thundering water. They drew him maps. They used hand gestures. They possibly did interpretive dances about falling water, though the historical record is unclear on this point. But Brulé, faced with a choice between investigating weird water rumours and getting on with his fur trading mission, chose the furs. Can't really blame him. Furs were bankable, whereas waterfalls were just geological curiosities that didn't turn a profit. The thing is, Brulé could have seen the mist from where he was. On a clear day, the mist plume from Niagara Falls is visible from distances that would make a medieval siege tower jealous. It rises hundreds of feet into the air, a permanent cloud that marks the fall's location as clearly as a giant neon sign saying, "Extremely large waterfall here. You literally cannot miss it." And yet, Somehow, he did miss it. Perhaps he thought it was just normal weather. The Great Lakes region is famous for localized weather phenomena, lake effect snow, sudden fogs, and random clouds that materialize for mysterious reasons. Maybe Brulé looked at the permanent mist plume and thought, strange little cloud formation, and then went back to thinking about beaver pelts and whether he'd packed enough pemmican for the return journey. Then there's Samuel de Champlain, who founded Quebec and mapped huge portions of New France, and was generally considered one of the more competent explorers of his era. Champlain had excellent sources. He interviewed people who had seen the falls. He compiled reports from other explorers. He drew maps that included the Niagara River. And in 1604, he wrote about a waterfall on the Niagara River that was, according to his notes, approximately 8 or 9 feet high. 8 or 9 feet. Niagara Falls is 167 feet high on the American side and 170 feet on the Canadian side. Champlain was off by a factor of roughly 19. This is the geographical equivalent of estimating that Mount Everest is about as tall as a 2-story building, or that the Pacific Ocean is approximately the size of a large pond. It's not even wrong in an understandable way. It's wrong in a way that suggests his source either deliberately lied to him or had suffered some kind of catastrophic measuring accident. The best theory historians have developed is that Champlain's informant described a different waterfall, possibly one of the smaller cascades upstream, and Champlain simply assumed this was the significant waterfall everyone kept mentioning. It's an easy mistake to make when you're working with second-hand information and no standardized measurement system, but it's also genuinely funny that one of history's great explorers ended up publishing measurements that were off by approximately 16,000%. But here's the really interesting part. Even after Champlain published his hilariously inaccurate measurements, other Europeans continued to not visit the falls for decades. It wasn't an access problem. Indigenous trade routes passed near the falls. It wasn't a danger issue. The area around Niagara was relatively peaceful during this period. It was simply that nobody considered waterfalls to be particularly important. They were geological obstacles that complicated travel, not attractions worthy of special trips. The Jesuit missionaries who arrived in the region in the 1620s and 1630s definitely heard about the falls. Their records mention great cataracts and thundering waters. Father Paul Ragueneau wrote in 1648 about a waterfall of frightful height, where the river falls into a most horrible abyss. That's much more accurate than Champlain's measurements, and it suggests Ragueneau was getting better information, possibly from sources who had actually seen the thing. But did Ragueneau go see it himself? No. He was busy converting people to Catholicism and trying not to get killed in the various conflicts that were making life in the Great Lakes region extremely complicated during the 1640s. Waterfalls, however frightful and abysmal, were not his priority. He had souls to save and political situations to navigate, and sightseeing expeditions were not in the mission statement. There's something almost charming about this pattern of near misses. Explorer after explorer, missionary after missionary, and trader after trader passed within a few miles of one of the world's most spectacular waterfalls and simply didn't bother to check it out. It's as if Niagara Falls was the geological equivalent of that famous restaurant in your city that everyone says is amazing, but you somehow never get around to trying because you're always too busy. The falls weren't hidden exactly. They were just inconvenient. The portage trail that bypassed them was well established. Why would you deviate from a perfectly good trail to go look at waterfalling? You'd already established that water falls sometimes. You'd seen rivers. You'd seen cliffs. Presumably water plus cliff would equal some kind of waterfall situation. Mission accomplished. Back to the trading post. It wasn't until 1678, 63 years after Brulé's near miss, that a European finally wrote a detailed, accurate description of the falls. Father Louis Hennepin, a Franciscan friar travelling with La Salle's expedition, actually walked to the edge, looked at the falls, and took proper notes. His published description, while prone to the kind of dramatic flourishes that made 17th century travel writing so entertaining, was fundamentally accurate. Massive, loud, misty, and absolutely impossible to miss once you're actually standing there looking at it. But that's getting ahead of the story. We're still in the era of near misses and vague reports. We're still in the decades when Niagara Falls was simultaneously well known and completely undocumented by European explorers. We're in that peculiar historical moment when something can be obvious to thousands of people and completely mysterious to thousands of others, simply because nobody's bothered to write it down in the right language for the right audience. Here's a truth that's both obvious and frequently overlooked. The indigenous peoples of the Great Lakes region knew exactly where Niagara Falls was, had known for thousands of years, and had developed sophisticated bodies of knowledge about the falls that European explorers would eventually treat as exotic discoveries, rather than information being patiently shared by people who lived there. The Haudenosaunee, the Six Nations Confederacy, though technically still 5 nations in the early 1600s, incorporated the falls into their oral histories, territorial understandings and practical geography. The Seneca Nation, whose traditional territory included the Niagara River, had trails that led directly to the falls, and others that sensibly bypassed them depending on your travel needs. They knew the falls' seasonal variations, understood the geological structure of the gorge, and could explain the ecology of the river system with the kind of detail that comes from generations of accumulated observation. The neutral nation, who occupied the area north of Lake Erie, used the falls as a territorial marker and a location of spiritual significance. They knew which times of year the mist was heaviest, which spots offered the best views, and which sections of the rapids above the falls were navigable and which would kill you. This wasn't mystical knowledge. It was the practical information that accumulates when your nation has lived in a place for longer than written history can track. And the falls were terrifying to them too. Let's be clear about that. The idea that indigenous people somehow had a magical spiritual relationship with nature that made them immune to fear is both condescending and inaccurate. The falls were dangerous. People died there, in accidents, in raids, and in the occasional terrible coincidence of being in the wrong place when water levels surged. The Haudenosaunee weren't fearless about the falls. They were knowledgeable about them, which is actually much more useful than fearlessness when dealing with geological hazards. They had names for different parts of the falls and the surrounding area, names that often translated to descriptions. The mist that never stops, where the water thunders, and the great falling place. These weren't poetic metaphors, they were accurate geographical labels that did exactly what good place names should do, which is tell you something useful about the location. They also had detailed knowledge of the gorge itself, the 7-mile canyon downstream from the falls that the Niagara River has carved through sedimentary rock over the past 12,000 years. They knew the best fishing spots, the sections where the whirlpool was most dangerous, and the places where the river could be crossed in low water. This was practical information passed down through generations, the kind of knowledge that kept people alive in a landscape where rivers could kill you as easily as any predator. The spiritual significance of the falls varied among different nations and over time. Some traditions held the falls as sacred, a place where the natural world demonstrated its power in ways that demanded respect. Other traditions were more pragmatic. The falls were important because they marked boundaries, because they affected weather patterns, and because they created unique ecological niches that attracted specific game animals. What's consistent across different nations' traditions is the recognition that the falls were exceptional. They weren't just another landscape feature. They were noteworthy enough to feature in origin stories, important enough to be mentioned in territorial negotiations, and dramatic enough to serve as metaphors in languages that had developed sophisticated ways of describing the natural world. And they welcomed European explorers to come see the falls repeatedly. This is the part that makes the centuries of near misses particularly frustrating from a historical perspective. It wasn't as if the indigenous peoples were keeping the falls secret. They drew maps, they gave directions, they explained, with the kind of patience that must have been exhausting, that yes, there really was a waterfall that enormous, and no, they weren't exaggerating, and yes, you should probably go see it because it's genuinely impressive. But the Europeans had their own priorities. They wanted trade routes and converts and territorial claims. A waterfall, however spectacular, wasn't going to help with any of those objectives, so they nodded politely at the descriptions, filed away the information for future reference, and went about their business. Meanwhile, the falls continued doing what they'd been doing for millennia, falling. The Niagara River continued pouring Lake Erie into Lake Ontario at a rate of approximately 3,000 tons per second, completely indifferent to whether anyone was watching, documenting or caring. The mist continued rising. The sound continued thundering across the landscape. The geological processes that had created the falls continued their slow work of eroding the falls upstream at a rate of roughly 3 feet per year, a pace that would horrify modern tourist boards, but which the falls themselves seemed perfectly content with. Children from various nations grew up with the falls as a constant presence in their lives, that perpetual thunder in the distance, that permanent cloud on the horizon. They learned the stories their grandparents told about the falls, stories that contained practical information encoded in narrative form. They learned which trails to take and which to avoid. They learned to respect the power of moving water, using the falls as a dramatic example of what happens when you don't. And through it all, European maps of the region continue to show the Niagara River as a simple line connecting Lake Erie to Lake Ontario, with no particular notation that might indicate, say, a massive geological feature that made direct navigation impossible. The maps showed portage trails without explaining why those trails existed. They marked indigenous settlements without documenting the geographical knowledge those settlements represented. It's a peculiar kind of historical blindness. Not the inability to see something, but the refusal to recognise its significance, even when it's being explicitly pointed out. The falls were there. The information about them was freely available. The indigenous peoples were willing, even eager to share what they knew. And yet, for decades, European explorers somehow managed to miss the second largest waterfall in the world by volume, simply because they didn't consider it relevant to their missions. Father Louis Hennepin was not, by most accounts, a particularly likeable man. He had a tendency to exaggerate his achievements, claim credit for discoveries made by others, and generally conduct himself with the kind of self-importance that made his fellow Franciscans roll their eyes and find reasons to be elsewhere when he entered a room. But in December 1678, while accompanying La Salle's expedition along the Niagara River, Hennepin did something that 63 years' worth of European explorers had somehow failed to do. He walked to Niagara Falls and wrote down what he saw. His description, published in 1683 in Description de la Louisiane, is wonderfully dramatic and only slightly inaccurate. He estimated the falls at 500 feet high, which is about 3 times too tall. But given that he was looking at a massive curtain of water while being drenched in spray and deafened by the roar, his overestimate is understandable. When you're standing at the base of Niagara Falls, your sense of scale becomes somewhat flexible. Everything looks taller when it's also trying to soak you. Hennepin wrote about the mist rising like smoke from a great fire, which is actually an excellent description. He noted that the sound was audible from 15 leagues away, roughly 45 miles, which is an exaggeration but not an absurd one. On quiet days with the right wind conditions, you can hear the falls from surprising distances. He described the river above the falls as calm and peaceful, which shows he approached from upstream, probably via the portage trail, and experienced that same disorienting transition from placid river to geological violence that we explored earlier. What's interesting about Hennepin's account is that he clearly struggled to find adequate vocabulary. He kept circling back to the same descriptive strategies, comparing the falls to things his readers would know, using superlatives that might help convey scale, and attempting metaphors that would make sense to people who had never seen anything like this. It's the linguistic equivalent of trying to describe colour to someone who's been blind from birth. You can use all the words you want, but there's a fundamental experiential gap that language can't quite bridge. He wrote, "The waters which fall from this horrible precipice do foam and boil after the most hideous manner imaginable, making an outrageous noise, more terrible than that of thunder." That, horrible and hideous, are interesting word choices. They're not saying the falls are ugly exactly, but they're emphasising the overwhelming, almost frightening nature of the experience. Hennepin wasn't trying to sell scenic vacation packages. He was trying to convey that this was nature operating at a scale that made human observers feel appropriately tiny and insignificant. His account also includes practical details that suggest he spent considerable time observing the falls from multiple angles. He noted the two separate curtains of water, what we now call the American Falls and the Horseshoe Falls, though he didn't clearly distinguish between them in his published description. He observed the whirlpool downstream in the gorge and correctly surmised that it was formed by the river's confined flow through the narrow canyon. He even mentioned fish, noting that sturgeon and other species could be found below the falls but not above them, which is a nice bit of ecological observation. And here's where Hennepin's description becomes historically important. People believed him. His book was popular, translated into multiple languages, and read by the kind of educated Europeans who might plausibly fund expeditions or encourage exploration. Suddenly Niagara Falls became known, not just as a vague feature mentioned in scattered reports, but as a documented natural wonder worthy of attention. Of course, Hennepin's success in documenting the falls also brought out his less admirable qualities. In later publications, he began claiming he'd been the first European to see the falls, which wasn't true. Other members of La Salle's expedition had been there with him, and indigenous guides had led them to the location. He also started inflating his measurements, apparently deciding that if 500 feet made for good copy, 600 feet would make for better copy. By his final account, published in 1698, he had the falls at over 800 feet high, which is genuinely absurd and suggests that either his memory was deteriorating, or he decided accuracy was less important than dramatic impact. But despite his flaws and exaggerations, Hennepin's initial description served an important historical function. It made Niagara Falls real to European audiences. It transformed the falls from rumour to documented fact, from something the locals claim exists, to a legitimate geographical feature that important people have verified. This is the moment when Niagara Falls entered Western consciousness as a specific place with specific characteristics, rather than a vague data point in the enormous category of things in North America that sound interesting, but who knows, really? The challenge of describing the falls didn't end with Hennepin. Every subsequent visitor faced the same problem. How do you convey the experience of Niagara Falls to someone who hasn't experienced it? The sound is indescribable, or rather, it's describable only through approximations that always fall short. Like thunder doesn't capture the sustained, unvarying nature of it. Like wind misses the low-frequency rumble you feel in your chest. Like the world ending is too apocalyptic, though on a foggy day when the mist is heavy and visibility is near zero, you might be forgiven for thinking the comparison is apt. The visual impact is similarly challenging to convey. The sheer volume of water is difficult to process. Your brain keeps trying to understand it as a normal water feature with normal water behaviour, and the falls keep refusing to cooperate with this interpretation. The mist creates optical effects that make the falls seem to shimmer and shift. The spray creates rainbows on sunny days, adding a cheerful element that seems wildly inappropriate given the violent water dynamics happening 10 feet away. And the scale plays tricks on perception. Objects near the falls, trees, rocks, the occasional unfortunate piece of driftwood, provide reference points that make the falls look enormous. But then you spot a bird flying near the curtain of water, and suddenly your sense of scale recalibrates and the falls look even larger. It's like one of those optical illusions where your brain can see the image two different ways, except here both ways are telling you that this waterfall is unreasonably large. Hennepin tried to capture all of this in words and partially succeeded. His description is dramatic and somewhat inaccurate, but it conveys the essential truth. Niagara Falls is overwhelming. It's the kind of natural feature that makes you understand why early peoples developed mythologies about angry gods and supernatural forces. Because when you're standing there, soaked in spray, deafened by the roar, watching millions of gallons of water hurl themselves into an abyss, it genuinely doesn't feel like something that should be possible according to the normal rules of rivers. The falls had been discovered by Europeans, at least in the technical sense that someone had written about them in a European language and gotten the information published. But Hennepin's description was also, in a way, a final act of the pre-discovery era. After his account became widely known, the falls entered a new phase of their existence. They became famous. Imagine being a waterfall for 12,000 years with essentially nobody watching. You're doing your thing. eroding rock, creating mist, making considerable noise. But your audience consists primarily of trees, fish, and the occasional bird wondering why this particular section of river is so unnecessarily dramatic. Because that's what Niagara Falls was doing for millennia before European documentation, performing spectacular geological processes with an audience that, while appreciative, wasn't taking notes. The falls were there during the retreat of the last glaciers, grinding away at the Niagara escarpment, slowly working their way upstream as the erosion process undercut the harder caprock and sent massive chunks of dolomite tumbling into the gorge. Below, they were there when the Great Lakes were forming, when the climate was shifting, and when the entire regional ecology was reorganizing itself around the new reality of a post-glacial landscape. They watched, if waterfalls can be said to watch anything, as forests grew and changed, as animal populations shifted, and as the indigenous peoples arrived and established their territories. The falls' upstream migration is worth contemplating. 3 feet per year doesn't sound like much, but multiply that by 12,000 years and you get roughly 36,000 feet, or nearly 7 miles. That's the length of the gorge downstream from the falls, a massive canyon carved entirely by the Niagara River, as the falls slowly retreated upstream from their original position near present-day Queenston. It's geological violence in extreme slow motion, too gradual to observe in any human lifetime but dramatic enough over deep time to completely reshape the landscape. Each collapse of the caprock would have been a major event. The water would undercut the softer shale beneath the harder dolomite, creating an overhang that eventually became too heavy to support itself. Then, with a crack that probably echoed for miles, a section of the falls would collapse, sending huge blocks of rock tumbling into the gorge and, temporarily, increasing the fall's height as the newly exposed rock face was revealed. These collapses happened regularly, perhaps every few years or decades, depending on the rate of erosion and the structural integrity of the rock. Each one would have created a massive splash visible for miles, temporarily disrupted the flow of water, and altered the fall's appearance in ways that would have been obvious to anyone regularly observing them. The indigenous peoples of the area certainly noticed these events, and incorporated them into their understanding of the falls as a dynamic, changing feature, rather than a static monument. The ecology around the falls was, and remains, unusual. The constant mist creates a microclimate that supports species normally found farther north or at higher elevations. Certain plants thrive in the perpetually damp conditions near the falls. Mosses, ferns, and moisture-loving trees like eastern hemlock and yellow birch. The spray zone hosts communities of algae and cyanobacteria that give the rocks their characteristic green-brown coating. Fish populations above and below the falls are completely separate, creating what biologists call a biogeographical barrier. Lake sturgeon, which can live for 100 years and grow to 600 pounds, patrol the waters below the falls but can never migrate upstream. Walleye and lake trout above the falls can theoretically go over them, which would be a spectacular and terminal way to travel downstream, but sensibly avoid doing so. The falls essentially function as a biological wall, dividing the Great Lakes fish populations from the Lake Ontario populations in ways that have driven evolutionary divergence over the millennia. Birds, being capable of flight, are less concerned about the falls as an obstacle, but they still find the area interesting. The cliffs and gorge provide nesting sites for species like peregrine falcons, which appreciate the combination of vertical real estate and abundant food sources. The mist creates excellent hunting conditions for certain insects, which in turn attracts insectivorous birds. Gulls, being gulls, hang out near the falls because gulls hang out everywhere and have no particular standards about their living conditions as long as there's potential food involved. And through all of this, the falls just kept falling. No audience necessary, no documentation required. The water fell from Lake Erie toward Lake Ontario with the kind of persistence that makes geological processes so effective over deep time. It didn't matter whether anyone was watching, measuring, or writing poetry about it. The water kept moving, the rock kept eroding, and the gorge kept growing. This is perhaps the most humbling thing about Niagara Falls, its complete indifference to observation. The falls existed in the same spectacular form where the Hennepin was standing there taking notes, or whether the only witnesses were a family of deer drinking from the river upstream. The sound thundered across the landscape regardless of whether anyone was listening. The mist rose into the sky with no concern for whether it was being documented in the correct European language. There's something almost philosophical about considering the falls in their pre-fame existence. They were one of the largest waterfalls in the world, doing waterfall things at a massive scale, and for thousands of years this was simply a fact about the local geography. Not a tourist attraction, not a natural wonder on anyone's list of wonders. Just a waterfall that happened to be very large and very loud in a region where very few people had developed the cultural practice of writing things down for distant audiences. The falls before witnesses were no less impressive than the falls after documentation. The water fell with the same force, created the same sound, and generated the same mist. What changed wasn't the falls, it was the human context around them. They transitioned from being a feature of local geography to being a feature of global geography, from being something the locals knew about to being something everyone knew about. But that transition took time. Even after Hennepin's account was published, the falls remained difficult to reach, inconvenient to visit, and largely irrelevant to most people's lives. They were famous in the abstract. Educated Europeans knew they existed, but they weren't yet the kind of famous where people made special trips to see them. That era was still a century away. For now, in the late 1600s and early 1700s, the falls existed in a liminal space between obscurity and fame. They'd been documented but not yet commercialised. They were known but not yet understood in any geological sense. They were impressive but not yet mobbed by tourists. They were, in short, still mostly themselves. A massive amount of water falling off a cliff in a remote part of the Great Lakes region, doing so with tremendous enthusiasm and absolutely zero concern for their growing reputation. The thing about Niagara Falls that every early visitor eventually realised is that the falls don't care about your schedule. You can't rush the experience, you can't skim it. The falls operate on their own time, which is to say they've been falling continuously for 12 millennia, and they plan to continue falling until the underlying geology says otherwise, which will probably be tens of thousands of years from now. And your personal agenda is not a factor in this timeline. Father Hennepin learned this. He arrived planning to make a quick observation, take some measurements, and move on. Instead, he ended up spending several days in the area because understanding the falls required time. You couldn't just glance at them and comprehend what you were seeing. Your brain needed time to calibrate, to adjust to the scale, to accept that yes, this much water really was falling this far and making this much noise, and no, it wasn't going to stop or quiet down to accommodate your need for contemplation. Subsequent visitors had the same experience. They'd arrive with plans for a brief stop, maybe an hour or two, to see the famous waterfall. Then they'd stand there, soaked in spray, and realise that leaving felt somehow wrong. The falls weren't something you could check off a list. Saw waterfall, very large, moving on to next item. They demanded sustained attention, not because they were actively demanding anything, but because their sheer presence made leaving feel premature. The sound was part of this. That constant thunder worked its way into your consciousness and made silence feel strange. After spending time near the falls, the normal ambient sounds of the forest seemed inadequate, too quiet, as if the world had been turned down to a whisper. Travellers reported feeling oddly unsettled when they left the falls behind, as if they'd become accustomed to the roar and now its absence was disturbing. The mist created a similar effect. After being comprehensively soaked for hours, returning to normally dry air felt wrong. Your clothes would start to dry, and you'd notice the absence of constant dampness as a kind of loss, which is absurd. Nobody actually prefers being wet. But the human brain is excellent at normalizing even the strangest conditions, and apparently constantly drenched in waterfall mist can become your baseline if you spend enough time there. And then there was the visual fixation. People found themselves staring at the falls for much longer than they'd intended. Watching waterfalls shouldn't be hypnotic, but somehow it was. Maybe it was the scale, or the constant motion, or the way the light caught the spray. Maybe it was simply that the human brain isn't designed to process the quantity of water that Niagara Falls moves every second, and so it keeps trying, keeps watching, and keeps attempting to understand what it's seeing. The Falls also had a way of making other waterfalls seem disappointing. Travellers who visited Niagara and then encountered other waterfalls in their journeys invariably compared them unfavourably. Saw a waterfall today, maybe 30 feet high, barely audible from 100 yards away, mist practically non-existent. Pathetic, really. Why do people even bother with these? Became a common sentiment in the travel journals of people who'd been ruined for normal waterfalls by their Niagara experience. But the falls before fame, the falls in that brief period after documentation but before mass tourism, still had a kind of dignity that would later become harder to maintain. They were impressive on their own terms, without needing gift shops or viewing platforms or interpretive signs explaining what you were looking at. You were just there, at the edge of something ancient and ongoing, watching water do what water has been doing since the last ice age, in the company of trees and birds and the occasional beaver who had found a quiet pool upstream and was going about. Its business with admirable focus. The seasons changed around the falls in dramatic ways. Winter transformed the mist into ice, coating everything within reach in thick layers of frozen spray. The falls themselves would partially freeze in extreme cold, creating enormous ice formations that looked like frozen tsunamis caught mid-break. Spring brought higher water levels and more violent flow. Summer offered the clearest views, but also the most insects, because apparently the mist created ideal breeding conditions for mosquitoes and black flies, who had concluded that life near the falls was worth the constant dampness. Autumn was perhaps the best season for observation. The water levels had stabilised after spring runoff. The insects had retreated. The deciduous trees surrounding the gorge put on elaborate colour displays that competed with the falls themselves for visual attention, and the angle of sunlight created rainbows in the mist at times of day when summer's higher sun wouldn't cooperate. Through all these seasonal changes, the falls kept falling, 3,000 tonnes per second on average, though the flow varied with lake levels and dam operations that wouldn't exist for another 2 centuries. The water came from Lake Erie, which collected it from Lakes Huron, Michigan and Superior, which gathered it from a drainage basin covering most of the upper Midwest. Every drop that went over the falls had travelled hundreds or thousands of miles to get there, passing through forests and wetlands and all the other ecosystems that fed the Great Lakes system. And now that the falls were documented, now that their existence was confirmed in published accounts, that people actually believed, they were about to enter a new phase of their existence. They were about to become famous in the modern sense, not just known about, but sought after. People would start making special journeys to see them. Artists would attempt to capture them. Writers would struggle with the same descriptive challenges that had plagued Hennepin. Engineers would look at all that falling water and start having ideas about hydroelectric power that would eventually transform the Niagara River into one of the most heavily managed waterways in North America. But that was all in the future. For now, in these early decades of documentation, the falls still belonged primarily to themselves. They fell because gravity and geology said they should fall. They thundered because that's what happens when 3,000 tons of water per second hit a rocky riverbed. They created mist because physics demanded it. They eroded their way upstream because the soft shale beneath the hard caprock couldn't withstand the constant assault of falling water. No audience necessary, no witnesses required. Just water, rock, gravity and time, doing what they'd been doing for millennia, with the quiet confidence of geological processes that don't need validation or documentation or fame to justify their existence. The falls would become a tourist destination, an engineering challenge, and a symbol of natural power that appeared on currency and in art and in the collective imagination of multiple nations. But first they had to be this, simply themselves, falling in the wilderness, witnessed by trees and birds and the occasional explorer who'd finally bothered to make the trip, standing at the edge in soaking wet clothes trying to find words that would somehow convey what they were experiencing, and mostly failing in ways that were entirely understandable. Because really, how do you describe something like this? You don't. Not adequately. You do your best with the vocabulary available. You make comparisons that are simultaneously accurate and insufficient. You use superlatives that feel justified in the moment but later seem inadequate when you're trying to explain to someone who hasn't been there. And eventually you give up on description and simply say, You have to see it yourself, which is ultimately what the fools had been waiting for all along, not to be discovered, because they were never lost, but to be recognised as something worth the journey, worth the time, worth standing in the mist and the thunder, and letting the sheer scale of it reorganise your understanding of what water can do when geography gives it the opportunity. The fools are still there, of course, still falling, still thundering, still creating mist that rises like smoke from an invisible fire. They've weathered fame, tourism, industrialisation, and every other change that human attention has brought. And on quiet mornings when the tourist platforms are empty and the observation decks are closed, they still fall exactly as they did in those early days after documentation, powerful, relentless, and utterly indifferent to whether anyone is watching, which is, when you think about it, exactly as it should be. And with that, you can close your eyes and let the sound of falling water, distant, constant, patient, carry you off to sleep. The fools will still be there in the morning, just as they've been there for thousands of years, waiting for anyone who wants to make the journey and stand at the edge of something truly ancient and ongoing. Good night. Picture yourself standing on a tree-lined street in London, somewhere around 1885. The gas lamps are just being lit, creating pools of amber light that don't quite reach the darkening spaces between them. It's late October, and the air has that particular quality that autumn brings. Crisp enough to make you grateful for your coat, but not yet bitter with winter's approach. The smell of coal smoke drifts from chimneys, mixing with the earthy scent of fallen leaves that have been dampened by afternoon rain. You're not in the London of Dickensian poverty or industrial grime, though. You've found yourself in one of those comfortable neighbourhoods where doctors and lawyers and prosperous merchants live. People who have done well enough to afford homes with proper parlours and dining rooms, maybe even a small servant or two. The kind of people who read novels and attend concerts and host parties that last well into the evening. Tonight is Halloween, though the Victorians often called it All Hallows Eve or Snap-Apple Night or Nutcrack Night, depending on which region of Britain you found yourself in. The holiday hadn't yet become the commercial spectacle you know today. There were no plastic decorations manufactured in distant factories, no costume shops, and no bowls of miniature chocolate bars waiting by the door. Instead, Halloween in Victorian times was something more intimate and subtle, a night that belonged as much to tradition and folklore as it did to parlour games and gentle superstition. The house you're approaching has its curtains open despite the gathering darkness, which is unusual for the time. Victorians typically valued their privacy, drawing heavy drapes against the night and the curious eyes of passers-by. But on Halloween there was a feeling that the boundary between public and private, like so many other boundaries, became a bit more permeable. Through those uncovered windows you can see the warm glow of oil lamps and candles and shadows moving against walls papered in rich patterns of burgundy and forest green. The front door opens before you can knock, and warm air rushes out to meet you, carrying with it the scent of apples and cinnamon, burning candles, and that particular mustiness of old books and wool carpets. The hostess, let's call her Mrs. Eleanor Ashford, greets you with the restrained warmth that Victorian middle-class propriety demanded. No effusive hugging or squealing, just a genuine smile and a gentle touch on your arm as she welcomes you into her home. Inside, the hallway is dimmer than modern homes, lit only by a single lamp on a side table. Your eyes need a moment to adjust, and in that adjustment period, the house seems almost to breathe around you. The walls are covered in dark wallpaper, and every available surface holds something. A vase, a photograph in an ornate frame, a small sculpture, or dried flowers under a glass dome. Victorians abhorred empty space the way nature abhors a vacuum, filling their homes with objects that spoke of taste, education, and respectability. Mrs. Ashford takes your coat and leads you toward the back of the house, where the main parlour waits. As you walk down the hallway, you notice that the usual family photographs and landscape paintings have been joined by something else. Autumn leaves pressed between sheets of glass, branches of rowan berries in vases, and here and there, small carved, turnips with candles flickering inside them. These are the original jack-o'-lanterns before Irish and Scottish immigrants brought the tradition to America and discovered that pumpkins were far easier to carve than tough, fibrous turnips. The turnip lanterns cast weird, dancing shadows on the walls, their carved faces less cartoon-like than their pumpkin descendants would become. These faces look genuinely eerie in the candlelight, hollowed out and skull-like, with a kind of ancient menace that plastic decorations could never quite capture. But they're also oddly comforting, these little lights in the darkness, these small defences against whatever might be lurking in the October night. You're not the first guest to arrive. As Mrs. Ashford opens the parlour door, you see perhaps a dozen people already gathered, all dressed in their respectable evening clothes. The women in dresses with high collars and narrow waists, their hair pinned up in elaborate styles that must have taken their maids an hour to achieve. The men in dark suits with high-buttoned vests and watch chains glinting in the lamplight. Everyone looks both formal and somehow cosy, like they're ready for both ceremony and comfort. The parlour itself is a study in Victorian decorative excess tempered by autumn's influence. The usual heavy furniture, overstuffed chairs and settees, side tables crowded with knickknacks, a piano against one wall, has been supplemented with seasonal touches. Swags of autumn leaves, both real and silk, drape along the mantelpiece and picture rails. Apples sit in bowls on every available surface, their red and green skins polished to a shine. Hazelnuts fill small dishes, and in the fireplace, a proper coal fire burns with that particular blue and orange flame that coal produces, radiating heat into the room and creating shadows that dance across the ceiling. What strikes you most, though, is the quality of the light. In our modern world, we're so accustomed to uniform, overhead illumination that we forget how darkness used to have texture and depth. Here, the light comes from the fire, from oil lamps turned down to a gentle glow, and from candles in wall sconces and on the piano. Shadows aren't just the absence of light, they're almost substantial, gathering in corners and pooling under furniture. And in those shadows, on this particular night, anything might be lurking. This is the world where Victorian Halloween lived, not in broad daylight or harsh electric glare, but in this liminal space between light and dark, between summer's abundance and winter's scarcity, between the world you can see and the world you can only sense. Before we get too far into the evening's festivities, it helps to understand what Halloween actually meant to these Victorian partygoers. Unlike their 20th century descendants, who would largely forget the holiday's origins in favour of candy and costumes, the Victorians were still close enough to Halloween's roots to feel the weight of its history. Halloween, or All Hallows' Eve, sits on the calendar like a hinge between seasons and between worlds. It falls on October 31st, the night before All Saints' Day, positioned right at that moment when autumn stops being harvest time and starts being the descent into winter. For agricultural societies, which Britain still largely was in Victorian times, despite all the factory smoke and urban growth, this transition point had always been significant. The holiday reached back through Christian tradition to even older Celtic. Celebrations of Samhain, a festival that marked the end of the harvest season and the beginning of the darker half of the year. The Celts believed that on Samhain, the boundary between the living world and the other world grew thin, allowing spirits to cross over. This wasn't necessarily terrifying. These might be the spirits of beloved ancestors coming back to visit after all, but it was certainly unsettling. When Christianity spread through Celtic lands, it did what Christianity often did with pagan holidays. It absorbed them, renamed them, and gave them new meaning while keeping much of the old symbolism intact. Samhain became All Hallows' Eve, the night before All Saints' Day, when Christians commemorated their holy dead. But underneath the Christian overlay, those older beliefs about thinning veils and visiting spirits remained, like old wallpaper showing through new paint. By Victorian times, most educated, middle-class people didn't literally believe in ghosts, wandering the earth on Halloween night, or at least they would have been embarrassed to admit it if they did. The Victorian era was, after all, the age of science and progress, of railways and telegraphs and gaslight. Superstition was something for country folk and the uneducated lower classes, not for respectable people in respectable homes. Yet here's the fascinating thing. Those same respectable people were absolutely fascinated by the supernatural. This was the era of spiritualism, when seances were fashionable parlour entertainment, and mediums could fill theatres with people hoping to contact their departed loved ones. This was the age when ghost stories became a literary genre, when people devoured tales of haunted houses and spectral visitations. The Victorians might have said they didn't believe in ghosts, but they certainly loved talking about them. Halloween gave them permission to indulge this fascination under the cover of tradition and folklore. You could pretend to consult spirits about your future spouse, not because you actually believed in such things, heavens no, but because it was a charming old custom, a bit of harmless fun, and a way to connect with the quaint beliefs of your ancestors. The fact that you might feel a genuine thrill of excitement or unease while doing so, well, that was just part of the entertainment. The Victorian middle class had a particular genius for taking potentially frightening or socially disruptive elements and domesticating them, turning them into parlour games and polite amusements. This was, after all, an era that turned sex into coded flower language and death into elaborate mourning rituals with specific rules for every stage of grief. Halloween underwent the same transformation, from a night when the dead might genuinely walk abroad to an evening of structured games and fortune-telling, all conducted in well-lit parlours under the watchful eye of respectable hostesses, but something of the original power remained. Even domesticated and turned into entertainment, these Halloween traditions still touch something deeper. That awareness of cycles and seasons, of death as part of life, of the mystery that lurks just beyond the edge of understanding. The Victorians might have dressed it up in propriety and called it folklore, but they were still, in their own way, acknowledging the same realities that their Celtic ancestors had recognised centuries before. This is what makes Victorian Halloween so fascinating. It existed in that perfect balance point between genuine belief and complete scepticism, between ancient tradition and modern rationality, between treating it all as a joke and feeling that shiver down your spine when a candle gutters unexpectedly or a shadow moves in a way that shadows shouldn't move. Let's return to Mrs. Ashford's parlour, where the evening is about to truly begin. As more guests arrive, you start to notice the careful thought that has gone into preparing the space for Halloween festivities. Victorian party planning was an art form, and a successful hostess paid attention to details that might escape modern notice. The decorations, for instance, follow a logic quite different from contemporary Halloween aesthetics. There are no skeletons or witches or manufactured spookiness. Instead, Mrs. Ashford has created an atmosphere that speaks more to autumn's transition than to death's door. Those swags of autumn leaves aren't just pretty, they're symbols of change and decay, of life completing its cycle. The apples represent the harvest, the successful conclusion of the growing season, but also the old British tradition of apple divination, which we'll get to soon enough. Look more closely at the mantelpiece, and you'll see that Mrs. Ashford has arranged her seasonal decorations with the same careful attention to symmetry and balance that governs all Victorian interior design. A pair of brass candlesticks, polished to a high shine, stand at either end. Between them, she's created a sort of harvest tableau. Sheaves of wheat, clusters of grapes, probably artificial silk ones, since real grapes would be past their season, and those ever-present apples. Tucked among them are small personal touches, a few feathers from game birds, some chestnuts, and a sprig or two of rosemary and sage from her kitchen garden. The walls, already crowded with the usual Victorian clutter of framed prints and family. Photographs have been supplemented with paper chains cut in autumn colours, deep golds, rust reds, and browns that look almost black in the lamplight. Some enterprising guests at previous parties have clearly contributed paper cutouts of oak leaves and acorns, which hang from the picture rail on black threads, spinning slowly in the warm air rising from the fire, but it's the lighting that really sets the mood. Mrs. Ashford has been strategic about which lamps to light and which to leave dark. The corners of the room are deliberately dim, creating pockets of shadow that make the space feel somehow larger and more mysterious than it would in full light. The fire provides most of the illumination, supplemented by candles in hurricane glasses that protect the flames from drafts while allowing them to flicker and dance. On the piano, someone has draped a length of black silk, and atop it sits a curious collection of objects. A small mirror, face down, a bowl of water with a single candle floating in it, several walnuts, and what appears to be a ball of yarn. These aren't random decorations. They're the tools for tonight's fortune-telling games, and their presence transforms the piano from a musical instrument into something like an altar to divination. The room smells wonderful in a way that's hard to describe to someone accustomed to air fresheners and scented candles. There's the coal fire, which has its own particular smell, not unpleasant but definitely present, a sort of mineral warmth. There's the wood of the furniture, which has absorbed decades of beeswax polish, and now releases it slowly in the heat. There's the faint mustiness of old fabric and carpets, the sharper scent of the apples, and underneath it all the slightly sweet, waxy smell of burning candles. Mrs. Ashford has also thought about sound, or rather, the lack of it. Unlike modern parties where music might be playing constantly in the background, here the ambient noise is much gentler. the crackle and hiss of the coal fire, the rustle of silk and taffeta as women adjust their positions in their chairs, and the soft tick of the mantel clock. When people speak, they do so in relatively quiet voices. Loud laughter or raised voices would be considered somewhat vulgar, a sign of insufficient self-control. This attention to atmosphere isn't just Victorian fussiness, it's intentional scene setting for the kinds of activities that will happen later. Fortune-telling and ghost stories work better in dim, quiet spaces where shadows have substance and imagination has room to work. Mrs. Ashford understands that mystery requires a certain amount of darkness, both literal and figurative. The temperature in the room is also worth noting. The Victorians didn't have central heating, so rooms tended to be either too hot near the fire or too cold away from it. Mrs. Ashford's parlour follows this pattern, deliciously warm if you're sitting near the hearth, but with a definite chill along the outer walls. This temperature gradient adds to the atmosphere. You find yourself drawn toward the warmth and the light, away from the colder, darker edges of the room where shadows congregate. As the last guests arrive and settle into their places, you notice how the seating arrangement has been managed. Unlike modern parties where people might circulate freely, Victorians tended to arrange themselves more formally, with subtle hierarchies of age, gender, and social status governing who sat where. The most comfortable chairs near the fire have been reserved for older guests and ladies, while younger people and gentlemen stand or perch on less comfortable seats farther from the heat. This formality might seem stifling to modern sensibilities, but it served a purpose. By establishing clear structures for interaction, it created a safe framework within which people could engage in activities that might otherwise feel risky or improper. When you know exactly where you stand in the social hierarchy and what's expected of you, it's easier to participate in games of chance and divination without feeling like you're actually crossing important boundaries. Mrs. Ashford catches everyone's attention not by calling out or clapping her hands, that would be far too crude, but simply by moving to the centre of the room and waiting. Victorian social training meant that people noticed when a hostess was preparing to speak and naturally fell silent, giving her the floor without her having to demand it. The evening's entertainment is about to begin, and in the warm, shadowy parlour, with the fire crackling and the turnip lanterns casting their eerie light, you can feel the anticipation building like static electricity before a storm. Mrs. Ashford begins with the most traditional of Halloween fortune-telling games, apple divination. This isn't some quaint custom she's invented for the evening. It's a practice that reaches back centuries, and every person in the room would have grown up hearing about it from parents and grandparents. She directs everyone's attention to a large, wooden tub that had been hidden behind a screen. It's filled with water, and floating on that water are perhaps a dozen apples, their red skins gleaming in the candlelight. This is snap-apple, one of the most enduring Halloween traditions, and even though everyone present is far too sophisticated to believe it actually predicts the future, they're all eager to participate. The rules are simple enough. Each person in turn must try to catch an apple using only their mouth, no hands allowed. Successfully catching an apple supposedly predicts a successful year ahead, particularly in matters of love and marriage. The first person to succeed will be the first to marry. The last person might expect to remain single for another year. It's all in good fun, of course, just a silly game, but notice how the unmarried young people in the room are paying particularly close attention. A young woman goes first, kneeling beside the tub in her elaborate dress, trying not to get her sleeves wet. She makes several attempts, her face getting progressively redder as she pursues the elusive apples, which bob away whenever she gets close. The apples are playing hard to get, spinning and dodging in the water like they have minds of their own. Finally, after much laughter from the assembled guests, she manages to pin one against the side of the tub and catch it between her teeth, emerging triumphant and only slightly damp. The game continues around the room, with varying degrees of success, and splashing. What makes it interesting is how it temporarily breaks down Victorian reserve. Suddenly proper ladies and gentlemen are kneeling on the floor getting their faces wet, laughing at their own undignified struggles. There's something levelling about the game, something that reduces everyone to the same slightly ridiculous level. But there's more going on here than simple silliness. Apples have been symbols of knowledge, temptation, and divination for centuries. In Celtic tradition, the apple tree was sacred, associated with the otherworld and with immortality. By using apples for divination on Halloween, when the veil between worlds was thought to be thinnest, The Victorians were tapping into a very old current of belief. Once everyone who wishes to has tried their luck with the snap apple, Mrs. Ashford produces another apple-based divination. This one is quieter and more intimate. She hands an apple to one of the young women and provides a knife, instructing her to peel the apple in one continuous strip without breaking the peel. Once she's managed this, and it takes some concentration and skill, she's to throw the peel over her left shoulder. The shape it makes when it lands will supposedly form the initial of her future spouse's name. The young woman performs this operation with great care, her tongue caught between her teeth in concentration. The apple peel spirals down in one long curling ribbon, and when she finally throws it over her shoulder, everyone crowds around to see what letter it might form. The peel lies in a shape that could perhaps be an R, or maybe a P, or possibly just a random coil. But the ambiguity is part of the fun. Everyone has an opinion about what letter they see, and the young woman laughs and blushes, probably thinking about which of her acquaintances has a name beginning with R. These apple games might seem trivial, but they served an important social function. In an era when marriages were still partly business arrangements, and when courtship was heavily chaperoned and regulated, Halloween divination gave young people a sanctioned way to think about romance and express their hopes for the future. It was all pretend, of course. Nobody really believed that apple peels could predict marriages, but it created a space where such hopes could be voiced, examined, and laughed about. Next comes the mirror divination, and this one is more atmospheric, edging closer to the genuinely eerie. The lights are dimmed even further, and Mrs. Ashford produces a hand mirror that's been kept face down on the piano. The traditional practice, she explains, is for a young woman to go alone to a darkened room at midnight, sit before a mirror, and eat an apple while looking at her reflection. If she's destined to marry, she'll supposedly see the face of her future husband appear over her shoulder in the mirror. Of course, in a parlour full of people, nobody's going alone anywhere, and it's not yet midnight. But Mrs. Ashford has adapted the tradition. She arranges for one of the young women to sit with her back to the room, holding the mirror so she can see both her own reflection and whatever might be behind her. The room falls silent, even the fire seems to quiet its crackling, as the young woman stares into the mirror. Nothing happens, of course, but in the silence and the dimness, with everyone's imagination activated by the build-up, there's a genuine moment of tension. Shadows shift in the candlelight. The young woman stares into the mirror, and you can see her own uncertainty about whether she really wants to see something or not. It's a perfect example of how the Victorians could create atmosphere and suspense using nothing more than tradition, dim lighting, and the power of suggestion. After a suitable pause, the young woman turns around, laughing a bit nervously, and reports that she saw nothing but her own reflection. Everyone relaxes and the conversation picks up again, but something has shifted in the room. The games have created an atmosphere of possibility, a sense that perhaps, just perhaps, there might be more going on tonight than rational minds want to acknowledge. As the evening progresses, Mrs. Ashford introduces other forms of divination, each with its own history and symbolism. These games might seem random to modern observers, but they follow a logic rooted in centuries of folklore and seasonal tradition. The next game involves hazelnuts, which have been placed in a bowl on the mantelpiece, warming gently in the heat from the fire. In some parts of Britain, Halloween was known as Nutcrack Night, and nuts featured prominently in the evening's fortune-telling practices. Mrs. Ashford explains the procedure. Each person selects 2 hazelnuts and names them, one for themselves and one for someone they're romantically interested in or currently courting. The nuts are then placed on the edge of the fire. If the 2 nuts burn quietly side by side, the relationship will be peaceful and successful. If they pop and jump away from each other, the relationship is doomed to discord. And if one nut explodes spectacularly, well, that suggests passion of one sort or another. Hazelnuts are placed carefully on the hot coals, and everyone watches with the kind of intense interest usually reserved for much more important matters. The nuts begin to heat, their shells darkening, and then the popping starts. One pair sits quietly together, barely moving, much to the satisfaction of the established married couple who named them. Another pair seems engaged in active warfare, with one nut practically launching itself across the fireplace, while the other sits smugly in place. This produces much laughter and teasing. What's fascinating about this practice is how it allows people to externalize their anxieties and hopes about relationships. By assigning significance to how nuts behave in a fire, they're creating a framework for thinking about compatibility and future happiness. that feels both playful and somehow meaningful. It doesn't matter that there's no rational connection between nut behaviour and romantic success. The game provides a language for discussing these important but difficult topics. The nut divination is followed by a practice involving cabbage. Yes, cabbage, which might seem like the least romantic vegetable imaginable, but which actually has a long history in Halloween folklore. Traditionally, young women would go blindfolded into a garden at midnight and pull up the first cabbage they encountered. The size, shape, and amount of dirt clinging to its roots were said to predict the appearance and wealth of their future spouse. A large cabbage with lots of dirt attached meant a tall, wealthy husband. A small, clean cabbage suggested something rather less impressive. Mrs. Ashford, lacking both a garden and midnight timing, has adapted this tradition in a characteristically Victorian way. She's brought in several cabbages of varying sizes and had them arranged on a table in the back parlour. Young women take turns being blindfolded and led to the table, where they must select a cabbage by touch alone. The ensuing predictions about future spouses, based on whether they've chosen a large or small cabbage, a leafy or compact one, provide much amusement. But perhaps the most intriguing divination of the evening involves something called the 3 bowls, or the 3 dishes. Mrs. Ashford has arranged 3 identical bowls on a side table, covering them with cloth napkins so their contents aren't visible. One bowl contains clean water, one contains dirty water, and one is empty. Each person who wishes to try their luck must close their eyes and choose a bowl, dipping their fingers into it or finding it empty. Clean water predicts marriage to someone pure and virtuous. Dirty water suggests marriage to a widow or widower, someone who's already been through one relationship. An empty bowl means no marriage in the coming year. It's all quite solemn and serious until someone gets the dirty water and everyone dissolves into laughter at the thought of this person's supposed romantic future. These divinations, silly as they might seem, touch on something deeply human, our desire to know what's coming, to have some sense of control over our futures. The Victorians might have dismissed these practices as mere superstition, but they participated in them with genuine enthusiasm. There's something comforting about the idea that the universe might drop hints about what's ahead, even if those hints come in the form of apple peels and exploding hazelnuts. Between these various games, people mingle and chat, helping themselves to refreshments that Mrs. Ashford has laid out on the dining room table. There are more apples, of course, along with nuts to crack, seed cake, gingerbread, and a large bowl of punch made with apples and spices. The food is substantial but not elaborate. Halloween wasn't an occasion for formal dining. The younger guests are particularly animated, their earlier reserve melting away as the evening progresses and the games become more absurd. There's something about shared silliness that breaks down social barriers, even Victorian ones. When you've just watched someone you barely know stick their face in a tub of water trying to catch an apple, certain formalities seem less important. The older guests watch these proceedings with what appears to be indulgent amusement, though you suspect that some of them are remembering their own youthful Halloween parties, their own attempts at divination, and their own hopes and fears about the future. The games might be silly, but the feelings they address, the desire for love, for security, for some glimpse of what tomorrow might bring, these are universal and timeless. As the evening deepens and the coal fire burns lower, Mrs. Ashford begins to shift the mood. The active games give way to something quieter but potentially more powerful, the telling of ghost stories. This transition is managed skillfully. The lamps are turned down even further, making the shadows in the corners of the room seem to expand and grow more substantial. Fresh coal is added to the fire, which responds with blue flames that cast an eerie, flickering light across the assembled faces. People draw their chairs closer together, forming a more intimate circle. The temperature in the room drops slightly as the fire rebuilds and more than one person pulls their shawl or jacket a bit tighter. Ghost stories had become tremendously popular in Victorian times, and Halloween provided the perfect excuse to indulge. In this particular form of entertainment, the stories served multiple purposes. They were thrilling without being truly frightening. They provided a way to discuss death and the afterlife in an acceptable social context, and they allowed people to experience fear in a controlled, safe environment. Mrs. Ashford begins with a relatively mild tale, something about a spectral hitchhiker on a country road who vanishes before reaching his destination. It's a classic ghost story structure: mysterious stranger, helpful gesture, supernatural revelation, and everyone listens with the kind of polite attention that educated Victorians brought to most social activities. But as she tells the story, something interesting happens. The listeners begin to lean forward, drawn into the narrative despite themselves. Mrs. Ashford is a good storyteller, knowing when to pause, when to lower her voice, and when to inject a sudden detail that makes people jump. She's not just reciting a tale, she's creating an experience, using her voice and the atmosphere of the room to transport her audience into the story's world. When she finishes, there's a moment of silence, that particular quality of silence that follows a well-told story when people are still half inhabiting its reality. Then someone else volunteers to share a story they've heard about a haunted house in their hometown, where lights appear in windows of long-abandoned rooms. The stories continue, each person who speaks adding their own contribution to the evening's entertainment. Some tales are clearly borrowed from books or magazines. Victorian periodicals were full of ghost stories, and educated people read widely. Others claim to be true events that happened to a friend of a friend, that classic framework of urban legends. A few stories are local traditions tied to specific places or historical events. What's striking about these Victorian ghost stories is their restraint compared to modern horror. There are no graphic descriptions of violence, no gore, and no emphasis on physical terror. Instead, the stories rely on atmosphere, suggestion, and psychological unease. A mysterious figure glimpsed at twilight. A cold spot in a warm room. A feeling of being watched. These subtle touches create more lasting discomfort than any amount of explicit horror. One gentleman tells a story about a house where a clock in a sealed room continues to chime the hours, even though nobody has wound it for decades. The clock belonged to a man who died there, and it supposedly marks the hours of his restless spirit's nightly wanderings. It's not a particularly frightening story, but something about the image of that clock chiming in darkness, keeping time for someone who's beyond time, sends a little shiver through the room. A young woman contributes a tale about a mirror that won't, reflect certain people, those who are marked for death within the year. She tells it well, with just the right amount of hesitation, as if she's not quite sure whether she should be sharing this particular story. When she finishes, you notice that several people unconsciously avoid looking at the mirrors in the room. Between stories, the fire crackles and settles, sending up occasional sparks. The candles have burned lower, their flames growing smaller and more unstable. Outside, you can hear the wind picking up, rustling through the autumn leaves and occasionally causing a branch to scratch against the window. These ambient sounds become part of the storytelling experience, natural sound effects that enhance the atmosphere. Mrs. Ashford steers the selection carefully, making sure that nobody tells anything too frightening or too dark. There are boundaries even for Halloween. Certain subjects are simply not discussed in polite company, and graphic or deeply disturbing content would be considered in poor taste. The stories should create a pleasant frisson of unease, not genuine terror or distress. The storytelling also provides an opportunity for people to demonstrate their education and cultural knowledge. References to Shakespeare's ghosts, to classical mythology, and to contemporary literature, these all indicate that the speaker is well-read and cultured. Ghost stories in Victorian parlours were as much about displaying refinement as they were about scaring people. As the night wears on and the stories continue, something subtle happens to the atmosphere in the room. The repeated invocation of ghosts and spirits and the emphasis on the supernatural and the uncanny create a kind of consensual haunting. Even though nobody literally believes in the stories being told, the collective imagination of the group gives them a kind of reality. The shadows in the corners feel more watchful, and the creaks of the old house more significant. This is what the Victorians understood about Halloween. That atmosphere and imagination could create experiences that felt meaningful, even if they weren't literally true. By gathering together in a candlelit room and telling stories of ghosts and spirits, they were participating in a tradition that connected them to their ancestors, while also creating a shared moment of controlled wonder. As the evening at Mrs. Ashford's party continues, with the fire burning low and the candles guttering in their holders, it's worth pausing to consider what all this actually meant to the Victorians themselves. Why did respectable, rational people gather in parlours to bob for apples and tell ghost stories? What were they really celebrating on Halloween night? On the surface, it's tempting to dismiss Victorian Halloween as mere entertainment. Parlour games to pass a long October evening, nothing more significant than an evening of cards or charades. But if you look more closely, these Halloween traditions served deeper purposes in Victorian society. First and foremost, Halloween provided a sanctioned opportunity to acknowledge death and the supernatural in a culture that was simultaneously obsessed with and terrified of both topics. The Victorian era was marked by high mortality rates, particularly among children and young adults. Death was a constant presence in people's lives, yet social conventions demanded that grief be expressed in highly controlled, ritualized ways. You mourned according to strict rules about clothing, behavior, and duration. Genuine emotional expression was often seen as a dangerous loss of control. Halloween offered a release valve for these suppressed anxieties. By framing death and spirits as folklore and entertainment, the Victorians could engage with their fears in a way that felt safe and socially acceptable. The ghost stories weren't really frightening. They were thrilling. The divination games weren't really about controlling fate. They were just fun. This distancing mechanism allowed people to touch on difficult subjects without having to directly confront their genuine terror of loss and mortality. Secondly, Halloween maintained a connection to agricultural rhythms and seasonal cycles that was rapidly disappearing in industrializing Britain. As more people moved to cities and worked in factories and offices, the direct relationship with nature that had governed human life for millennia was breaking down. You no longer planted and harvested according to the seasons. You worked the same hours in the same building regardless of whether it was spring or winter. Halloween, with its emphasis on autumn harvest symbols, apples, nuts, late vegetables reminded people that human life was still fundamentally tied to natural cycles. The holiday marked the transition between the abundance of harvest and the scarcity of winter. A transition that might not matter as much when you buy your food from shops rather than growing it yourself, but which still resonates on some deeper level. The fortune-telling games, meanwhile, addressed a peculiarly Victorian anxiety about the future, particularly regarding marriage and social status. For young women especially, marriage was the single most important event that would shape their entire lives. A good marriage meant security, respectability, and the possibility of happiness. A bad marriage or no marriage at all could mean poverty, social marginalization, and dependence on relatives who might resent the burden. Yet despite marriage's enormous importance, young people had relatively little control over their romantic fates. Courtship was heavily supervised, social mixing was limited by class boundaries, and parental approval was essential. In this context, divination games offered a fantasy of control, the idea that you might glimpse your future or influence your fate through symbolic actions. It didn't matter that nobody really believed apple peels could predict initials, or that nuts in fire revealed compatibility. The games provided a language for hopes that couldn't be directly expressed. Halloween also served as what anthropologists might call a ritual of inversion, a sanctioned time when normal rules could be temporarily relaxed. On ordinary evenings, young women didn't kneel on the floor with their faces in tubs of water while everyone watched. People didn't sit in darkened rooms trying to summon visions in mirrors. These activities involved a degree of undignified behavior and superstitious practice that would have been embarrassing on any other night. But on Halloween, such things were acceptable, even expected, because they were traditional. This temporary loosening of normal constraints served an important social function. It allowed people to blow off steam, to be slightly silly, and to interact across social boundaries that usually remained firmly in place. The young woman who successfully caught an apple could laugh and be congratulated by people who would normally maintain a more formal distance. The gentleman who told a particularly effective ghost story earned admiration regardless of his exact position in the social hierarchy. For the Victorians, Halloween also represented continuity with the past at a time of rapid change. Britain in the late 19th century was transforming almost beyond recognition. Railways had revolutionized transportation, telegraphs had changed communication, and photography had altered how people understood images and memory. Traditional crafts were being replaced by factory production, and old social hierarchies were being challenged by new wealth from industry and trade. In this context of constant change, Halloween offered connection to something older and more stable. These were the same games that grandparents had played, the same stories that had been told for generations. The traditions linked Victorians to their ancestors and provided a sense of continuity in a world that often seemed to be spinning into unfamiliar territory. There's also something to be said for the communal aspect of Victorian Halloween. In an era before radio, television, or the internet, entertainment was something you created yourself, usually with others. A Halloween party brought people together in shared activity. Not just passive consumption of entertainment created by others, but active participation in games, storytelling, and tradition. Everyone contributed to the evening's success. Everyone had a role to play. This communal creation of entertainment fostered social bonds in ways that individual consumption of mass media never quite could. When you'd watch someone struggle to catch an apple, listen to them tell a ghost story and participated with them in divination games, you'd shared experiences that created genuine connection. You'd seen them in moments of silliness and seriousness, competence and clumsiness. These shared moments built the social fabric that held communities together. The spiritual dimension of Halloween, though often downplayed in respectable Victorian society, hadn't entirely disappeared. While middle-class urbanites might have dismissed literal belief in ghosts and spirits, there remained a sense that Halloween was a thin time, when the boundary between worlds became permeable. This wasn't necessarily frightening. It could also be comforting, a time when departed loved ones might feel closer, when the dead weren't entirely lost but somehow still part of the family. Victorian culture's elaborate mourning practices reflected the central place of death in daily life. People wore mourning clothes for years after a loss, kept locks of hair from the deceased, and took photographs of dead children posed as if sleeping. Halloween, with its acknowledgement that the dead might somehow still be present, fit into this broader cultural framework of maintaining connections with those who had passed on. Back in Mrs. Ashford's parlour, the evening is reaching its natural conclusion. The fire has burned down to glowing coals, the candles are mere stubs, and several of the oil lamps have been extinguished entirely. The room is darker now than it was hours ago, the shadows deeper and more assertive. The storytelling has wound down, and people sit quietly, some still absorbed in the mood created by the tales, others chatting in low voices about less supernatural topics. Someone suggests one final divination, something to end the evening on an appropriately mysterious note. Mrs. Ashford nods and produces a key, an old-fashioned iron key, the kind that might unlock a trunk or an ancient door. She explains the tradition. At midnight on Halloween, you take a key and hold it over your left shoulder while looking into a mirror. If you're destined to have your heart's desire granted in the coming year, you'll see the key's reflection clearly. If the reflection is blurred or distorted, challenges lie ahead. It's nearly midnight now, the mantel clock shows 5 minutes to 12, and the timing feels almost orchestrated, though of course Mrs. Ashford has been subtly steering the evening toward this moment. Someone dims the remaining lamps even further, until the room is lit almost entirely by the dying fire and a few candles. As midnight approaches, you can feel the tension building. It's absurd, really. Nobody actually believes that the position of clock hands has any mystical significance, that midnight is somehow more supernatural than any other time. Yet in this darkened room, after hours of ghost stories and divination games, after the repeated invocation of spirits and supernatural forces, midnight feels genuinely significant. The clock begins to chime, its mechanism producing that particular, resonant sound that old clocks have, not the electronic beep of modern timepieces, but a genuine bell being struck. Each chime seems to hang in the air before fading, and nobody speaks while the clock completes its 12 strokes. In the silence following the final chime, someone holds the key over their shoulder and looks into the mirror. The candlelight catches the metal, making the reflection shimmer and dance. Is it clear? Is it distorted? In this lighting, it's impossible to say definitively, and that ambiguity is perfect. The person lowers the key and turns away from the mirror, smiling enigmatically, and others take their turns. What's interesting is how seriously people take this final divination. Even after hours of laughing at similar practices, there's something about midnight, about that moment when one day officially becomes another, that feels liminal and significant. For just a moment in that darkened room with shadows pressing close, it's possible to believe, or at least to suspend disbelief, in the idea that the universe might offer glimpses of what's to come. But the moment passes, as such moments always do. Someone makes a joke, breaking the tension. The lamps are turned up slightly. Mrs. Ashford begins to move about the room, subtly signalling that the evening is drawing to a close. Guests stir and stretch, beginning the social dance of departure that Victorian etiquette demanded. Coats are retrieved from wherever they were stored. Goodbyes are said with the appropriate level of formality. Thanks to the hostess for a delightful evening, compliments on the refreshments, and expressions of hope that they'll meet again soon. The guests who live nearby begin to depart, wrapping scarves against the October night and stepping out into darkness that now seems less mysterious and more simply cold. As you prepare to leave, you take one last look at the parlour. The turnip lanterns have burned out, their candles reduced to puddles of wax. The decorative autumn leaves look wilted and slightly sad in the dim light. The bowls of apples have been depleted, the nuts are scattered. The room, which seemed so enchanted earlier, now just looks like someone's parlour after a party, slightly messy, dimly lit, with that particular emptiness that spaces have when people have left them, but the memory of the evening will linger. Later, when you're walking home through dark streets lit only by occasional gas lamps, you might find yourself thinking about those ghost stories. When you pass a mirror, you might remember that tradition about seeing faces over your shoulder. When you eat an apple, you might recall the laughter and splashing of the snap apple game. This is what Victorian Halloween created. Not lasting terror or genuine supernatural experience, but a gentle enchantment that coloured ordinary things with a bit of mystery. For one evening, the respectable middle class allowed themselves to play with superstition, to tell stories about ghosts, and to pretend that hazelnuts and apple peels might reveal the future, and in doing so they created moments of community, connection, and carefully controlled wonder. If you could return to Mrs. Ashford's house the next morning, you'd find a very different scene. Daylight streaming through the windows that seemed so mysterious last night. The maid bustled about, clearing away the remains of the party, sweeping up nutshells and apple seeds. The parlour was being restored to its usual Victorian order, with all those decorative leaves and autumn touches being carefully packed away for another year. Mrs. Ashford herself might be at the breakfast table, reading the morning newspaper and thinking about thank you notes she'll need to write to guests who brought contributions to the party. The enchantment of Halloween has evaporated with the morning light, and life has returned to its ordinary rhythms of calling cards and household management and social obligations. But something has shifted, even if it's subtle. The guests who attended last night will remember the evening, not every detail perhaps, but the feeling of it. They'll mention it to friends who weren't there, perhaps exaggerating slightly how frightening the ghost stories were or how accurate the divination seemed. They'll tuck the memory away, and years later they might tell their own children or grandchildren about Halloween parties they attended when they were young. This is how traditions survive and evolve, not through any grand preservation effort, but through people enjoying them, remembering them and passing them along. The Victorian Halloween party, with all its games and divinations and ghost stories, was itself a link in a long chain stretching back to Celtic Samhain and forward to the Halloween you know today. As you settle deeper into your comfortable spot, perhaps pulling your blanket a bit closer, let's trace how those Victorian parlour games and fireside stories evolved into the Halloween you recognise today. It's a fascinating journey that crosses an ocean and transforms a relatively quiet celebration into a major commercial holiday. When Irish and Scottish immigrants came to America in the 19th century, they brought Halloween traditions with them. The fortune-telling games, the apple bobbing, the emphasis on autumn harvest, all of these travelled across the Atlantic and found new expression in the New World. But America's frontier spirit and entrepreneurial energy would transform these traditions in ways the Victorians might have found startling. The first major American transformation was the emphasis on community celebration rather than private parties. In rural America, Halloween became an occasion for barn dances and town gatherings, events that brought together much larger groups than could fit in a Victorian parlour. This shift from intimate to communal changed the nature of the celebration. The subtle atmosphere that Mrs. Ashford worked so hard to create, that careful balance of light and shadow, the quiet storytelling, the controlled sense of mystery, was harder to maintain in a barn full of neighbours. American Halloween also became more mischievous. Young people, particularly boys, took to playing pranks on Halloween night, tipping over outhouses, soaping windows and moving farm equipment. This trick element would eventually evolve into the trick-or-treat tradition, but in its early form it was less about candy and more about sanctioned minor vandalism. The Victorians would have been appalled. Halloween pranks violated their sense of proper behaviour and respect for property, but Americans seemed to view them as harmless fun. The costume element, which was relatively minor in Victorian celebrations, exploded in America. Where Victorians might have worn simple masks or modest costumes for their parlour games, American Halloween embraced elaborate disguises. By the early 20th century, costume parties were becoming standard, with people dressing as everything from ghosts and witches to contemporary celebrities and comic characters. This shift toward costumes changed Halloween's nature fundamentally. The holiday became less about divination and connection to the past and more about fantasy and play acting. Instead of trying to glimpse the future or contact spirits, people were creating alternate identities for themselves. It was still about transformation and mystery, but in a more theatrical, less spiritual way. The commercialization of Halloween began in earnest in the early 20th century. Manufacturers recognized a market opportunity and began producing Halloween-specific products: decorated paper goods, costumes, and candy. What had been a homemade celebration using seasonal materials, those turnip lanterns, autumn leaves, and apples from your own trees, became something you could buy at a store. This commercialization accelerated dramatically after World War II. Trick-or-treating, which had existed in various forms for decades, became standardized and widespread. Candy companies promoted their products specifically for Halloween. Costume manufacturers churned out ready-made outfits. Department stores created Halloween sections. The holiday was becoming an industry. But here's what's interesting. Even as Halloween became commercialized and transformed, some of those Victorian elements persisted. Apple bobbing, though less common now, is still recognized as a Halloween game. Ghost stories and scary movies have become central to October entertainment. The emphasis on autumn decorations, pumpkins, cornstalks, and autumn leaves continues the Victorian tradition of marking the season's change. The divination element has mostly disappeared, though you can still find articles about Halloween, fortune-telling traditions. Modern people are less interested in learning who they'll marry and more focused on candy and costumes. But the impulse behind those Victorian games, the desire to mark time passing, to acknowledge mystery and uncertainty, hasn't entirely vanished. It's just been channeled into different forms. The ghost story tradition, particularly, has proven remarkably durable. Victorian fireside tales evolved into pulp magazine stories, then radio plays, then horror movies and TV shows. Every October, people seek out scary content, not because they genuinely believe in the supernatural, but for that same reason the Victorians told ghost stories, to experience controlled fear, to touch on darker themes while remaining safe. Even the timing of Halloween has Victorian roots. The date was fixed long before Victoria's reign, of course, but the Victorian emphasis on October 31st as the primary Halloween celebration, rather than the extended period from October 31st through November 2nd that Catholic tradition observed, shaped how modern America celebrates. We focus on that single night, that one evening of costumes and candy and spookiness, rather than a longer period of remembering the dead. The Victorian influence also persists in Halloween's aesthetic. Those rich autumn colours, deep oranges, burgundies and browns, come directly from Victorian decorative traditions. The emphasis on candlelight and atmospheric lighting echoes those dimly lit parlours. Even the modern plastic decorations with their stylised witches and ghosts and black cats reference imagery that became codified during the Victorian era. What's been mostly lost, though, is the intimacy and subtlety of Victorian Halloween. Modern celebrations tend towards spectacle and excess. Huge animatronic decorations, elaborate haunted houses, and vast quantities of candy. The Victorian emphasis on suggestion over statement, on creating atmosphere through careful detail rather than overwhelming the senses, that's largely disappeared. We've also lost the social function that Victorian Halloween served. Those parlour games brought people together in shared activity and created moments of genuine interaction and community. Modern Halloween, for all its popularity, tends to be more passive. You watch scary movies rather than telling stories to each other. You buy costumes rather than creating them with friends. You eat candy alone rather than playing games that require coordination and cooperation. But perhaps that's changing. In recent years, there's been a revival of interest in what you might call artisanal Halloween. People creating elaborate homemade decorations, hosting themed parties with vintage games, and seeking out authentic Victorian Halloween traditions. It's a small movement, mostly among people who find modern commercial Halloween unsatisfying, but it suggests that something about those Victorian practices still resonates. What the Victorians understood, and what modern Halloween sometimes forgets, is that the best celebrations engage imagination rather than simply overwhelming the senses. A turnip lantern with a single candle flickering in darkness creates a more genuine atmosphere than an expensive animatronic decoration. A well-told ghost story around a fire affects people more deeply than a gory horror movie. Simple divination games, invested with meaning by the participants, create more authentic moments than elaborate party entertainment. As we near the end of our exploration, it's worth considering what we might learn from Victorian Halloween, not to recreate it exactly, but to understand what made it effective and meaningful in ways that modern celebrations sometimes aren't. The Victorian approach to Halloween was fundamentally about creating atmosphere rather than purchasing it. Mrs. Ashford didn't buy her decorations from a Halloween store. She used what was available: autumn leaves, apples, candles, and fabric. The limitation forced creativity, but it also created authenticity. Her decorations weren't generic Halloween images mass-produced in factories. They were specific to her home, her region, and her autumn. This DIY approach meant that preparing for Halloween was itself part of the celebration, gathering autumn leaves, carving turnip lanterns, and planning games and divination. These activities built anticipation and involvement in ways that opening a package of store-bought decorations never quite can. The preparation was participatory rather than transactional. The Victorian emphasis on subtlety over spectacle also has something to teach us. They understood that darkness makes light more precious, that silence amplifies sound, and that suggestion is often more powerful than explicit display. A shadow in a darkened corner is scarier than a plastic skeleton, precisely because your imagination fills in the details. A whispered ghost story affects you more deeply than a loud, gory movie, because you have to lean in, pay attention, and engage actively with the narrative. Victorian Halloween was also fundamentally social in ways that modern celebrations often aren't. Everything happened together, in shared space, with everyone participating. You didn't retreat to separate screens or separate activities. The games required interaction. Someone had to hold the mirror, someone had to judge the apple bobbing, and someone had to tell stories while others listened. This forced togetherness created genuine community. The fortune-telling element, while we might not believe in it literally, served an important purpose. It gave people permission to voice hopes and fears that were otherwise difficult to express. The young woman wondering about her future could externalize that anxiety through apple peels and nut behavior, rather than having to speak directly about her worries. The games created a language for discussing difficult topics. This indirect approach to serious subjects might actually be something worth recovering. We tend to value directness and explicit communication, but sometimes metaphor and symbol allow us to approach truths that direct statement makes too raw or overwhelming. Halloween divination gave the Victorians a way to think about death, change, and uncertain futures without having to confront those realities head-on. The Victorian integration of Halloween with natural rhythms and seasonal change is particularly relevant now when climate change is disrupting the very seasons these traditions were built around. The emphasis on harvest, on the transition from abundance to scarcity, on preparation for winter, these connected people to ecological realities that we often ignore in our climate-controlled, always available food, modern world. Perhaps most importantly, Victorian Halloween maintained a balance between playfulness and reverence, between treating traditions as mere entertainment and taking them too seriously. The Victorians could participate in divination games without literally believing they worked, tell ghost stories without actually thinking ghosts walked abroad, and engage with supernatural themes while remaining fundamentally rational. They held multiple perspectives simultaneously: skepticism and wonder, reason and imagination, modern science and ancient folklore. This ability to engage with traditions symbolically rather than literally is increasingly rare in our polarized age, where we tend to sort everything into either literally true and therefore important, or provably false and therefore meaningless. The Victorians understood that something could be symbolically true and meaningful without being literally factual, that Halloween divinations didn't actually predict the future, didn't make them worthless. They served social and psychological functions that had real value. As you sit here, perhaps noticing that your tea has gone cold, or that you've pulled your blanket up almost to your chin, imagine one final scene with me. It's the deep hours of the night after Mrs. Ashford's party. All the guests have departed, and the house has settled into silence. In the parlour, a single coal in the fireplace still glows faintly, not producing much heat but maintaining a tiny point of light in the darkness. The turnip lanterns have burned out completely. The decorations look tired and slightly forlorn. The room smells of candle wax and coal smoke, apples and old fabric. Mrs. Ashford, before retiring to bed, does one final walk through the space. She adjusts a picture frame that's slightly askew, picks up a forgotten handkerchief, and makes sure the fire screen is properly positioned. She pauses for a moment, looking around at the dim parlour, probably thinking about the evening's success or failure, mentally noting what worked well and what she might change next year. Then she extinguishes the final lamp and leaves the room to darkness. The house creaks and settles around her as she climbs the stairs to bed. Outside, the October night is quiet except for wind in the trees and the occasional distant bark of a dog. The thin veil between worlds, if it was ever truly thin, has closed again. Halloween is over for another year. But something lingers. In the minds of the guests walking home or already lying in their beds, memories of the evening persist. A particularly effective ghost story keeps replaying. The image of a face in candlelight, eyes wide while holding that key over a shoulder. The taste of apples and the feel of cold water during Snap Apple. These sensory memories will fade over time, but they'll leave traces contributing to each person's understanding of what autumn means, what mystery feels like, and how community forms and reforms through shared ritual. This is the real legacy of Victorian Halloween, not the specific games or traditions which have mostly faded or transformed beyond recognition, but the understanding that certain times of year call for certain kinds of attention, that the transition from one season to another deserves acknowledgement, that gathering together in shared activity creates bonds that persist beyond the gathering itself, that a well-told story around a fire does something to the human soul that watching a screen alone can never quite replicate. The Victorians, for all their stuffiness and their excessive furniture and their social rigidity, understood something about celebration that we've partially lost. They knew that the best festivities engage people rather than just entertaining them. They created experiences rather than consuming them. They used what was at hand rather than buying what was marketed to them. As you prepare to drift off to sleep tonight, perhaps you'll dream of Victorian parlours, of candlelit shadows and apple bobbing, of hushed ghost stories and mysterious mirrors. Or perhaps you'll dream of something else entirely. Your own memories, your own autumn evenings, your own celebrations with their own meanings. But maybe, just maybe, you'll wake up tomorrow with a slightly different sense of what celebration could be. Not just buying decorations and candy, not just passive entertainment, but the creation of atmosphere and meaning through attention and intention. Victorian Halloween wasn't perfect, nothing human ever is, but it had a gentle magic that's worth remembering. The thin veil between worlds that the Celts believed in wasn't just about spirits and the afterlife. It was also about the veil between past and present, between what was and what is. Every time we engage with tradition, really engage with it, understanding its origins and meanings, we thin that veil a little. We connect with the people who came before us, who celebrated in their own ways for their own reasons, but who shared our fundamental human need for ritual, community, and a touch of mystery. So as you close your eyes and let sleep take you, remember Mrs. Ashford's parlour. Remember the glow of the coal fire and the flicker of candlelight. Remember the laughter during Snap Apple and the hush during ghost stories. Remember the smell of autumn leaves and burning wax. Remember that once upon a time, not so very long ago, people gathered in comfortable rooms to play gentle games about the future and tell quiet stories about the past. And perhaps next autumn, when October winds are rattling the windows and leaves are drifting down from the trees, you might try lighting a candle instead of turning on all the lights. You might tell a story instead of turning on a screen. You might bob for apples or throw apple peels over your shoulder, or sit in the dark with friends and let imagination work its subtle magic. The Victorians are long gone, their parlours dismantled or converted to other uses, their elaborate social rules abandoned, their stuffed furniture mostly consigned to antique shops. But the understanding at the heart of their Halloween celebrations that mystery and community and seasonal awareness matter, that atmosphere and attention can create enchantment, that sometimes the old ways knew something worth preserving, that understanding is still available to us if we care to reach for it. Sleep well, and let the gentle ghosts of Victorian Halloween's past keep watch over your dreams. They're harmless spirits, these. Not frightening but friendly, not threatening but comforting. They whisper of autumn evenings and firelight, of laughter and shadows, of that perfect balance between playfulness and reverence that made Victorian Halloween something special. The coal in Mrs. Ashford's fireplace has finally gone dark, but its warmth lingers in memory. And that perhaps is the best kind of warmth, the kind that persists long after the fire itself has burned out, the kind that can be rekindled whenever we remember and honour the traditions that shaped us. Imagine trying to comprehend 65,000 years, That's roughly how long humans have called Australia home, which means Indigenous Australians were already ancient when the pyramids were built, already had established cultures when Rome was founded, and had been telling their stories for tens of thousands of years before anyone wrote down the Epic of Gilgamesh. The journey begins in what Indigenous Australians call the Dreamtime, though that English word doesn't quite capture the concept. It's not really about dreams or sleeping, but about a time when the world was being formed, when ancestral beings travelled across the land creating everything you see today. These weren't gods sitting on mountaintops issuing commands. They were more like the land itself becoming conscious, shaping itself into existence through story and song. Picture the continent as it might have appeared to those first arrivals, a place so different from today's Australia that you'd barely recognise it. The climate was wetter. Vast lakes covered areas that are now desert, and megafauna roamed the landscape like something from a natural history museum come to life. There were giant wombats the size of small cars, marsupial lions that would make today's big cats look modest, and kangaroos that stood 10 feet tall. Australia was essentially a continent-sized wildlife park, featuring animals that evolution had been tinkering with in isolation for millions of years. The people who arrived during this time came by sea, which tells you something remarkable about human ingenuity. They couldn't have walked. Even during ice ages, when sea levels dropped dramatically, there was always water between Asia and Australia. So these weren't accidental castaways washed up on random shores. They were deliberate voyagers who looked at the ocean and decided to see what lay beyond it, making them possibly the world's first true mariners. What they found was a continent that required completely different survival strategies from anywhere humans had lived before. The seasonal patterns they'd known in Asia didn't apply here. The plants and animals were unlike anything they'd encountered. Traditional hunting techniques needed adaptation. It was like being handed a cookbook written in an unfamiliar language for ingredients that didn't exist back home. But humans are remarkably good at figuring things out, and these early Australians became experts at reading a landscape that seemed determined to keep its secrets. They learned which plants were edible, which could be made edible through careful preparation, and which should never be touched. They discovered that certain rocks, when struck together, produced better tools than others. They figured out that fire, used strategically, could transform the landscape into a more productive hunting ground. This last innovation, the systematic use of fire to manage the land, was probably the most consequential decision in Australian history. By burning specific areas at specific times, Indigenous Australians created a mosaic of different habitats, encouraging certain plants while discouraging others, making it easier to hunt, and essentially becoming the continent's first environmental managers. The Australia that Europeans would eventually encounter wasn't pristine wilderness untouched by human hands. It was a carefully cultivated landscape, shaped by thousands of years of deliberate management. The Dreamtime stories that emerged from this period weren't just entertainment or religious texts. They were encyclopedias of practical knowledge encoded in narrative form. A story about an ancestral being travelling from waterhole to waterhole was also a survival map. A tale about animals behaving in certain ways contained observations about ecology and seasonal patterns. These stories were technology, passed down through generations with the kind of precision that modern people reserve for manufacturing specifications. Different groups developed different stories for different landscapes, because Australia isn't one environment but dozens. The tropical north had little in common with the temperate south. The coastal regions bore no resemblance to the arid interior. Each environment required its own body of knowledge, its own set of stories, and its own understanding of how to live sustainably in a specific place. By the time European ships appeared on the horizon, Indigenous Australians had developed hundreds of distinct cultures, speaking more than 150 languages from multiple language families. Imagine more linguistic diversity in one continent than in all of Europe. These weren't primitive tribes waiting for civilization to arrive. They were sophisticated societies with complex social structures, extensive trade networks, and bodies of knowledge that had been refined over millennia. Their population was probably somewhere between 300,000 and 1 million people, though estimates vary because, and here's an important point, Indigenous Australians didn't live like Europeans. They didn't build cities, construct permanent monuments, or practice agriculture in ways Europeans would recognise. This didn't mean they were less advanced. It meant they'd developed a different kind of sophistication, one based on deep ecological knowledge and sustainable resource use rather than environmental transformation. Chapter 2: The Island Continent in Isolation. While the rest of the world was writing history, building empires, and generally making a fuss about civilization, Australia remained largely separate from these global dramas. The continent's isolation was so complete that it developed like a parallel universe where evolution took different paths and human societies followed different trajectories. This isolation produced some wonderfully strange results. Mammals in Australia decided that the whole placental thing was overrated and stuck with the marsupial approach, carrying babies in pouches and generally doing mammalian life differently. Plants evolved in directions that baffled later botanists. Entire ecosystems developed without any of the animals or plants that dominated other continents. For Indigenous Australians, this isolation meant their cultures evolved without the disruptions that characterised other parts of the world. There were no invasions from distant empires, no wholesale adoptions of foreign religions, and no waves of migration bringing new technologies or diseases. Change happened slowly, driven by internal dynamics rather than external pressures. This doesn't mean Indigenous Australian societies were static or unchanging. That's a myth that Europeans would later use to justify colonisation. Cultures evolved, new practices emerged, trade routes shifted, and knowledge continued to accumulate. But the pace of change was different, and the direction was oriented toward deepening understanding of the land rather than transforming it. The coastal Aboriginal groups developed sophisticated fishing techniques, including fish traps that could be seen from space, extensive stone arrangements that channeled fish into catching areas. Inland groups created wells in the desert, maintained complex water management systems, and knew how to find moisture in the most unlikely places. Northern groups traded with Indonesian fishermen who came seasonally to harvest trepang, creating economic relationships that predated European contact by centuries. The seasonal round, the cyclical movement of groups through their territories, timed to coincide with the availability of different resources, was a marvel of logistical planning. It required detailed knowledge of when specific plants would fruit, when certain animals would be most available, and how to arrange social gatherings so that dispersed groups could come together for ceremonies, marriages, and the exchange of goods and knowledge. These gatherings were like conferences where the latest innovations were shared, alliances were confirmed, and young people learned from elders across multiple communities. Information travelled slowly by modern standards but reliably, moving along trade routes that connected groups separated by thousands of miles. The spiritual life of Indigenous Australians was inseparable from their practical life. The Dreamtime wasn't ancient history, it was an eternal present, constantly renewed through ceremony and song. Initiation rituals weren't just social markers, but educational intensives where young people learned the deep knowledge of their culture. Sacred sites weren't merely symbolic, but were actual places where specific events in creation occurred, as real to Indigenous Australians as historical battlefields are to modern nations. Art served multiple purposes, aesthetic expression certainly, but also as mnemonic devices, territorial markers, and records of knowledge. Rock art sites across Australia contain images tens of thousands of years old, making them some of humanity's oldest continuous artistic traditions. Some paintings have been maintained and renewed for so long that they represent unbroken chains of cultural transmission, stretching back into periods that European history considers prehistoric. The boomerang, probably Australia's most famous contribution to world technology, existed in forms ranging from simple throwing sticks to precisely engineered returning boomerangs that required sophisticated understanding of aerodynamics. Different designs served different purposes, and the knowledge of how to make and use them was specialised and valued. Language was treated with a reverence that modern societies reserve for sacred texts. Some languages had special forms used only for ceremonies, others had secret vocabularies known only to initiated men or women. The precision of Indigenous languages in describing ecological relationships, kinship structures, and temporal concepts often exceeded what English could express, requiring borrowed terms when anthropologists tried to explain these concepts to European audiences. As the centuries rolled past, and remember, we're talking about a time span that makes the entire history of Western civilization look like a weekend, Indigenous Australian societies continued their steady existence. They weathered climate changes that turned lakes into deserts, adapted to shifting resources, and maintained cultural continuity across time periods that saw empires rise and fall in other parts of the world. Chapter 3. Distant Ships and First Encounters. By the 17th century, European ships had begun appearing in Australian waters like confused guests at a party they weren't invited to. These weren't planned voyages of discovery so much as navigational accidents, ships bound for the Dutch East Indies that had miscalculated, Portuguese vessels that might have visited but left no clear records, and Chinese traders whose presence is suggested by artefacts but remains historically ambiguous. The Dutch were the first Europeans to definitely make contact, though contact might be too generous a word. Dutch navigators touched various points along the Australian coast between 1606 and 1756, took one look at the arid landscapes they encountered, and essentially decided the whole continent wasn't worth the effort. They named it New Holland, with all the enthusiasm of someone naming a particularly boring committee, noted the presence of indigenous people without much interest, and sailed away to find places with more obvious commercial potential. These early encounters were like two people trying to have a conversation without sharing a language, context, or basic understanding of what the other wanted. Dutch sailors saw empty land without the markers of civilization they recognised. No cities, no agriculture, no obvious wealth. Indigenous Australians saw strange visitors who clearly had no idea how to survive in this country, and would probably leave soon. The most famous of these early visitors was William Dampier, an English pirate, explorer and serial exaggerator, who visited the northwest coast in 1688, and again in 1699. Dampier's descriptions of indigenous Australians were spectacularly uncharitable, calling them the miserablest people in the world. This from a man whose career highlights included piracy, and whose survival skills apparently didn't include figuring out how to thrive in a desert climate without thousands of years of accumulated local knowledge. But Dampier's accounts circulated in England and Europe, creating impressions that would influence later attitudes. The irony is that the people Dampier dismissed as miserable had been living successfully in one of Earth's harshest environments for millennia, while Dampier needed elaborate ships, supplies from Europe, and navigational instruments just to visit briefly. Then came James Cook in 1770, and suddenly the Europeans got serious about this land they'd been ignoring. Cook's voyage along the east coast was different from earlier visits, because it was systematic, scientific, and accompanied by artists and naturalists who documented everything they saw. Joseph Banks, the expedition's botanist, was so excited by the new species he found that the expedition's first landing site was named Botany Bay in honour of his enthusiasm. Cook's encounters with indigenous Australians along the coast were mixed. At some places, local people showed curiosity about the visitors. At others, they made it clear the strangers should leave. There was a notable incident at Botany Bay where indigenous men tried to drive the British away, which was both brave and completely reasonable, given that armed foreigners had just shown up uninvited. What Cook and his crew didn't understand was that they were meeting people with established territories, complex societies, and no particular interest in European trade goods or Christian salvation. The indigenous Australians who watched Cook's ship sail past weren't awestruck by European technology. They were probably wondering what these people wanted and when they'd leave. Cook's journals described indigenous Australians more charitably than Dampier had, noting their apparent contentment and health. He observed that they seemed to want nothing that Europeans possessed, which Banks found remarkable. Here were people who looked at European goods, metal tools, cloth, manufactured items, and basically shrugged. This should have suggested that indigenous Australians had successful material cultures that met their needs, but Europeans tended to interpret it as evidence of primitiveness, rather than cultural difference. The really consequential part of Cook's voyage came when he sailed into Possession Island and, in one of history's more questionable legal manoeuvres, claimed the entire eastern coast of Australia for Britain under the doctrine of terra nullius, land belonging to no one. This was nonsense, obviously. The land belonged to the hundreds of indigenous groups who had lived there for 65,000 years. But European law had developed convenient fictions that allowed colonisers to ignore indigenous ownership, and terra nullius was one of the most pernicious. Chapter 4. The First Fleet and Unwanted Beginnings. Britain's decision to colonise Australia had nothing to do with the continent's potential, and everything to do with a criminally overcrowded prison system. After losing the American Revolution, Britain suddenly lacked a convenient place to ship convicts, and Australian colonisation was essentially a massive exercise in out-of-sight, out-of-mind criminal justice policy. Picture the First Fleet, 11 ships carrying about 1,500 people, including over 700 convicts, sailing to the other side of the world to establish a colony in a place none of them had ever seen. The voyage took 8 months, which gives you plenty of time to contemplate your life choices. These weren't hardened criminals for the most part, but people convicted of theft, poaching, and other crimes that were more about poverty than violence. When the First Fleet arrived at Botany Bay in January 1788, they discovered that Cook's glowing descriptions had been somewhat optimistic. The bay was shallow, exposed to wind, and generally unsuitable for settlement. After a few days of looking around and probably reconsidering their entire plan, they moved north to Port Jackson, what would become Sydney Harbour, and on January 26th, Arthur Phillip established the first European settlement on Australian soil. That date, January 26th, would eventually become Australia Day, though Indigenous Australians understandably view it as Invasion Day, the beginning of dispossession, disease, and cultural destruction. It's a date that carries very different meanings depending on your perspective, which tells you something about how complicated Australian history remains. The early colony was a disaster waiting to happen, with the emphasis on disaster. Britain had sent convicts and guards, but not nearly enough farmers, supplies, or people who knew anything about agriculture in Australian conditions. The first crops failed. Supplies ran low, people went hungry. The colony survived its first years through a combination of desperate improvisation, limited trade with indigenous groups, and supply ships from Britain that arrived with frustrating irregularity. Indigenous people of the Sydney region, the Eora Nation, watched these newcomers with a mixture of curiosity, concern, and growing alarm. At first, there might have been hope that the British would leave once they realised how unsuited they were to local conditions. But as the settlement persisted and expanded, it became clear these visitors intended to stay. The relationship between colonisers and Indigenous Australians deteriorated quickly. The British saw empty land ready for use. Indigenous Australians saw their territories being occupied, their resources being depleted, and their way of life being threatened. Spears met muskets. Traditional hunting grounds became British farms. Sacred sites were cleared for buildings. Smallpox hit Sydney's Indigenous population in 1789, killing roughly half the Eora people. Whether this was deliberately introduced, as some historians argue, or accidentally transmitted remains debated. Either way, the impact was catastrophic. European diseases against which Indigenous Australians had no immunity would prove more deadly than European weapons over the following decades. Some Indigenous people tried to work with the colonisers. Bennelong, a Eora man, learned English and tried to bridge the cultural divide. He travelled to England, met King George III, and returned to Sydney wearing English clothes. But Bennelong's story didn't have a happy ending. He eventually became estranged from both cultures, too changed to fully return to his previous life, but never truly accepted by British society. The colony slowly stabilised and grew. More convicts arrived. Free settlers began coming, lured by land grants. The British pushed further inland, and with each expansion, Indigenous Australians were pushed off their traditional lands. Sometimes this happened through negotiation or coercion. Often it happened through violence that colonial authorities preferred not to document too carefully. By the early 1800s, the pattern was set. British settlements expanded along the coast and inland. Indigenous resistance met military response. Diseases spread through indigenous populations faster than the settlements themselves expanded, and Britain began to realise that this prison colony might actually become something more substantial. Chapter 5. Wool, Gold, and the Rush to Claim a Continent. The transformation of Australia from penal colony to economic powerhouse happened faster than anyone expected, and it had a lot to do with sheep, specifically merino sheep, whose wool turned out to grow exceptionally well in Australian conditions. By the 1820s, wool exports were making certain colonists very wealthy, and suddenly Australia looked less like a dumping ground for criminals and more like an opportunity for ambitious settlers. The land grants that Britain offered free settlers were generous. To put it mildly, thousands of acres to anyone willing to establish a farm. Of course, these grants completely ignored that the land belonged to indigenous groups who had managed it for millennia. But colonial authorities operated under the convenient fiction of terra nullius, treating Australia as empty land free for the taking. Squatters, settlers who simply moved onto land without official permission, pushed the boundaries of settlement even faster than colonial governments could keep track of. They'd find good grazing land, establish sheep stations, and essentially dare the authorities to do anything about it. Most of the time, the government eventually recognised these illegal settlements, because stopping them would have required resources the colony didn't have. For Indigenous Australians, this expansion was catastrophic. Their traditional lands were taken for sheep stations, waterholes were monopolised by pastoral stations, hunting grounds were fenced off. When Indigenous people continued to use their traditional territories, which they had every right to do, they were treated as thieves and trespassers on their own land. Frontier violence escalated into what historians now recognise as guerrilla warfare. Indigenous groups conducted raids on pastoral stations, taking sheep and supplies. Settlers responded with punitive expeditions that often turned into massacres. Colonial authorities mostly looked the other way, and most of this violence went unrecorded, making it difficult to know the full extent of the deaths. Then came 1851, and everything accelerated. Gold was discovered, first in New South Wales and then in Victoria, sparking one of history's great gold rushes. Suddenly Australia was flooded with prospectors from around the world, Chinese miners, American 49ers who'd missed California's gold rush, British workers seeking fortune, and adventurers from everywhere. The gold rushes transformed Australia's demographics and economy overnight. Melbourne grew from a small town to a substantial city within a few years. The population doubled in a decade. Wealth poured in from the goldfields, funding construction, commerce, and the beginnings of an Australian identity that was less about being British and more about being Australian. The goldfields were remarkably democratic compared to most of 19th century society. Anyone could try their luck. Convicts who'd served their time, free settlers, Indigenous Australians, Chinese immigrants, and people from every social class. Your success depended on luck and determination rather than birth or connection. This created a rough egalitarianism that would influence Australian culture for generations. Of course, this democracy had limits. Chinese miners faced particular discrimination, blamed for everything from taking gold that should have gone to Europeans to undermining wage standards. Taxes and restrictions specifically targeted Chinese miners, revealing that Australian egalitarianism extended mainly to Europeans. Indigenous Australians were largely excluded from the goldfields, pushed aside by the rush of prospectors flooding across their territories. The Eureka Stockade incident in 1854 became one of the founding myths of Australian democracy. Miners in Ballarat, frustrated by expensive licences and government corruption, built a stockade and raised a flag. Soldiers attacked, killing about 30 miners in a brief violent confrontation. The rebellion failed militarily but succeeded politically. It led to reforms that made the colonies more democratic and became a symbol of Australian independence and workers' rights. By the 1860s, Australia had been transformed from a collection of prison colonies to a prosperous, growing society. The convict era was ending. The last convict ship arrived in Western Australia in 1868. Free immigration now dwarfed forced transportation. Cities were growing, industries were developing, and the colonies were gaining increasing autonomy from British rule. But this prosperity came at a cost that wasn't equally distributed. While European settlers celebrated growth and opportunity, Indigenous Australians faced continuing dispossession, violence, and population collapse. Their numbers had decreased dramatically from pre-contact levels, ravaged by disease, violence, and the destruction of traditional ways of life. Chapter 6. Making a Nation from 6 Arguments. By the 1890s, Australia consisted of 6 separate colonies: New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland, South Australia, Western Australia, and Tasmania, each with its own government, laws, and tendency to view the others as rivals or inconveniences. Getting them to agree to form a single nation was like trying to organise a family reunion where everyone thinks they should be in charge. The push for federation came from a mixture of practical needs and nationalist sentiment. The colonies needed to coordinate defence. There were periodic scares about foreign powers, especially Russia and later Germany, threatening Australian waters. They needed to standardise railway gauges, which were embarrassingly different across colonial borders, meaning goods had to be unloaded and reloaded when crossing from one colony to another. And there was a growing sense that Australians shared enough in common to deserve their own nation, rather than remaining a collection of British colonies. The process of creating this nation involved a lot of arguing. Constitutional conventions met, debated, adjourned, and met again. Representatives from each colony lobbied for their interests. Small colonies worried about being dominated by large ones. Large colonies resented giving small colonies equal representation. Everyone had opinions about everything, and getting 6 colonies to agree on constitutional language proved only slightly easier than actual nation-building usually is. One of the key compromises involved creating a federal capital in New South Wales to appease the most populous colony, but locating it at least 100 miles from Sydney, to appease Victoria, which thought Sydney had too much influence already. This eventually led to Canberra, a purpose-built capital that would become famous for its planned layout, bureaucratic atmosphere, and ability to make visitors wonder why anyone thought building a city from scratch in sheep-grazing country was a good idea. The constitution that emerged in 1901 created a federal system that borrowed heavily from both Britain and the United States. There would be a parliament with 2 houses, a House of Representatives based on population, and a Senate giving equal representation to each state. Executive power would rest with a Prime Minister and Cabinet, responsible to Parliament, and the British monarch would remain head of state, represented by a Governor-General, because cutting ties completely with Britain seemed too radical for 1901. What the Constitution didn't address, at least not positively, was Indigenous Australians. Section 127 specifically excluded Aboriginal natives from being counted in the national census. Section 51 gave the federal government power to make laws about all people except the Aboriginal race. This exclusion wasn't accidental oversight, but deliberate policy, reflecting prevailing beliefs that Indigenous Australians were a dying race that would soon vanish entirely, solving what colonisers viewed as the Aboriginal problem. The other notable exclusion involved what would become known as the White Australia policy. The Immigration Restriction Act of 1901 was designed to keep non-Europeans, especially Chinese and Pacific Islander people, from immigrating to Australia. It used dictation tests that could be administered in any European language to exclude unwanted immigrants, a system so transparently discriminatory that it became a model for racist immigration policies elsewhere. Federation Day, January 1st, 1901, was celebrated with enthusiasm by most white Australians. There were parades, speeches and general celebrations of the new Commonwealth of Australia. For Indigenous Australians, it was just another day in an ongoing dispossession, now to be conducted by a federal government instead of colonial ones. Chapter 7. Wars, Depression, and Defining Australian Identity. The new Australian nation barely had time to settle into existence before World War I came along, and, like a demanding relative, insisted Australia prove its maturity through military service. When Britain declared war in 1914, Australia was automatically at war too. That's how the British Commonwealth worked, and Australians volunteered in extraordinary numbers. The Australian and New Zealand Army Corps, the Anzacs, landed at Gallipoli in Turkey in April 1915 as part of a British-led campaign that was supposed to knock the Ottoman Empire out of the war. Instead, it turned into an 8-month military disaster, where Allied forces were pinned on beaches and cliffs, taking heavy casualties for no strategic gain. The campaign failed completely, but something interesting happened in that failure. Australians developed a national mythology. Anzac Day, April 25th, became Australia's most important national commemoration, not celebrating victory, but honouring sacrifice, mateship, and the Anzac spirit of endurance under impossible conditions. There's something distinctly Australian about choosing a military defeat as your defining national moment, suggesting that how you handle adversity matters more than winning. Over 60,000 Australian soldiers died in World War I, a staggering number for a nation of fewer than 5 million people. Hardly a town or suburb wasn't touched by grief. War memorials went up in every community, listing names that often represented significant percentages of local young men. The war changed Australia from a collection of former colonies into a nation that had proven itself on the world stage, though the price of that proof was heartbreakingly high. The 1920s brought recovery and prosperity, briefly. Australia's economy grew, cities expanded, and there was a sense that the worst was behind. Then came 1929 and the Great Depression, hitting Australia particularly hard because the economy depended heavily on exports of wool and wheat, both of which collapsed in value. Unemployment reached 30%. People queued for government relief that barely kept families fed. Shanty towns grew on city outskirts. The Great Depression tested Australian institutions and social cohesion in ways that would influence politics for generations. Labour unions gained strength, pushing for better conditions and greater economic equality. Conservative forces worried about radicalism and communism. Political tensions ran high, occasionally spilling into violence. Australia weathered the Depression without revolution or dictatorship, which was something of an achievement given what was happening in other parts of the world, but the experience left lasting marks on Australian society. World War II came along just as Australia was recovering from the Depression, and this time the threat was existential. When Japan entered the war, Australia suddenly faced invasion by a military power that was advancing rapidly through Southeast Asia. The fall of Singapore in 1942, where British promises of defence collapsed and thousands of Australian soldiers were captured, marked a turning point in Australian strategic thinking. Prime Minister John Curtin made a famous declaration that Australia would look to America rather than Britain for security, explicitly acknowledging that Britain could no longer protect its distant dominion. American General Douglas MacArthur made Australia his headquarters for the Pacific War. American servicemen flooded into Australian cities. The Battle of the Coral Sea stopped Japanese naval forces heading toward Australia. For the first time, Australians faced war in their own region, rather than fighting in distant European or Middle Eastern campaigns. The war accelerated Australia's transformation from British colony to independent nation. After 1945, there was no going back to assuming Britain would handle defence and foreign policy. Australia needed to develop its own international relationships, strengthen its military, and think about its place in the Asia-Pacific region, rather than imagining itself as a distant outpost of Europe. Chapter 8. Post-war Transformation and Cultural Awakening. The decades after World War II saw Australia transform more rapidly than in all its previous history. The government launched a massive immigration program under the slogan "Populate or Perish," bringing over 2 million immigrants between 1945 and 1947-1965. The initial focus was on British immigrants, but as numbers fell short, Australia expanded to accept displaced persons from Europe: Poles, Ukrainians, Yugoslavs, Greeks and Italians. This immigration challenged the White Australia policy's assumptions without directly confronting them. The government tried to maintain the policy while accepting Southern Europeans who earlier generations might not have considered properly white. Italian and Greek immigrants faced discrimination, were called derogatory names, and struggled for acceptance, but their presence began diversifying what it meant to be Australian. These immigrants changed Australian food, culture and cities. Suburbs that had been relentlessly British became multicultural neighbourhoods. Coffee culture arrived with Italian immigrants who were horrified by Australian coffee habits. Greek restaurants introduced Australians to cuisines beyond meat pies and fish and chips. European immigrants brought different attitudes about food, family and leisure that gradually influenced broader Australian culture. The 1950s and 1960s were also when Indigenous Australians began organising more effectively for civil rights. They had fought in both world wars, worked in industries supporting the war effort, and then returned to lives defined by discrimination and legal restrictions. In Queensland and the Northern Territory, Indigenous workers on cattle stations lived under conditions barely distinguishable from servitude. In southern states, Indigenous people faced segregation in housing, education and public spaces. The Freedom Rides of 1965, inspired by American civil rights activism, saw students from the University of Sydney travel through rural New South Wales, documenting discrimination and protesting segregation in swimming pools, cinemas and other public spaces. These protests brought national attention to inequalities that most urban Australians preferred not to think about. The real breakthrough came in 1967, with a referendum asking Australians to remove constitutional provisions excluding Indigenous Australians from the census and prohibiting the federal government from making laws for them. Over 90% voted yes, one of the highest referendum results in Australian history. It didn't immediately change Indigenous lives, but it represented a shift in national attitudes, an acknowledgement that exclusion and discrimination had to end. The White Australia policy's dismantling happened gradually through the 1960s and early 1970s. First, restrictions eased slightly, then exceptions multiplied. Finally, in 1973, the Whitlam government officially ended racial discrimination in immigration policy. This opened Australia to Asian immigration, fundamentally changing the nation's demographic trajectory. Vietnamese refugees arrived after the Vietnam War, establishing communities that enriched Australian society. Asian skilled migration increased. By the 1980s, Australia was receiving immigrants from every continent, transforming cities into genuinely multicultural places. Sydney and Melbourne became among the world's most diverse cities, with neighbourhoods where dozens of languages could be heard and restaurants representing cuisines from every corner of the globe. These changes weren't smooth or universally welcomed. There were tensions, racist incidents, and political movements resisting multiculturalism. Pauline Hanson's One Nation Party emerged in the 1990s, arguing that Asian immigration threatened Australian identity. But these resistance movements represented minorities. Most Australians adapted to diversity, recognising that multiculturalism wasn't destroying Australian identity but creating a new version of it. The arts flourished during this period. Australian cinema experienced a renaissance with films that explored Australian themes and landscapes. Rock bands like AC/DC and INXS achieved international success. Australian literature gained recognition beyond simply being exotic British writing from the Southern Hemisphere. There was growing confidence that Australian culture could stand on its own terms rather than constantly referencing British or American models. Chapter 9: Land Rights, Reconciliation and Unfinished Business. The 1970s and 1980s saw Indigenous Australians push harder for land rights, recognition and self-determination. The case that changed everything was Milirpum v Nabalco, the Gove land rights case, where Yolngu people from Arnhem Land challenged mining on their traditional country. They lost in court, but the case generated national attention and political pressure that couldn't be ignored. Prime Minister Gough Whitlam responded by establishing the Aboriginal Land Rights Commission, which led to the Northern Territory Land Rights Act of 1976. This was the first legislation recognising Indigenous land ownership based on traditional connection rather than British legal concepts. Indigenous communities could now claim unallocated Crown land in the Northern Territory if they could prove traditional ownership. It was limited and didn't extend to the rest of Australia, but it established the principle that terra nullius was a fiction and Indigenous land rights existed. The real bombshell came in 1992 with the Mabo decision. Eddie Mabo, a Meriam man from the Torres Strait Islands, had been fighting since 1982 for recognition that his people owned their traditional lands. The High Court's decision in Mabo v Queensland finally overturned terra nullius, ruling that native title existed and had survived British colonisation, where Indigenous people maintained continuous connection to land. This was revolutionary, like discovering that the legal foundation of Australian land ownership had been built on quicksand. It didn't mean all Australian land suddenly reverted to Indigenous ownership, but it meant that Indigenous people could claim native title, where they could prove continuous connection, and where the land hadn't been developed or granted away under other legal processes. The Native Title Act of 1993 tried to create a framework for recognising these rights, while protecting existing property owners. The result was complex, legalistic and often frustrating for Indigenous claimants, but it was still remarkable progress compared to the blanket denial of Indigenous rights that had characterised Australian law for 2 centuries. The stolen generations issue emerged into public consciousness during this period. For decades, Australian governments had systematically removed Indigenous children from their families under assimilation policies, placing them in institutions or with white families. The idea was to breed out Indigenous identity by raising children without connection to their culture, families, or communities. The 1997 Bringing Them Home report documented this practice in devastating detail. Tens of thousands of children forcibly removed, families destroyed, cultures disrupted, and psychological trauma that affected not just individuals but entire communities across generations. The report recommended a formal apology, but Prime Minister John Howard refused, arguing that present generations shouldn't apologise for past actions. this refusal became increasingly controversial. In 2008, newly elected Prime Minister Kevin Rudd made a formal apology to the stolen generations in Parliament, acknowledging the suffering caused by forced removal policies. It was an emotional moment. Many stolen generation survivors were present in Parliament, and the apology was broadcast nationally. It didn't undo the harm, but it represented official acknowledgement of historical injustice. Yet progress on Indigenous issues remained frustratingly slow and uneven. The gap in life expectancy, health outcomes, education, and employment between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians persisted despite numerous government programs. Remote Indigenous communities face particular challenges: inadequate services, limited economic opportunities, and the ongoing impacts of historical dispossession. Constitutional recognition of Indigenous Australians became a long-running debate. The Constitution still contained provisions from 1901 that excluded or marginalised Indigenous people. Multiple proposals for constitutional reform were debated, designed and discussed, but creating change that satisfied both Indigenous communities and required referendum majorities proved elusive. The 2017 Uluru Statement from the Heart, issued by Indigenous leaders, called for constitutional reform establishing a voice to Parliament, a permanent Indigenous advisory body that would ensure Indigenous communities had input into policies affecting them. The proposal sparked debate about constitutional change, Indigenous representation, and the relationship between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australia that continues today. Chapter 10: Modern Australia in a Changing World. As the 20th century ended and the 21st began, Australia found itself navigating an identity that was increasingly complex. No longer simply British, but not quite willing to embrace being Asian despite geography, Australia occupied an interesting middle ground, a Western democracy in the Asia-Pacific region, with a population becoming more diverse with each passing year. The Sydney Olympics in 2000 became a showcase for this modern Australia. The opening ceremony featured Indigenous performers prominently. Cathy Freeman, an Indigenous athlete, lit the Olympic flame and later won gold in the 400 metres while carrying both the Australian and Aboriginal flags. It was a moment of national pride that tried to bridge historical divisions, though many noted that Olympic symbolism was easier than addressing substantive Indigenous disadvantage. The Republic debate simmered throughout the 1990s and came to a head with a 1999 referendum asking Australians if they wanted to replace the British monarch with an Australian president. The result was complicated. Polls showed many Australians supported becoming a republic in principle, but the specific model proposed, where Parliament would elect the president, didn't satisfy either monarchists or Republicans who wanted direct election. The referendum failed, and Australia retained Queen Elizabeth II as head of state, a reminder that changing constitutional arrangements requires more than vague sentiment. Australia's economy transformed during these decades through a process politely called economic reform, but which involved significant pain for many communities. Manufacturing declined as globalisation shifted production to Asia. Mining boomed as China's growth created enormous demand for Australian iron ore, coal and natural gas. Service industries expanded. The economy grew overall, but the benefits weren't distributed equally, with inner-city professional workers doing well, while outer suburban and regional areas struggled with job losses and declining services. The mining boom of the 2000s and 2010s brought extraordinary wealth, particularly to Western Australia, where iron ore mines produced billions in export revenue. This created an interesting dynamic where mining companies and state governments grew rich, while debates raged about whether enough wealth was being captured for broader public benefit through taxes and royalties. Climate change became an increasingly divisive political issue. Australia is particularly vulnerable to climate impacts. Droughts become more severe, bushfires more frequent and intense, coral bleaching threatens the Great Barrier Reef, and coastal communities face rising seas. Yet Australia's economy depends heavily on coal and gas exports, creating political tensions between environmental concerns and economic interests. The millennium drought of the late 1990s through 2000s hit southeastern Australia particularly hard. Major cities implemented water restrictions, farmers watched crops fail, and debates about water management dominated politics. The drought eventually broke, but it previewed challenges that climate change is expected to intensify. Then came the Black Saturday bushfires of 2009 in Victoria, the deadliest bushfires in Australian history, killing 173 people and destroying thousands of homes. The fires generated their own weather systems, moved faster than people could flee, and demonstrated the devastating potential of extreme fire conditions combined with strong winds and record temperatures. Immigration remained contentious. Successive governments struggled with asylum seekers arriving by boat, implementing increasingly harsh deterrence policies. Offshore detention centres in Nauru and Papua New Guinea held asylum seekers in conditions that drew international criticism. The political calculation was that being perceived as tough on borders won more votes than humanitarian concerns cost, revealing uncomfortable truths about Australian political priorities. Meanwhile, Australia's relationship with China grew more economically important and politically complicated. China became Australia's largest trading partner by far, buying Australian resources at scales that drove economic growth. But strategic concerns about China's rising power, its treatment of ethnic minorities, and its increasingly assertive foreign policy created tensions between economic interests and security concerns. The COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 to 2021 revealed both strengths and limitations in Australian governance. Border closures and lockdowns contained the virus more successfully than in many countries, keeping death rates relatively low. But border policies separated families, locked international students and temporary residents out of support systems, and exposed inequalities in who could afford to weather extended lockdowns. State border closures, previously unthinkable, became routine, with states protecting their populations by restricting movement in ways that divided families and disrupted businesses. The pandemic revealed that Australian federalism, designed for an era of slow communication and transport, could create as many problems as it solved in a crisis requiring rapid, coordinated response. The Voice to Parliament referendum in 2023 asked Australians whether they supported constitutional change to establish an Indigenous advisory body. Despite initial polling showing support, the referendum failed, with many Australians voting no for varied reasons. Some opposed constitutional change, others wanted practical action instead of symbolic recognition, and some were influenced by misinformation campaigns about what the voice would actually do. The referendum's failure highlighted ongoing challenges in reconciliation. While most Australians supported Indigenous rights in abstract terms, building consensus for specific reforms proved difficult. The gap between symbolic recognition and substantive change remained frustratingly wide. Chapter 11. The Land Itself, Australia's Enduring Character. As we wind down this long journey through Australian history, it's worth considering the land itself, this vast, ancient continent that has shaped everyone who has lived here, from the first humans who arrived 65,000 years ago to the most recent immigrants stepping off a plane last week. Australia is the flattest, driest inhabited continent, with soils among the oldest and least fertile on Earth. This isn't prime agricultural land that generously yields whatever you plant. It's a landscape that demands respect, knowledge, and adaptation. Indigenous Australians learned this over millennia. European settlers took longer and made more mistakes, sometimes spectacular ones. The distances are almost incomprehensible to people from smaller countries. You can drive for hours, days even, and see nothing but scrubland, the same eucalyptus trees stretching to every horizon. There's a reason Australians measure distance in time rather than kilometres. It's about 4 hours up the road, means more than it's 350 kilometres away. Because the real question is how long you'll be driving through that emptiness. Yet this emptiness isn't really empty. The outback that looks barren to European eyes teems with life if you know how to look. Lizards sheltering under rocks, birds nesting in impossible places, and plants that survive years without rain and then burst into bloom when moisture finally comes. Indigenous Australians could read this landscape like Europeans read books, seeing stories, resources and knowledge in every feature. The coasts tell a different story, lush, green, and where most Australians actually live. Over 80% of the population clusters along the coastline, particularly the eastern and southeastern coasts, leaving the interior largely uninhabited except for mining operations and small towns, connected by impossibly long roads. This creates an odd situation where Australia is simultaneously one of the most urbanised countries in the world and one with vast spaces where human presence is minimal. The Great Barrier Reef, stretching for over 2,000 kilometres along the Queensland coast, is the world's largest living structure, visible from space. It's a reminder that, while the land is ancient and weathered, the surrounding oceans are dynamic and alive. The reef faces existential threats from warming waters and ocean acidification, making it a symbol of broader environmental challenges. Australian wildlife remains gloriously weird. Monotremes, mammals that lay eggs, exist nowhere else. Marsupials dominate where placental mammals rule elsewhere. Venomous creatures abound: snakes, spiders, jellyfish, and even a venomous platypus, because apparently regular platypi weren't strange enough. Yet for all the dangerous wildlife reputation, Australia is remarkably safe if you exercise basic common sense, unlike places with large predators that actually hunt humans. The seasons run opposite to the Northern Hemisphere, which creates ongoing calendar confusion. Christmas happens in summer, requiring Australians to maintain European traditions like hot roast dinners in sweltering heat, while knowing that singing about snow and winter wonderlands is geographically nonsensical. Some things persist through cultural inertia, regardless of environmental fit. Chapter 12. What Australia Means Today. As you settle deeper into your pillow, let's consider what Australia represents in the early 21st century. Not the tourist brochure version with beaches and opera houses, but the more complex reality of a nation still working out what it wants to be. Australia is one of the world's most successful multicultural democracies, a place where people from every continent live together, with generally less conflict than history might predict. Over 30% of Australians were born overseas, and in cities like Sydney and Melbourne, that percentage approaches 40%. This diversity is now woven into Australian identity rather than threatening it, though individual incidents of racism remind us that acceptance isn't universal. The Australian sense of humour, self-deprecating, ironic and slightly irreverent toward authority, remains a defining characteristic. Australians instinctively deflate pomposity, value authenticity over pretension, and use nicknames as signs of affection. This can sometimes frustrate visitors from more formal cultures, but it creates a social environment where hierarchy is less rigid than in many societies. Mateship, that quintessentially Australian concept, values loyalty, helping others, and standing by your friends. It emerged from the harsh conditions of early colonial life, where cooperation meant survival, got reinforced through military experiences, and now shapes everything from workplace culture to political rhetoric. Though mateship has historically been quite masculine in its emphasis, contemporary understanding has broadened to include more diverse forms of solidarity and community support. The tyranny of distance, Australia's isolation from major world centres, has shaped national psychology in interesting ways. Australians are simultaneously provincial and cosmopolitan, deeply attached to local places while being enthusiastic international travellers. The distance creates a kind of fortress mentality sometimes, but also produces people who are comfortable with crossing cultural boundaries. Sports occupy an almost religious place in Australian culture. Cricket, Australian rules football, rugby league, rugby union, soccer, and countless other sports generate passion that can seem disproportionate to outsiders. But sports serve as social glue, creating shared experiences and identities that bridge other divisions. State rivalries in sports are intense, but mostly good-natured, except when they're not. The beach lifestyle isn't tourist mythology, but genuine cultural practice for millions of coastal Australians. Learning to swim, understanding surf conditions, and spending summer days at the beach aren't luxury activities but normal parts of life. Surf life-saving clubs are community institutions that combine sport, service, and social connection. Australian English has evolved into its own dialect with distinctive pronunciation, vocabulary, and idioms that can confound even native English speakers from other countries. The tendency to abbreviate everything, arvo for afternoon, servo for service station, brekkie for breakfast, combined with distinctive slang, creates a language that is simultaneously familiar and foreign to other English speakers. Yet underneath these cultural characteristics, deeper questions persist. What does reconciliation with Indigenous Australians actually require beyond symbolic gestures? How does Australia balance its Western political traditions with its Asian geography? What responsibilities come with extraordinary resource wealth in a world facing climate change? How do you maintain social cohesion as diversity increases? These aren't questions with easy answers, and different Australians answer them differently. The Australian political system produces stability, but sometimes at the cost of bold reform. The combination of compulsory voting, preferential voting, and frequent elections means that politicians must appeal to median voters, creating pressure for centrist policies. This prevents extremism, but can also prevent necessary change when that change requires short-term sacrifice for long-term benefit. Indigenous disadvantage remains Australia's greatest domestic challenge and moral failing. Despite decades of programs, policies and good intentions, gaps in health, education, employment and incarceration rates persist. Until these gaps close, Australia cannot claim to have truly reconciled with the injustices of colonisation and their continuing impacts. Epilogue. Stories that continue. As you drift towards sleep, remember that history isn't a story that ended, it's one that continues. The Australia that exists today is dramatically different from the one that existed in 1788, or 1901, or even 1988. And the Australia that will exist in 2088 will be different again, shaped by decisions being made now and challenges not yet visible. Indigenous Australians, after surviving 65,000 years, including 2 centuries of dispossession and destruction, continue to maintain cultural traditions, revive languages, and assert rights to land and self-determination. Their story, the longest continuous human story on Earth, didn't end with colonisation. It adapted, persisted, and continues. The immigrant families who arrived from Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Americas are creating new chapters in Australian history, bringing traditions that enrich and complicate what it means to be Australian. Their children and grandchildren will blend these traditions with Australian culture in ways that continue the evolution that has characterised this continent for millennia. Environmental challenges, from climate change to species extinctions to water scarcity, will require Australians to reconsider their relationship with this ancient land. Perhaps this will create opportunities to learn from indigenous knowledge systems that sustained human life here for thousands of generations, without depleting resources that support future generations. The Great Barrier Reef, struggling under warming seas, reminds us that some losses might be irreversible without rapid action. The increasingly intense bushfire seasons warn that climate change isn't a distant threat but a present reality requiring adaptation and mitigation. The drought-prone inland teaches that water is precious and cannot be taken for granted. Australia's geographic position, tucked below Asia in the southern hemisphere, will continue shaping its strategic and economic future. The rise of Asia, particularly China and India, creates both opportunities and challenges that will define Australian foreign policy for generations. The Republican debate will resurface, probably when Queen Elizabeth II's reign ends, forcing Australians to reconsider what constitutional links to Britain mean in an era when Australian identity has evolved far beyond its colonial origins. Cities will continue growing, sprawling across land that was recently farmland or bush, creating environmental and infrastructure challenges that require creative solutions. The Australian dream of owning a detached house on a quarter-acre block will become increasingly difficult as land prices rise and density increases. Technology will transform work, education, and social connections in ways we can barely imagine, just as previous generations couldn't imagine how television, air conditioning, and the internet would reshape Australian life. But through all these changes, something fundamental about Australia will probably persist: the particular quality of light that has inspired artists for millennia, the distinctive accent and humour, the casual approach to social hierarchy, and the fierce attachment to place that characterises both Indigenous and settler Australians in different but sometimes overlapping ways. The story that began 65,000 years ago when the first humans crossed the water to reach this continent continues. It has been a story of adaptation, survival, conflict, creativity, and constant change. It has included tragedies that should never be forgotten and triumphs worth celebrating. It has been shaped by Indigenous knowledge, British colonisation, multicultural immigration, and countless individual decisions that accumulated into historical forces. As you fall asleep tonight, you're connected to this ongoing story, whether you're Australian yourself or simply someone interested in how human societies evolve, adapt, and sometimes transcend their origins. Australia's history, like all history, isn't a collection of dates and facts, but a web of human experiences, choices, and consequences that continue resonating through time. The land itself, ancient, weathered, patient, has witnessed all of this and will witness whatever comes next. The stars that wheel overhead are the same stars that guided indigenous navigators for thousands of generations, that confused early European explorers, and that now mark the southern sky for everyone who calls this continent home. Sleep well, knowing that history is never truly finished, that every ending is also a beginning, and that the oldest inhabited continent on Earth continues its journey into an unknowable but fascinating future. The story of Australia, like the best bedtime stories, invites you to dream, not just of what was, but of what might be. Close your eyes and imagine the night sky over ancient China, sometime around the 7th century. There are no streetlights, no neon signs, and no glow from smartphones or television screens filtering through curtains. The darkness here is complete in a way that most of us have never experienced, broken only by oil lamps flickering in windows and the vast sweep of stars overhead. So many stars that the Milky Way looks like spilled rice across black silk. In this world, night meant something different than it does for you now. When the sun set over the tiled roofs and winding rivers, most people simply stopped their work. Farmers returned to their homes, markets closed. The rhythm of life followed the sun because working after dark was difficult, expensive, and frankly exhausting when your only light source required constant feeding with oil or tallow. But in certain workshops scattered throughout the empire, light still burned long after sunset. These were the spaces of alchemists, not the magical wizards you might picture from fantasy novels, but something closer to the chemists and pharmacists of their time, though they would have been puzzled by those modern terms. These practitioners mixed substances, heated materials, ground minerals into powders, and recorded their observations with the kind of meticulous care that would make a modern scientist nod in approval. The alchemists worked by lamplight, their faces illuminated by small flames that cast dancing shadows on walls covered with shelves. These shelves held ceramic jars and bamboo containers, each carefully labelled in elegant characters that described their contents. Sulphur from volcanic regions, saltpeter gathered from cave walls, and charcoal ground from specific types of wood. The air in these workshops carried a distinctive smell, earthy, mineral, slightly acrid, with occasional sweet notes from various plant materials. You need to understand that these people weren't trying to invent fireworks. That thought hadn't occurred to anyone because fireworks didn't exist yet. The alchemists were pursuing something that seemed far more practical and infinitely more important: immortality. Or at least they were seeking elixirs that might extend life, cure diseases, or grant various forms of spiritual enlightenment. The idea that their experiments might instead produce spectacular entertainment would have struck them as a curious and probably disappointing outcome. Chinese alchemical tradition by this period had developed over centuries, building on texts and teachings passed from master to student in an unbroken chain of knowledge. These practitioners combined what we might call proto-chemistry with philosophical concepts drawn from Taoism and Buddhism. They believed that by understanding and manipulating the fundamental substances of the material world, they could achieve transformations that extended beyond the merely physical. The night sky above these workshops held profound meaning in Chinese cosmology. Astronomers had been mapping the heavens for thousands of years, recording the movements of planets and stars, predicting eclipses and weaving celestial observations into both calendar keeping and philosophical understanding. The idea that humans might one day add their own lights to the night sky, colourful, brilliant, temporary flashes that existed purely for beauty, would have seemed like a peculiar form of hubris. And yet, that's exactly what was about to happen. In the quiet hours after midnight, when even the city's dogs had finished their evening chorus and settled into sleep, alchemists continued their patient work. They heated substances in ceramic vessels, watching how materials change colour and texture under flame. They mixed powders in careful proportions, grinding components together with pestles that had been smoothed by generations of use. They wrote down their observations in characters that flowed like water across paper or silk, creating records that would be studied by students decades or centuries later. The temperature in these workshops varied with the season. In winter, the furnaces provided welcome warmth, and alchemists might work through the night in relative comfort, their hands steady as they measured and mixed. In summer, the heat from flames and furnaces made the work almost unbearable, and practitioners often chose the cooler night hours for their more delicate experiments, working with windows open to catch whatever breeze might pass through the humid air. What none of these night workers realised was that they stood at the edge of a discovery that would transform human celebration and self-expression in ways that would echo through the next 1,000 years. The substances sitting in their jars, sulphur, saltpeter and charcoal, were waiting to teach humanity something new about light, sound, and the surprising beauty that can emerge from controlled combustion. But discovery requires more than just the right materials. It requires patience, careful observation, and often a willingness to recognise that you've found something interesting, even when it's not what you were looking for. The alchemists of Tang Dynasty China possessed all these qualities in abundance, along with something else crucial. They kept detailed records of their work, allowing knowledge to accumulate across generations. As you drift deeper into relaxation, imagine the sound of a pestle grinding against stone, the soft scratch of a brush recording observations, and the gentle crackle of a small furnace maintaining steady heat. These were the sounds of inquiry, of human curiosity pursuing understanding through direct investigation of the material world. In their quiet way, these sounds were the prelude to the spectacular explosions of colour that would one day mark festivals and celebrations around the world. Let's slow down and really observe what these alchemists were doing, because their daily practice was far more interesting than any dramatic explosion. In fact, the first steps toward fireworks were probably quite boring in the moment, which makes them perfect for our bedtime story. Picture yourself as an apprentice in one of these workshops, learning the craft from a master who has spent decades studying the properties of materials. Your mornings begin with grinding. Sulphur must be reduced to a fine powder. Charcoal needs to be crushed to a consistency that looks almost like soot. And saltpeter requires patient pulverizing until it feels like silk between your fingers. This grinding work is meditative in its repetition, the kind of task that allows your mind to wander while your hands maintain their steady rhythm. Sulphur arrived at the workshop in lumpy yellow chunks that looked like strange cheese, harvested from volcanic regions where the earth itself seemed to breathe out this mineral. When you ground it, the smell was unmistakable. That distinctive sharp odour that makes you think of hot springs and volcanic vents. A scent that told your nose something about the Earth's inner chemistry, even if you couldn't articulate what that something was. Saltpeter, known to the Chinese as Chinese snow or fire drug, came from a more prosaic source. It crystallised on the walls of caves, in certain types of soil, and particularly around places where organic material had decomposed over long periods. Collectors knew where to find the best deposits, often in caves that had sheltered bats or other animals whose waste had contributed to the formation of these white crystalline formations. When purified and dried, saltpeter looked innocent enough, white crystals that you might mistake for salt if you didn't know better. Charcoal was perhaps the most familiar of the three ingredients, produced by the controlled burning of wood in low oxygen conditions. But not just any charcoal would do. Alchemists learned through patient trial and error that charcoal from different woods had different properties. Willow charcoal burned differently than pine charcoal. The temperature at which the wood had been charred made a difference. These subtle variations mattered in ways that wouldn't become fully clear until much later. The master alchemist would teach you to test materials before using them in important experiments. A small bit of sulphur placed on a hot surface should melt smoothly and burn with a particular colour of flame. Saltpeter should dissolve cleanly in water without leaving excessive residue. Charcoal should be light, pure, and free from unburned wood. These quality checks were part of the daily rhythm, small acts of verification that ensured you were working with known substances rather than impure mixtures. The alchemical texts that guided this work were sometimes frustratingly vague by modern standards. Instructions might read something like, "Take the essence of fire," or "Combine the earthly and heavenly elements in balance," leaving considerable room for interpretation. Apprentices learned that these poetic descriptions often encoded specific procedures that made more sense once you understood the underlying principles through direct experience. When alchemists began experimenting with combinations of sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal, they were following a logical path in their search for transformative substances. Sulfur was associated with fire and transformation. Saltpeter had remarkable properties. It could preserve food, it affected the way things burned, and it seemed to possess a kind of inherent power that alchemists found fascinating. Charcoal represented the transformation of wood through fire, a substance that had already undergone a kind of alchemical change. The first mixtures were probably quite simple, perhaps equal parts of each ingredient, ground together and heated gently to see what would happen. The results would have been interesting but not spectacular. The mixture burned more readily than any single component alone, producing flames and heat in unexpected ways. This would have been noted, recorded, and investigated further. You have to imagine the patience involved here. Modern chemistry students can look up exact formulas and expected results. These alchemists were exploring completely unknown territory, with no periodic table to guide them, no understanding of oxidation or combustion at the molecular level, just careful observation and systematic experimentation. When a mixture behaved in unexpected ways, they would vary the proportions slightly, a bit more sulfur, a bit less charcoal, or different grades of saltpeter. At some point, and we don't know exactly when or where because the discovery wasn't initially seen as particularly important, someone created a mixture with roughly the right proportions to produce what we now call black powder or gunpowder. This mixture, when ignited in an enclosed space, didn't just burn steadily. It deflagrated rapidly, producing gas and heat so quickly that it created pressure, force, and a distinctive sharp report that probably startled everyone in the workshop. The first reaction to this discovery was likely not excitement, but concern. Alchemists were trying to create elixirs of life, not explosive substances. An experiment that resulted in loud noises, acrid smoke, and potential danger was, from their perspective, a failure. Some early texts warned against certain combinations of materials, describing them as dangerous and unsuitable for their intended purposes. These warnings, preserved in alchemical manuscripts, are some of our earliest evidence of black powder's discovery. But curiosity is a powerful force, especially among people dedicated to understanding how materials behave. Even if explosive mixtures weren't useful for creating immortality elixirs, they were certainly interesting. Some alchemists began experimenting with these energetic combinations, probably moving their work outdoors or to more isolated locations where sudden noises and bursts of flame wouldn't disturb neighbours or risk damaging their workshops. They discovered that the mixture's behaviour changed dramatically based on several factors. The fineness of the grinding mattered. Finer powders reacted more quickly. The proportions were crucial. Too much sulphur and the mixture burned sluggishly. Too much saltpeter and it barely burned at all. The right balance created that rapid deflagration. The moisture content affected stability and performance. These were the kinds of details that could only be learned through repeated experimentation. Someone, and again, we don't know who, because these weren't the kinds of experiments that seemed worthy of recording prominent discoveries, had the idea of putting the mixture in a bamboo tube. Bamboo was ubiquitous in China, used for everything from scaffolding to musical instruments to water pipes. It grew hollow naturally, creating ready-made tubes that were light, fairly strong, and easily cut to size. When black powder was placed in a bamboo tube with one end sealed and then ignited, something remarkable happened. The rapid production of gas had nowhere to go but out the open end, creating thrust. The tube jumped, moved, or if held down, roared and shot flame from the opening. The noise was considerable, a sharp crack or bang that echoed across courtyards and probably provoked complaints from neighbours trying to sleep. If the bamboo tube was closed at both ends with just a small hole in the sealed portions, the pressure would build until the bamboo split or ruptured with an even louder report. This created something new in human experience, an intentional loud noise not produced by hitting things together, not created by voice or horn, but generated by chemical reaction. The sound was sharp, distinctive, and attention-getting in a way that must have seemed almost magical. And here's where the story takes its turn towards celebration rather than alchemy. Because someone, watching these bamboo tubes split and rupture with their sharp bangs, had a thought that changed everything. What if that's actually useful? Not for making medicine or pursuing immortality, but for something else entirely. For driving away evil spirits, for marking important moments, and for adding drama and excitement to celebrations. Now we reach one of those moments in history where practical use diverges from original intent, and something created for one purpose finds its true calling in something entirely different. The journey from alchemist's mishap to festival entertainment required a shift in perspective. Someone had to look at a loud, smoky, sometimes dangerous chemical reaction and think, let's do that on purpose, for fun. Chinese culture had a long tradition of using noise to drive away evil spirits and negative forces. During New Year celebrations, people would bang drums, clang cymbals, and create as much commotion as possible to scare away any malevolent entities that might want to linger into the new year. The louder the better, because evil spirits were apparently quite timid and easily startled. So when someone observed that bamboo tubes filled with black powder produced remarkably loud bangs, it wasn't a huge leap to think, we could use this for New Year. The first firecrackers, and they were literally crackers of fire, bamboo crackling from internal pressure, were probably used this way, as noisemakers for festivals and celebrations. Imagine the first New Year festival where these devices were used. Families would light traditional firecrackers made from regular bamboo. These produced pops and cracks as air pockets in the bamboo exploded from heat. But then someone would bring out the special bamboo tubes, the ones filled with the alchemist powder, and the resulting bangs would be so much louder, so much more impressive, that everyone would jump and laugh and feel certain that no evil spirit would dare linger after that kind of announcement. The transition from medicinal research to entertainment might seem strange, but it follows a pattern you can observe throughout history. Plenty of substances and technologies discovered for serious purposes found their calling in pleasure and celebration. The ancient Chinese weren't unique in repurposing their discoveries, they were just particularly creative about it. Once black powder moved from alchemical workshops into the realm of celebration and entertainment, different kinds of experimentation began. Entertainers and festival organisers weren't trying to achieve spiritual transformation, they were trying to create impressive displays. This changed what questions people asked and what kinds of innovations they pursued. Someone discovered that if you pack the powder less tightly in a bamboo tube with a small opening, it would shoot sparks and flames rather than just explode. This created a fountain effect, streams of fire and bright sparks shooting upward in a display that was beautiful in addition to being loud. For the first time, black powder was producing light effects, not just sound. The discovery that different materials added to the black powder mixture could produce different colours came gradually. Copper compounds created blue-green tints. Iron filings added golden sparks. Different types of charcoal burned with subtly different hues. These discoveries were probably accidental at first. Someone used charcoal from a particular wood or powder that had been stored in a copper container and noticed that the flames looked different. These early fireworks, if we can call them that, though they were still quite primitive, were probably used at important occasions beyond just New Year celebrations. weddings might feature special bamboo crackers to bless the union and frighten away any spirits that might bring bad luck. Religious festivals could include fire displays as offerings or ceremonies. Important visitors might be greeted with impressive noises and flames as a sign of honour and celebration. The aesthetic that developed around these early displays was distinctly Chinese, emphasising certain qualities over others. Loud noises were good. They fulfilled the practical purpose of spirit scaring, and also demonstrated the power and effectiveness of the display. Bright sparks and flames were desirable, creating visual interest and beauty. But the displays remained relatively close to the ground, shooting up from tubes planted in the earth or held by brave individuals who understood the timing. The social aspects of these celebrations mattered as much as the pyrotechnics themselves. Festivals were communal events where families gathered, special foods were prepared, and the normal routines of daily life were set aside for collective celebration. The fire displays became one element in a rich tapestry of activities, but an increasingly important element because they offered something unique that couldn't be replicated through any other means. As these practices spread from one region to another, local variations developed. Different areas had access to different materials, leading to regional styles of firecracker construction and firing. Some regions became known for particularly loud crackers, others for especially bright sparks, and still others for innovative designs and effects. This diversity meant that the art of fire displays was constantly evolving, with techniques and innovations spreading through networks of merchants, travellers and festival organisers. The manufacture of these devices began to shift from alchemists to specialised craftspeople who focused specifically on creating items for celebration rather than pursuing any medicinal or spiritual goals. These early pyrotechnicians learned through apprenticeship, mastering the art of grinding powders to the right consistency, mixing proportions that would burn correctly, and packing bamboo tubes in ways that produced desired effects without being too dangerous. Safety was, of course, a concern, though perhaps not emphasised as much as modern safety. Professionals might prefer. Accidents happened, bamboo tubes exploded prematurely, sparks ignited nearby materials, and enthusiastic celebrations sometimes resulted in burns or injuries. But the benefits, the joy, the spectacle, the sense of driving away evil and welcoming good fortune, seemed to outweigh these risks in the minds of most participants. The timing of displays became ritualised. Certain moments in festivals would be marked by particularly impressive crackers or fire fountains. The New Year transition, for instance, might feature sustained sequences of explosions, creating a wall of sound that marked the boundary between the old year and the new. Wedding ceremonies might include specific patterns of crackers that symbolised good wishes for the couple. These rituals gave structure and meaning to what might otherwise be just random explosions. Children, of course, were fascinated by these fire devices, though probably not allowed to handle them directly given the obvious dangers. Part of growing up in a community that used black powder for celebrations meant learning the appropriate respect for these powerful substances, understanding that they were wonderful but needed to be treated with care, that the loud noises and bright sparks came with real risks that required adult supervision and expertise. The psychology of these displays is worth considering as you settle deeper into relaxation. Why do humans enjoy loud noises and bright lights, especially in celebration? There's something primal about our attraction to fire, to light in darkness, and to sounds that command attention and announce importance. The Chinese pyrotechnicians had tapped into something fundamental about human perception and emotion, creating experiences that engaged multiple senses simultaneously and marked moments as special and significant. As we move forward through Chinese history into the Tang dynasty, 618 to 907 CE, and especially the Song dynasty, 960 to 1279 CE, the use of fireworks in festivals became increasingly sophisticated and culturally important. These were periods of remarkable artistic flourishing in China. Poetry, painting, ceramics, and yes, the art of fire displays all reached new heights of refinement. The Tang dynasty was a time when China's capital cities grew into cosmopolitan centres where merchants from across Asia met, traded goods, and exchanged ideas. Chang'an, the Tang capital, became one of the largest cities in the world, home to over 1 million people who came from dozens of different ethnic groups and cultural backgrounds. In this environment, festivals became showcases for imperial grandeur and cultural sophistication. Imperial festivals during the Tang period were spectacular affairs that lasted for days and featured every form of entertainment imaginable. There were musical performances with orchestras of dozens of instruments, dance troupes performing elaborate choreographed pieces, acrobats and jugglers demonstrating impossible feats of balance and coordination, and yes, increasingly impressive fire displays that had evolved far beyond the simple bamboo crackers of earlier generations. The fireworks of the Tang period began to include what we might call special effects. Craftspeople learned to create devices that would shoot sparks in particular patterns, or that would burn through sequences of different colours, or that would create shapes and images in flame. These innovations required careful engineering, designing tubes with multiple chambers, arranging different powder mixtures in specific orders, and timing sequences so that one effect would lead naturally into another. Lantern festivals became particularly associated with fire displays. These events, traditionally held on the 15th day of the first lunar month, featured elaborate paper lanterns lit by candles and carried through streets in processions. The combination of soft lantern light and the sudden brilliance of fireworks created an aesthetic contrast that festival organisers found compelling. The gentle glow of paper and silk, punctuated by sharp bursts of sparks and flame. During the Song dynasty, the sophistication of fireworks reached new levels. This was partly because Song China was remarkably prosperous and urbanised, creating demand for elaborate entertainment, and partly because the technical knowledge of black powder and its applications had matured through centuries of experimentation. Song fireworks catalogues. Yes, they had catalogues. Described dozens of different types of devices with specialised names and functions. There were ground rats that would scurry across the earth shooting sparks, water rats designed to skim across the surface of ponds while burning, and flying fish that would leap and arc through the air. Each of these devices required careful design to produce the desired motion and effects. The craftspeople who made them were combining practical knowledge of physics, thrust, balance, trajectory, with chemistry and artistry. Skyrockets appeared during this period, representing a major advance in fireworks technology. By carefully designing the tube and powder load, pyrotechnicians could create devices that would shoot high into the air before exploding or releasing sparks. These weren't yet the elaborate aerial displays of modern fireworks, but they were moving in that direction, taking fire effects up into the night sky rather than keeping them bound to the earth. The social organisation of fireworks displays also became more sophisticated. Imperial workshops employed teams of specialists who did nothing but create fire devices for court celebrations. Master craftspeople commanded high prices for their services, and successful pyrotechnicians might travel from city to city, hired by wealthy merchants and officials to create impressive displays for important occasions. Competition between different workshops and craftspeople drove innovation. When one festival featured a new type of device or effect, others would try to replicate and improve upon it. This competitive dynamic, combined with the resources available in prosperous Song cities, meant that fireworks technology advanced more rapidly during this period than it had in previous centuries. The aesthetic principles that guided these displays were becoming more clearly articulated. Song festival organisers valued surprise, effects that would delight audiences by exceeding expectations. They appreciated variety. A good display should include many different types of devices producing different sounds and visual effects. They sought crescendo, building from smaller displays to larger, more impressive climaxes that would leave audiences marvelling. Integration with other art forms became increasingly important. Fireworks might accompany musical performances, with effects timed to key moments in the music. They might be combined with theatrical presentations, adding drama and spectacle to stories being enacted. The best displays were seen as complete artistic experiences that engaged multiple senses and emotions simultaneously. The symbolism embedded in these displays grew more complex. Different colours could represent different concepts: red for good fortune, white for purity, and golden sparks for wealth and prosperity. Certain patterns might suggest specific images: dragons, phoenixes, flowers, or celestial phenomena. Audiences learned to read these visual languages, understanding the meanings and wishes encoded in the fire and smoke. Religious and philosophical dimensions added depth to what might otherwise be mere entertainment. Buddhist temples used fireworks in ceremonies, seeing in the temporary brilliance of sparks a metaphor for the transient nature of existence. Taoist celebrations might incorporate fire displays as representations of transformation and the interplay of fundamental elements. These meanings coexisted with more straightforward enjoyment of beauty and spectacle. The scale of some Song dynasty displays was remarkable. Major festivals might burn through thousands of individual devices over the course of several nights. The preparation required months of work by teams of craftspeople, the coordination of materials from across the empire, and careful planning of sequences and effects. These were productions that rivaled modern events in their complexity and ambition. Descriptions from song poetry and prose give us glimpses of what these displays looked like to contemporary observers. Writers described nights when the sky seemed to bloom with flowers of fire, when artificial stars competed with natural ones, and when the boundaries between earthly celebration and heavenly phenomena seemed to blur in clouds of coloured sparks and thunderous reports. But alongside these poetic descriptions, we also have more practical documents, manuals that describe how to make specific types of fireworks, safety warnings about proper handling procedures, regulations governing when and where displays could be held, and records of accidents that occurred when things went wrong. This combination of artistic appreciation and practical documentation gives us a remarkably complete picture of how fireworks were integrated into Song dynasty life. The experience of attending one of these major festivals would have been overwhelming in the best possible way. Too much to fully process, an abundance of sensory input that would leave you dazed and delighted. The smell of black powder smoke mixed with incense and cooking food. The sounds ranged from whisper-quiet crackles to reports that shook your chest. The visual experience shifted from darkness to brilliant illumination and back again, leaving after images floating across your vision. And through it all, there was the social experience of being part of a crowd, sharing amazement and delight with thousands of other people, and feeling connected to tradition and community through participation in these ancient yet ever-new celebrations. The fireworks weren't just entertainment, they were threads in the fabric of social life, markers of time and season, and expressions of hope and joy. Now we follow the knowledge of black powder and fireworks as it spreads beyond China's borders, carried by merchants, travellers and invaders, along the trade routes that connected ancient civilizations. This dispersal took centuries and happened through many different channels, each adding their own cultural interpretations to the basic technology. The Silk Road, actually a network of routes rather than a single road, served as the primary conduit for many Chinese innovations travelling westward. Merchants carrying silk, porcelain and tea also carried knowledge, sometimes intentionally and sometimes accidentally. The formula for black powder, initially treated as a valuable secret, gradually leaked out through these commercial networks. Arab traders were among the first non-Chinese peoples to encounter fireworks, probably sometime during the late Tang or early Song period. These merchants, who maintained extensive trading networks stretching from China to the Mediterranean, recognized the commercial and military potential of black powder technology. Arab alchemists and craftspeople began experimenting with their own versions of Chinese formulas, adapting them to local materials and purposes. The transmission of knowledge wasn't always straightforward. Recipes might be partially understood or incompletely recorded. Materials available in the Middle East weren't identical to those in China, requiring adaptation and experimentation. What emerged were regional variations on the basic technology, each influenced by local conditions and cultural preferences. In the Islamic world, black powder found applications in both warfare and celebration, though the celebratory uses took longer to develop. Initially, the focus was on the powder's potential as a military tool, for mining operations, for weapons, for demolition. But as the technology matured, Middle Eastern craftspeople began creating their own versions of festival displays, influenced by Chinese models but adapted to Islamic aesthetic principles and religious contexts. Mongol conquests in the 13th century dramatically accelerated the spread of Chinese technologies, including fireworks. The Mongol Empire at its height stretched from China to Europe, creating unprecedented opportunities for cultural exchange and technology transfer. Mongol armies employed Chinese engineers and craftspeople who brought their knowledge of pyrotechnics to new regions. European encounters with fireworks probably began through contact with the Islamic world during the Crusades and through Mongol presence in Eastern Europe. The first European descriptions of black powder and fire devices date from the 13th century and show a mixture of fascination and fear regarding these strange Eastern inventions that produce such dramatic effects. Marco Polo's accounts of his travels in China, written in the late 13th century, included descriptions of fire displays that must have seemed almost incredible to European readers. His writing about festivals with fire that flew through the air and devices that made thunderous sounds contributed to European understanding of Chinese pyrotechnics, though actual technology transfer happened through more direct channels. European craftspeople and alchemists began experimenting with black powder in the 14th century, initially focusing on military applications but gradually recognizing its potential for celebration and display. Italian city-states were particularly innovative in developing European styles of fireworks, creating devices and displays that combined Chinese technical knowledge with European artistic sensibilities. The Italian development of fireworks as a performing art reached sophisticated levels by the 15th and 16th centuries. Pyrotechnicians in Florence, Rome, and Venice created elaborate displays for religious festivals, civic celebrations, and private events. These weren't simple copies of Chinese models, but represented genuine innovation, developing new types of devices and new approaches to choreographing displays. Italian pyrotechnicians introduced several important innovations. They developed more reliable ignition systems that allowed better timing of effects. They created shells, containers that could be launched into the air and would burst at altitude, releasing stars or other effects. They experimented with more complex chemical compositions that produced brighter colours and longer-lasting effects than earlier Chinese formulas. The aesthetic that emerged in European fireworks differed from Chinese traditions in interesting ways. European displays often emphasized geometric patterns and symmetrical designs, reflecting Renaissance artistic principles. They integrated fireworks into broader theatrical productions, using them as elements in allegorical pageants and narrative spectacles. The symbolic vocabulary drew from classical mythology and Christian iconography rather than Chinese cultural references. From Italy, fireworks technology spread to other European centres. France developed its own pyrotechnic traditions, with displays becoming important elements of royal celebrations and civic festivals. England imported Italian experts to create displays for coronations and other state occasions. Germany, Spain, and the Netherlands all developed regional specialties and techniques. In India, Mughal emperors incorporated fireworks into court celebrations, creating a distinctive Indo-Persian style that combined Islamic and Hindu aesthetic elements. Japanese adoption of fireworks, influenced by Chinese technology but developing its own unique characteristics, led to the sophisticated Hanabi traditions that continue today. Each culture that encountered fireworks technology adapted it to local materials, aesthetics, and ceremonial needs. The global dispersal of fireworks technology over several centuries created a fascinating pattern of cultural adaptation and innovation. A technology invented by Chinese alchemists pursuing immortality became a global language of celebration, but one that was pronounced differently in each cultural context. The basic chemistry remained similar, but the ways people use fireworks to express joy, mark important moments, and create shared experiences varied enormously. By the 17th and 18th centuries, fireworks had become established in most major cultures across Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. Each region had developed its own traditions, its own master craftspeople, and its own festival occasions when fire displays were expected and anticipated. The original Chinese innovations had sparked, if you'll pardon the expression, a worldwide tradition that continued to evolve and diversify. This global spread meant that fireworks became one of those rare technologies that transcended cultural boundaries while being adapted to countless local contexts. A celebration in Beijing, Baghdad, and Barcelona might all feature fireworks, but the specific forms those displays took, the occasions they marked, and the meanings they carried would differ significantly based on local culture and tradition. The transmission of pyrotechnic knowledge also created networks of practitioners who shared techniques and innovations across cultural boundaries. Master fireworks makers might travel to learn new methods or share discoveries through correspondence and published texts. Despite political conflicts and cultural differences, the community of people who understood how to create controlled explosions of light and sound maintained a kind of professional kinship based on shared expertise. Let's slow down now and really explore what it meant to be a master pyrotechnician, someone who had devoted their life to understanding how to paint with fire and speak with thunder. This isn't glamorous work, despite the spectacular results. It's patient, detailed, sometimes dangerous, and requires the kind of accumulated wisdom that can only come from years of careful practice. A master fireworks maker's workshop would be a carefully organised space, because organisation might mean the difference between beautiful displays and tragic accidents. Raw materials would be stored separately, kept dry and cool, each substance in its designated location. The workshop would likely be set apart from other buildings, a safety precaution that also provided the quiet needed for concentration during delicate work. The grinding of powder was an art in itself. Too coarse, and the mixture wouldn't burn properly, producing disappointing effects or failing to ignite at all. Too fine, and it became dangerously sensitive, prone to accidental ignition from friction or static. The right consistency felt specific in your hands, not quite like flour, not quite like sand, but something in between that could only be learned through touch and experience. Mixing required attention that bordered on meditation. The proportions had to be exact, but exact by feel and appearance rather than by precise measurement with calibrated instruments. A master could look at a mixture and know whether it needed more saltpeter or less sulphur. They could feel the texture between their fingers and sense whether the grinding had been sufficient. This knowledge wasn't written down in formulas, it lived in the hands and senses of practitioners. Creating effects required understanding the relationship between form and function. A tightly packed tube produced different results than a loosely packed one. The diameter of the opening determined how sparks would disperse. The length of the tube affected how long effects would last. The placement of different powder mixtures in layers or compartments created sequences of changing effects. All of these variables had to be considered and controlled. Colour effects, which had begun with simple observations about how different materials affected flames, gradually became more sophisticated. By the 17th and 18th centuries, European and Asian pyrotechnicians had developed extensive palettes of colours through experimentation with various mineral compounds. Strontium produced brilliant reds, barium gave greens, copper created blues, sodium generated intense yellows. The challenge was creating compounds that would burn at the right temperature, produce the desired colour, and remain stable during storage and handling. The timing of effects was perhaps the most challenging aspect of complex displays. Fuses had to be cut to specific lengths to create delays between different elements. Sequences needed to build logically from one effect to another. Simultaneous effects required careful synchronization. Master pyrotechnicians developed various techniques for controlling timing. Slow-burning fuses, quick match that would propagate flame rapidly, and elaborate firing systems that allowed complex sequences to unfold reliably. Safety awareness was crucial, but had to be balanced against the nature of the work. You were, after all, deliberately creating controlled explosions. Accidents happened even to the most experienced practitioners, premature ignitions, unexpected reactions, and devices that behaved differently than anticipated. Successful pyrotechnicians learned to respect the materials without being paralyzed by fear, developed safe working procedures, and maintained constant vigilance during both preparation and performance. The meaning embedded in fireworks displays went far beyond simple entertainment. In Chinese culture, the loud noises continued to serve their original purpose of driving away negative spirits and forces, but they also came to symbolize the power of transformation itself. The way ordinary materials could become extraordinary through proper combination and treatment. Each burst of sparks represented possibility, the potential for sudden, brilliant change. In European contexts, fireworks became associated with power and authority. Royal displays demonstrated the wealth and sophistication of monarchs who could afford to literally burn money in spectacular fashion. The ability to command such displays showed control over powerful forces, suggesting by extension the power of the ruler over their realm. But they also represented something more democratic, moments when spectacular beauty was available to everyone present, regardless of social status. Japanese culture developed particularly rich symbolic associations with fireworks, or hanabi, which literally translates as fire flowers. The transient beauty of fireworks, brilliant for a moment, then gone, resonated with Buddhist concepts of impermanence and the Japanese aesthetic principle of mono no aware, the pathos of things that are beautiful precisely because they don't last. Watching fireworks became a form of meditation on the nature of existence itself. The craftsmanship involved in creating these displays was respected across cultures. A master pyrotechnician occupied a unique social position, part artisan, part artist, and part dangerous magician, who handled forces that could destroy as easily as delight. Their knowledge was valuable, sometimes carefully guarded, and passed down through apprenticeship relationships that might last decades before a student was considered ready to work independently. The physical toll of the craft shouldn't be ignored. Working with black powder and its various chemical relatives meant constant exposure to substances that weren't particularly good for human health. The loud noises could damage hearing over time. Burns were occupational hazards. The stress of knowing that mistakes could be catastrophic probably affected practitioners' mental health in ways that wouldn't have been discussed or addressed in earlier centuries. Yet people continued choosing this profession, drawn by the satisfaction of creating beauty, the prestige that came with mastery and perhaps something deeper, the appeal of working with forces that existed at the boundary between control and chaos. There's something fundamentally human about the desire to take dangerous materials and transform them into sources of joy and wonder. The seasonal rhythm of a pyrotechnician's life varied by culture, but generally followed patterns of festivals and celebrations. Preparations might begin months before major events, with the quieter seasons devoted to experimenting with new effects, replenishing supplies, and training apprentices. As festivals approached, the pace would intensify. Long hours in the workshop, careful testing of devices, and coordination with festival organisers about timing and placement. The actual performance of a display required intense concentration. Once ignition began, there was little room for error or correction. Effects had to unfold as planned, timed sequences had to proceed correctly, and the pyrotechnician had to monitor everything while standing near substances that could, if mishandled, produce unfortunate results. The combination of careful preparation and real-time awareness needed for successful displays demanded a particular temperament. Patient yet confident, detail-oriented yet able to improvise when necessary. After a display ended, there was always clean-up, gathering spent devices, checking for anything that failed to ignite properly, and making notes about what worked well and what could be improved. This unglamorous aftermath was actually crucial to the craft, because systematic observation of results allowed continuous refinement of techniques. The greatest pyrotechnicians were those who learned from every display, filing away mental notes about how different weather conditions affected performance, which designs proved most reliable, and what audiences responded to most enthusiastically. The transmission of pyrotechnic knowledge involved both explicit teaching and tacit understanding. Apprentices could be taught formulas, proportions, and basic techniques, but the deeper expertise, the ability to sense when a mixture was right, to anticipate how a device would perform, and to solve problems that arose during preparation, could only be acquired through years of practice under skilled guidance. This made master craftspeople invaluable, their accumulated experience representing knowledge that couldn't be replaced simply by reading written instructions. Different cultures developed different training methods. Chinese workshops often kept knowledge within family lines, with skills passed from parent to child across generations. European guilds created more formal apprenticeship structures with defined periods of training and examinations before certification. Japanese traditions emphasized the spiritual dimensions of craftsmanship alongside technical proficiency, treating fireworks creation as a discipline that refined character as well as skill. The economics of the fireworks trade varied enormously. In some contexts, pyrotechnicians were well-compensated craftspeople who earned comfortable livings from their expertise. In others, they struggled financially, their income depending on irregular festival work and the patronage of wealthy sponsors. The materials themselves represented a significant expense. High-quality chemicals and supplies weren't cheap, and the investment required to set up a proper workshop could be substantial. Innovation in the craft came from multiple sources. Sometimes technical advances emerged from systematic experimentation by master craftspeople exploring new possibilities. Other times, accidents or mistakes led to unexpected effects that, once understood, could be deliberately reproduced. Cross-cultural exchanges introduced techniques from different traditions, spurring hybrid innovations that combined elements from various approaches, and occasionally advances in related fields, chemistry, metallurgy, and papermaking, provided new materials or methods that pyrotechnicians could adapt for their purposes. As you sink deeper into relaxation, your breathing slow and steady, let's trace the final threads of our story. How those ancient Chinese alchemists, grinding powders by lamplight in pursuit of immortality, inadvertently gave humanity a new language for expressing joy, marking transitions and creating shared moments of wonder. The legacy of those first fireworks extends far beyond the spectacular displays we see today. Every time someone celebrates the new year with sparklers and rockets, they're participating in a tradition that stretches back over 1,000 years to those Tang Dynasty workshops, where alchemists mixed sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal in search of something entirely different. The connection between those early experiments and modern celebrations represents one of the longest continuous cultural practices in human history. Modern fireworks, of course, have been transformed by centuries of innovation and by scientific understanding that ancient alchemists couldn't have imagined. We now comprehend the molecular basis of combustion, can predict how different chemical compounds will behave at various temperatures, and design effects with computer precision. Yet the fundamental materials, sulfur, potassium nitrate, and charcoal, remain essentially the same as those used in ancient China. The sophistication lies in how we combine and deploy them, not in replacing them with something entirely new. The scale of contemporary displays would astound those early pyrotechnicians. Major celebrations in modern cities might burn through tens of thousands of individual effects in a single evening, choreographed to music with split-second timing, launched from multiple locations simultaneously, and designed to be visible to audiences numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The logistics of such events require teams of specialists, months of planning, sophisticated electronic firing systems, and coordination that would have seemed like sorcery to ancient practitioners. Yet something essential remains unchanged. When you watch fireworks burst across the night sky, you're experiencing the same fundamental wonder that audiences felt 1,000 years ago. The surprise of light blooming in darkness, the visceral impact of sudden loud sounds, and the shared gasp of a crowd witnessing something that exceeds everyday experience. The technology may have advanced, but human psychology hasn't changed. We're still creatures who respond to fire and light with deep primal fascination. The safety standards surrounding modern fireworks represent dramatic improvements over historical practices. Contemporary pyrotechnicians undergo extensive training and certification, follow strict regulations about storage and handling, and employ safety equipment and procedures that minimize risks. The materials themselves have been refined to be more stable and predictable. Accidents still occur, but they're far less common than they were when fireworks creation was a more intuitive, less regulated craft. Environmental concerns about fireworks have emerged in recent decades as we've become more aware of pollution and its effects. The smoke from black powder and various chemical compositions contains substances that aren't particularly beneficial to air quality. Debris from spent shells and casings creates cleanup challenges. The noise disturbs wildlife and can be traumatic for people and animals with sound sensitivities. These concerns have spurred innovation in developing cleaner pyrotechnics, quieter displays, and alternative celebration methods, though traditional fireworks remain popular despite these issues. The democratic nature of fireworks, the way they create shared experiences available to everyone present, gives them a unique cultural role. Unlike many art forms that require education or cultural knowledge to fully appreciate, fireworks communicate immediately and viscerally. You don't need training to understand that brilliant colours bursting across the sky are beautiful and exciting. This accessibility helps explain why fireworks have been adopted by virtually every culture they've encountered. Different occasions around the world have become associated with fireworks displays, each culture mapping the technology onto their own calendar of significant moments. Chinese New Year remains perhaps the most extensive use of fireworks anywhere, with celebrations that can last for days and consume staggering quantities of pyrotechnics. American Independence Day has become synonymous with fireworks in the United States. Diwali in India features spectacular fire displays. Guy Fawkes Night in Britain, Bastille Day in France, and countless local festivals worldwide all mark themselves with artificial lights in the sky. The personal experience of watching fireworks varies, but certain elements seem universal. There's the anticipation as you wait in darkness, knowing something is about to happen. The first burst always draws exclamations. Even when you know it's coming, the sudden transition from darkness to brilliant light captures attention completely. As displays progress, you find yourself looking for patterns, comparing different effects, and perhaps developing favourites. The grand finale, with its overwhelming density of effects and sound, creates a kind of sensory saturation that borders on overwhelming. And then comes the silence after, with smoke drifting across your vision and the smell of powder hanging in the air. Children experiencing fireworks for the first time go through a fascinating progression. Initial fear of the loud noises often gives way to excitement once they realise the sounds won't hurt them. The visual spectacle captivates even very young children, who often try to reach up toward the lights as if they could somehow grab them from the sky. The association between fireworks and special occasions gets established early, creating memories that many people carry throughout their lives. Particular displays watched with family, At one time the weather was perfect, and the year when everything seemed especially magical. For adults, fireworks often carry nostalgic weight, connecting present moments to past celebrations. Watching displays might trigger memories of childhood festivals or of significant personal moments that happen to coincide with fireworks, proposals, celebrations of achievements, and farewell gatherings. The recurring nature of fireworks on specific occasions creates markers in personal chronology, allowing people to measure the passage of time through remembered displays. The craft of creating fireworks continues to evolve. Professional pyrotechnicians today combine traditional expertise with modern technology, using computer software to choreograph displays, electronic firing systems for precise timing, and new chemical formulations for novel effects. Yet they still draw on knowledge accumulated over centuries, still must understand how weather conditions affect performance, and still need the judgment that comes only from experience. It remains a craft where human expertise matters enormously, even as technology provides new tools. Amateur and hobbyist fireworks communities exist in many countries, though they are subject to varying legal restrictions and safety regulations. These enthusiasts carry on traditions of experimentation and innovation, discovering new effects and techniques, and sharing knowledge through online forums and in-person gatherings. The democratization of information through the internet has made pyrotechnic knowledge more accessible than ever before, though this comes with concerns about safety and proper training. The question of what fireworks mean continues to evolve. For some, they remain primarily celebratory, pure expressions of joy without deeper significance beyond marking happy occasions. Others see in them metaphors for life itself, brilliant, brief, and beautiful, precisely because they cannot be held or preserved, only experienced in the moment. Still others appreciate them as technical achievements, marvelling at the engineering and chemistry required to produce specific effects. The future of fireworks likely involves continued innovation in several directions. Environmentally friendlier formulations that reduce pollution and noise are already being developed and deployed. Drone light shows offer alternatives that create spectacular aerial displays without combustion or debris. Augmented reality might eventually allow people to experience virtual fireworks customized to their preferences. Yet traditional pyrotechnics will likely endure because they offer something that technological alternatives cannot quite replicate: the real physical presence of fire and light, the authentic boom that you feel in your chest, and the shared experience of witnessing something that is genuinely happening in the moment, rather than being mediated through screens. The alchemists who first mixed sulphur, saltpeter, and charcoal would probably be bemused to know their failed experiments at creating immortality elixirs instead created something that has brought joy to billions of people across countless generations. They were looking for a way to extend life indefinitely, but they inadvertently discovered something else. A way to mark life's important moments, to create shared experiences of wonder, and to add beauty and excitement to human celebration. In that sense, perhaps they succeeded after all, just not in the way they intended. They didn't create immortality for individuals, but they created something that has persisted across centuries and will likely continue for many more, a tradition that connects ancient Chinese workshops to modern celebrations worldwide, that links those first primitive bamboo crackers to the most sophisticated contemporary displays, and that transforms simple chemical reactions into experiences of beauty and joy. As we bring this journey to a close, imagine yourself standing under a night sky similar to the one that ancient alchemists saw from their workshops, back when they first noticed that certain mixtures of powder would burn with unexpected brilliance. The same stars look down, arranged in patterns that humans have been reading for thousands of years, finding meanings and stories in their arrangements. The darkness that surrounds you is comfortable now, not threatening or empty, but full of potential. The same potential that those early experimenters sensed when they worked through quiet hours, grinding powders and mixing substances, not knowing they were creating something that would outlast empires and span continents. You can almost smell that distinctive scent of black powder smoke, sharp and acrid but associated with joy and celebration. You can imagine the sound of the first bamboo cracker splitting from internal pressure, the surprised laughter that must have followed, and the realization that here was something new, a way to make darkness suddenly bright, to mark important moments with light and sound, and to share wonder with everyone within sight and earshot. The journey from medicinal research to global celebration is a reminder that human creativity often works in unexpected ways. We set out to achieve one goal and discovered something entirely different. We try to solve one problem and create solutions to problems we hadn't even recognized. Those alchemists failed at their original purpose, but succeeded in creating something arguably more valuable. Not immortality for individuals, but a tradition that has brought joy across generations, a shared human language of light that requires no translation. As your breathing slows and your body settles into complete relaxation, let yourself feel connected to that long chain of human experience. From those first experimenters in Tang Dynasty workshops to modern pyrotechnicians preparing tomorrow's displays, from ancient festival goers gathering in Chinese courtyards to contemporary audiences watching synchronized displays set to music in cities around the world. You are part of this story every time you've watched fireworks burst across the sky, every time you felt that visceral thrill of sudden light blooming in darkness, and every time you've shared that collective intake of breath when something particularly spectacular unfolds overhead. The tradition that began with alchemists seeking immortality continues through your experiences, your memories, and your participation in celebrations marked by fire and light. The beauty of fireworks, like the beauty of this story, lies partly in its impermanence. Each burst exists for only a moment, brilliant and then gone, leaving only smoke and memory. But those moments accumulate, building a tradition that has endured for over 1,000 years and will likely continue as long as humans gather to celebrate, to mark important transitions, and to create beauty together in the darkness. The ancient Chinese alchemists couldn't have predicted any of this. They were just trying to extend life, mixing substances according to theories that combined philosophy, medicine, and early chemistry. They would probably be surprised to learn that their experiments live on not in extended lifespans, but in the joyful explosions of colour that mark celebrations worldwide. Yet there's a certain poetry in this outcome. Their quest for permanence created something that is beautiful precisely because it doesn't last. As you drift towards sleep, carried by the gentle rhythm of this story and your own quiet breathing, let the images of ancient workshops and modern festivals blend and soften. The specific details don't matter so much now. What matters is the connection, the continuity, the way human creativity and curiosity have threaded through centuries, transforming accidents into traditions, turning failed experiments into sources of joy. The night sky above you holds all the same potential it held for those ancient observers. The darkness is simply waiting for light, for colour, for the sudden brilliant bloom of fireflowers that fade even as they're being born. And somewhere, right now, someone is preparing tomorrow's display, measuring powder, packing tubes, and timing fuses, continuing work that began in quiet workshops more than a millennium ago, when alchemists first noticed that certain combinations of earth and mineral could transform into something extraordinary. Sleep now with the knowledge that human curiosity and creativity continue their patient work, that beautiful accidents still happen, that the search for one thing often leads to discovering something else entirely, and that sometimes our failures turn out to be gifts we never expected to give. The story of fireworks is the story of transformation, of materials transformed by fire, of accidental discoveries transformed into intentional art, of individual experiences transformed into shared traditions. It's a story that continues every time someone looks up at a night sky and sees it suddenly painted with impossible colours, every time a crowd gasps together at spectacular beauty, and every time a celebration is marked with light blooming in darkness. Rest easy in this knowledge, and let the gentle images of distant workshops and festival nights fade into the comfortable darkness behind your closed eyes. The alchemists are still at work somewhere in your imagination, grinding their powders by lamplight, not knowing what they're about to discover, and that's perfectly fine. Discovery doesn't require knowing the destination. It only requires curiosity, patience, and the willingness to notice when something unexpected happens. The ancient stars continue their slow wheel overhead. The night holds its secrets and its possibilities. And somewhere between sleeping and waking, you understand that some of humanity's greatest gifts came from people looking for something else entirely, and that this too is beautiful. This stumbling into wonder, this accidental creation of joy. Sleep well under the same sky that has watched over Chinese workshops and Roman festivals, over Tang Dynasty celebrations and modern displays, over every human who ever looked up at darkness and imagined it bright with flowers of fire. The tradition continues, the craft endures, and the simple chemistry of sulphur, saltpeter, and charcoal still transforms into moments of beauty that connect us across centuries. Let these thoughts dissolve now into the peaceful darkness of sleep, carrying with them the warm glow of distant lamps in ancient workshops, the brilliant flash of festival fireworks, and the quiet satisfaction of understanding how accidents and experiments and patient craftsmanship can combine to create traditions that outlast empires and cross every border. The story is complete, the night is quiet, and sleep is calling. Rest now, knowing that tomorrow will bring its own possibilities for discovery, its own chances to transform ordinary materials into extraordinary experiences, and its own opportunities to create beauty that, like the best fireworks, exists brilliantly for a moment before fading into memory. In the year 1325, a 21-year-old legal scholar from Tangier named Ibn Battuta mounted his horse to embark on the Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca. What distinguished this particular journey was not its beginning but its end, or rather, the absence of one. When Ibn Battuta finally returned home nearly 3 decades later, he had traversed approximately 75,000 miles, visiting territories equivalent to roughly 44 modern countries. Yet perhaps the most remarkable aspect of his story is that travelling was never his passion or intention. Unlike Marco Polo, whose mercantile family had prepared him for journeys abroad, or Zheng He, who commanded massive Chinese treasure fleets with imperial backing, Ibn Battuta stumbled into exploration almost accidentally. His contemporaries would have considered him bookish and conventional, a devout adherent to the Maliki school of Islamic jurisprudence who had memorized the Quran and studied legal precedents. His earliest writings reveal a young man more concerned with proper prayer techniques than with adventures in distant lands. I set out alone, having neither fellow traveller in whose companionship I might find cheer nor caravan whose party I might join, he wrote of his departure. His statement was not the romanticised declaration of an intrepid explorer, but the lament of a somewhat anxious young man. The solitude was not by choice. He had missed the pilgrim caravan while attending his sister's funeral. Ibn Battuta's first transformative experience came not from natural wonders or architectural marvels, but through an unexpected fever that struck him outside the town of Tunis. Delirious and alone, he fell from his horse and was discovered by a passing traveller who nursed him back to health. This stranger, a Tunisian poet returning from Al-Andalus, shared stories of courts he had visited while Ibn Battuta recuperated. The young jurist's world expanded through these second-hand tales before he had even left North Africa. Upon reaching Alexandria, Ibn Battuta encountered another pivotal figure, a mystic named Burhan al-Din, who lived in isolation in the city's lighthouse. During their meeting, the holy man made an astonishing prediction. "You will visit my brother Farid in India, my brother Rukn al-Din in Sind, and my brother Burhan al-Din in China. Convey my greetings to them." Ibn Battuta would later claim this prophecy guided his extended travels, though historians note these destinations weren't uncommon for medieval Muslim travellers. His early journey revealed a complex tension in his character. While he craved the prestige of scholarly appointments, he repeatedly abandoned secure positions after brief tenures. In Damascus, he secured a respectable judgeship but departed after just days. The same pattern occurred in Delhi years later. This behavioural inconsistency puzzled his contemporaries and continues to challenge modern biographers. The geographic scope of Ibn Battuta's travels exceeded even the expansive Muslim world of his time, yet he maintained a peculiar form of provincialism throughout, often rejecting local customs despite his exposure to them. He travelled through societies with dramatically different norms, but remained committed to judging them by the standards of his Maghrebi upbringing. Unlike many travellers whose horizons broadened through exposure to different cultures, Ibn Battuta frequently hardened his positions when confronted with alternative perspectives. What truly distinguished him was not his openness to new experiences, but his remarkable adaptability within his own rigid framework. He could navigate foreign courts, establish temporary households in distant cities, and integrate himself into trading networks without fundamentally changing his worldview. This paradoxical quality, being simultaneously adaptable and inflexible, defined both his travels and his written account. By the time Ibn Battuta completed his first Hajj in 1326, something had fundamentally shifted in his approach to life. Though he had fulfilled his religious obligation, he chose not to return home, but instead headed north toward Iraq. His explanation was characteristically straightforward. I set out, not knowing to what land my journey would lead me. The reluctant traveller had discovered something unexpected, not a passion for exploration, but a curious restlessness that would propel him across continents for the next 24 years. The greatest misconception about Ibn Battuta's travels concerns the economics that supported his decades of movement across continents. Unlike state-sponsored explorers or wealthy merchants, he funded his extraordinary odyssey through a patchwork of what we might now call gig work, leveraging his credentials in a system that modern travellers would barely recognise. The medieval Islamic world operated on a sophisticated network of patronage that rewarded learned men who crossed borders. This system, known as the adab culture, valued the cross-pollination of ideas through travelling scholars. Ibn Battuta exploited this economy with remarkable skill, transforming his Maliki legal training into a portable career that functioned across cultural boundaries. In Cairo, he served briefly as an assistant qadi, judge, hearing minor cases relating to commercial disputes. In Damascus, he leveraged recommendations from previous hosts to secure temporary teaching appointments. These positions rarely lasted more than a few months, but they provided critical financial resources and enhanced his credentials for the next destination. When I arrived in any city, he noted, in a particularly candid passage, the first places I visited were the mosques and madrasas, seeking out the renowned scholars of each town. These meetings were not merely scholarly exchanges, but calculated networking opportunities. A favourable impression might result in an invitation to dinner, temporary lodging, or, most valuable of all, a letter of introduction to influential figures in the next city on his route. These most lucrative opportunities came through the system of diplomatic gift exchange. When rulers dispatched envoys to foreign courts, they often included scholars in their delegations. Ibn Battuta secured these appointments multiple times. Most lucratively, when Sultan Muhammad bin Tughlaq of Delhi designated him as an envoy to the Yuan dynasty in China. Though the diplomatic mission ultimately failed, the appointment came with substantial compensation, including 13 bags of gold coins that financed his subsequent travels through Southeast Asia. Ibn Battuta's financial strategies occasionally bordered on exploitation. He became adept at what historians have termed credential inflation, gradually elevating his claimed expertise and authority as he moved farther from North Africa, where his actual qualifications might be verified. By the time he reached the Maldives, he presented himself as a chief legal authority despite having only modest training in his youth. His pattern of accumulating and abandoning wives reveals another dimension of his economic approach to travel. Throughout his journeys, he married at least 10 women across various regions, though some scholars suggest the actual number exceeded 15. These marriages offered him integration into local communities, household management during extended stays, and, crucially, access to dowries and matrimonial gifts. When departing a region, he typically divorced these women, sometimes leaving behind children as well. The material reality of long-distance travel in the 14th century imposed constraints that shaped Ibn Battuta's itinerary. He deliberately followed trade routes where caravanserais offered secure lodging, avoided territories without established Muslim communities, and timed his journeys to coincide with merchant caravans that provided safety in numbers. His account downplays the pragmatic considerations that determined his path, instead emphasizing religious motivations or pure wanderlust. Perhaps most remarkably, Ibn Battuta operated within an economic system that valued his very foreignness. As courts throughout the Islamic world sought to demonstrate their cosmopolitanism, hosting travellers from distant regions became a form of cultural capital. The Moroccan scholar could leverage his exotic background, increasingly embellished as he travelled, into opportunities that local scholars couldn't access. This created a self-reinforcing cycle. The farther he travelled, the more valuable his presence became to subsequent hosts. When resources failed, as they occasionally did, Ibn Battuta resorted to more desperate measures. In the steppes north of the Black Sea, he was robbed of nearly all possessions and survived by attaching himself to a passing caravan as an informal religious advisor. In the mountains of Turkey, he worked briefly as a copyist, producing manuscripts for a local madrasa. These episodes of vulnerability rarely appear in his polished narrative, but emerge through inconsistencies in his timeline and oblique references. By the time Ibn Battuta returned to Morocco in 1349, he had mastered the economic architecture of medieval travel, transforming his modest legal credentials into a career that spanned continents and cultures. The conventional narrative of Ibn Battuta portrays him as a solitary male traveller moving through a world dominated by men. Yet his own account, when read against the grain, reveals dozens of women who profoundly influenced his experiences, provided critical assistance, and occasionally redirected his journey entirely. Their stories, often reduced to brief mentions in his text, illuminate aspects of medieval Islamic society typically obscured in historical accounts. In Damascus, Ibn Battuta encountered Zainab bint Ahmad, a scholar who held the prized ijaza, teaching license, for the collected works of hadith scholar al-Bukhari. Despite his own legal training, Ibn Battuta lacked this prestigious credential. He studied under her for several months, joining classes that included both male and female students, before receiving his own ijaza. That a male scholar from Morocco would seek instruction from a woman challenges simplified narratives about gender in medieval Islamic education. The most remarkable woman I met, Ibn Battuta wrote unexpectedly, was the Turkish princess Bayalun. This daughter of the Byzantine emperor had married the Mongol Khan Özbeg but maintained her Christian faith. When the Khan dispatched her to visit her father in Constantinople, Ibn Battuta secured permission to join her entourage, providing him rare access to Byzantine territories typically closed to Muslim travellers. Throughout this journey, Bayalun effectively served as his protector and guide, determining the itinerary and managing diplomatic interactions. In the Maldives, where Ibn Battuta served briefly as chief judge, he described a society with striking features of matriarchality, where husbands moved into the households of their wives and women maintained control over their residences even after divorce. He noted with evident discomfort, "No man would eat food except what has been prepared in his wife's house, and to eat in one's own house would bring great shame." His attempts to impose stricter gender segregation during his judgeship generated significant resistance from local women, ultimately contributing to his departure from the islands. His most consequential romance occurred in Bukhara with a merchant's daughter named Aisha. Though he mentions her only briefly, contextual evidence suggests she travelled with him for nearly 8 months, including through the dangerous mountain passes of Central Asia. When she fell ill in Samarkand, Ibn Battuta faced a pivotal choice: continue his journey or remain with her. He chose to proceed, a decision he later described with uncharacteristic regret. Of all the paths not taken, the road back to Isha remains most vivid in my memory. Ibn Battuta's account reveals a pattern in which female slaves frequently served as linguistic and cultural intermediaries. In Bengal, he purchased a slave girl who spoke both Persian and Bengali, relying on her translations during his 6-month stay. Similarly, in Constantinople, he employed a Greek-speaking slave who negotiated his access to various sites, including the Hagia Sophia. These women, unnamed in his text, performed critical functions that made his travel possible, yet received minimal acknowledgement. Perhaps most revealing is Ibn Battuta's interaction with Khadija, daughter of the ruler of Mali. During his West African travels, he committed a serious breach of protocol when addressing her father. Rather than having him punished, Khadija intervened, explaining to Ibn Battuta the proper court etiquette. She later granted him access to women's quarters of the palace, spaces entirely closed to most male visitors, where he observed and documented female political influence in the Mali Empire that would otherwise remain unrecorded. The pattern of Ibn Battuta's marriages reveals a calculated approach to intimacy, in regions where he planned extended stays. He typically married women from politically connected families, providing him with both domestic comfort and valuable social networks. When departing, he usually exercised the Islamic rite of unilateral divorce, though occasionally economic circumstances or family interventions complicated these separations. While his descriptions of women often reflect the prejudices of his time and background, they occasionally contain surprising insights. In describing female religious scholars in Damascus, he observed, "Their knowledge often exceeds that of men, for they devote themselves entirely to study while men are distracted by worldly pursuits." This recognition of how gendered expectations might actually advantage female scholars in specific contexts demonstrates an analytical depth rarely credited to him. Through these fragmentary references, a different understanding of Ibn Battuta's journey emerges, not as the adventure of an independent male traveller, but as a complex social endeavour shaped by numerous women whose assistance, knowledge, and relationships made his unprecedented travels possible. In 1335, somewhere between the cities of Astrakhan and Sarai along the Volga River, Ibn Battuta experienced what modern psychologists would likely classify as a severe mental health crisis. Though he never names it as such, lacking the vocabulary or conceptual framework, his writing from this period reveals profound psychological distress that nearly terminated his travels entirely. The episode began with physical symptoms, insomnia that lasted weeks, followed by what he described as a heaviness of spirit that prevented even the simplest decisions. He abandoned his planned eastward journey 3 times, each time returning to Astrakhan after travelling just a few miles. Local merchants noted his erratic behaviour, particularly his sudden aversion to crowds and marketplaces that had previously been central to his daily routine. "I found myself unable to recall the first lines of even the most familiar prayers," he wrote in a passage rarely highlighted by historians. "Words I had known since childhood became foreign to me." This cognitive disruption coincided with an unusually harsh winter, during which Ibn Battuta remained largely confined to a small room provided by a sympathetic Iranian physician named Al-Tabari. Several factors likely contributed to this psychological collapse. Just months earlier, Ibn Battuta had received news of his father's death, delivered by a merchant from Tangier whom he encountered unexpectedly in Damascus. This loss coincided with the 10th anniversary of his departure from home, triggering what his writings suggest was an intense period of grief and regret over his absence during his father's final years. Compounding this emotional strain was a severe case of frostbite that damaged several toes on his right foot. The injury left him temporarily immobile and dependent on strangers for basic needs, a profound vulnerability for a man who had cultivated self-sufficiency throughout his travels. The physical pain, limited mobility, and forced dependence created conditions ripe for psychological distress. Ibn Battuta's recovery came through an unexpected source, a Sufi sheikh named Noman al-Khawarizmi who practiced an unconventional form of therapy. Rather than offering religious counsel, the sheikh prescribed daily immersion in hot springs outside the city, followed by structured conversations focusing not on spiritual matters but on concrete memories. Each day he asked me to describe a single street or building from my hometown with complete precision, Ibn Battuta noted. Through these recollections, my mind began to clear. The crisis transformed Ibn Battuta's approach to his travels. Before this episode, his writing displays an almost clinical detachment when describing various cultures. Afterward, his observations become more empathetic, particularly regarding individuals experiencing forms of suffering or displacement. He began seeking hospitals and charitable institutions in each city he visited, spaces he had previously ignored. During this period, he also abandoned a project he had carried for years, an ambitious legal treatise comparing judicial systems across different Islamic territories. His notes for this work, which he occasionally references in his later travelogue, were left with a scholar in Sarai. This abandonment of scholarly ambition suggests a fundamental re-evaluation of priorities following his psychological crisis. Most significantly, Ibn Battuta emerged from this period with an altered relationship to home. Before his breakdown, his writings reveal an assumption that he would eventually return to Morocco to occupy a prestigious judicial position. Afterward, he began conceptualizing himself as permanently transient, an identity shift that allowed him to engage more deeply with each location, rather than viewing it instrumentally as material for future scholarly work. The psychological vulnerability Ibn Battuta experienced contrasts sharply with the confident persona he cultivates through most of his narrative. This tension between public performance and private struggle characterized much of his journey. In Delhi, Constantinople, and later in Mali, he presented himself as a composed, authoritative figure while privately grappling with recurring episodes of what he called the darkness of spirit. Ibn Battuta's mental health crisis provides a rare window into the psychological dimension of medieval travel, the cognitive and emotional toll of sustained displacement, identity disruption, and cultural dissonance. His experience challenges romanticized notions of pre-modern exploration, revealing the profound personal cost that accompanied his geographic mobility. By spring 1336, Ibn Battuta had recovered sufficiently to resume his eastward journey. Yet the psychological patterns established during this crisis, including periodic withdrawals into isolation and recurring battles with what appears to be situational depression, would resurface throughout his subsequent travels, particularly during his difficult final years in Mali and Spain. Among Ibn Battuta's most valuable contributions to historical knowledge is his detailed account of Kilwa, a prosperous East African coastal sultanate that dominated Indian Ocean trade networks for centuries yet remains largely absent from Western historical awareness. His documentation provides one of the few contemporary descriptions of this sophisticated commercial power before its eventual disruption by Portuguese forces in the early 16th century. Ibn Battuta arrived in Kilwa, in modern Tanzania, in 1331, having travelled down the East African coast from Mogadishu. What he encountered defied his expectations and challenges persistent misconceptions about pre-colonial African states. "I have seen no more beautiful city in all my travels," he wrote with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. "Its buildings are constructed entirely of wood, expertly joined without nails or pegs, and roofed with panels of red mangrove that shine like polished metal under the sun." The Kilwa he described was the centre of a commercial network that stretched from the interior goldfields of Zimbabwe to the northern ports of India. Its harbour accommodated hundreds of vessels ranging from coastal dhows to deep-water merchant ships from Gujarat and China. Ibn Battuta noted with particular interest the standardised system of commercial documentation used in Kilwa's customs houses, a sophisticated predecessor to modern bills of lading that facilitated complex commercial arrangements across linguistic boundaries. The ruler Ibn Battuta encountered, Sultan al-Hassan ibn Sulaiman, represented the culmination of a dynastic tradition that traced its origins to Persian settlers who had intermarried with local Bantu populations. The resulting cultural synthesis had produced a distinctive Swahili civilization that Ibn Battuta recognized as neither purely African nor Middle Eastern, but something uniquely integrated. The Sultan himself maintained a court protocol that combined elements from Abbasid, Fatimid, and indigenous African traditions. Kilwa's economic foundation rested on its control of gold trade from the interior, particularly from what Ibn Battuta called the land of Yufi, likely the Zimbabwe Plateau. This gold travelled along protected trade routes maintained by the Sultanate, through a series of inland administrative centres. Ibn Battuta observed one caravan's arrival, noting the elaborate security measures that protected the precious cargo and the sophisticated weighing and assay techniques used to verify the gold's purity. The religious life of Kilwa particularly impressed Ibn Battuta, who counted more than 40 substantial mosques within the city walls. The Grand Mosque, portions of which still stand today, featured innovative architectural elements including sailing-derived tensioning systems that allowed its dome to span a greater distance than typical Islamic structures of the period. Ibn Battuta specifically commented on the mosque's distinctive octagonal minaret, which incorporated acoustic enhancements that carried the muezzin's call across the entire harbour. Most remarkable was Kilwa's monetary system, which utilised standardised gold coins known as mitkal that circulated alongside copper tokens for smaller transactions. Ibn Battuta noted that these coins were accepted without question throughout the trading networks extending to India, a testament to Kilwer's reputation for commercial integrity. He recorded watching court metallurgists testing incoming gold shipments and striking new coins under the Sultan's direct supervision. The social structure of Kilwer revealed complex stratifications that defied Ibn Battuta's attempts at simple categorization. The urban population included indigenous Africans, Arab and Persian descendants, and mixed heritage individuals who occupied various social positions without rigid racial boundaries. He observed that key administrative positions were filled based on merit and familial connections rather than ethnic background, creating a meritocratic system that contrasted with more hereditary structures he had encountered elsewhere. Women in Kilwer occupied positions of significant economic independence, particularly in the textile sector. Ibn Battuta described workshops where women controlled the production of the finely woven cotton cloth that served as a major export. The mistresses of these establishments, he noted, maintain their own accounts and negotiate directly with foreign merchants, requiring no male intermediaries. This economic autonomy extended to property ownership, with Ibn Battuta recording his surprise at learning that nearly a third of Kilwer's urban real estate was held by women. When Ibn Battuta departed Kilwer after a 3-month stay, he carried with him documentation that would later prove invaluable to historians, precise observations of a sophisticated African urban centre that operated as an equal participant in Indian Ocean trade networks. His account contradicts persistent narratives that portray pre-colonial African societies as isolated or technologically primitive, instead revealing Kilwer as an innovative commercial power that combined multiple cultural traditions into a distinctive and successful synthesis. The final destination in Ibn Battuta's epic journey, China during the Yuan dynasty, represents his most controversial claim and his most significant failure. Unlike his detailed accounts of other regions, his description of China contains geographical inconsistencies, implausible timelines, and passages that appear borrowed from other travellers' reports. For centuries, historians have debated whether Ibn Battuta actually reached China or fabricated this portion of his narrative. Recent scholarship suggests a more nuanced possibility, that Ibn Battuta did indeed enter Yuan territory but experienced a series of setbacks that prevented him from accessing the cultural and political centres he had intended to visit. His subsequent account represents an attempt to salvage reputation from failure through a combination of borrowed details and strategic omissions. Ibn Battuta's China troubles began before he even reached its borders. In 1345, while in Calicut, modern Kerala, India, he boarded a Chinese treasure ship bound for Quanzhou with most of his accumulated possessions, including gifts intended for the Yuan emperor. When a storm forced the ship to anchor near Calicut overnight, Ibn Battuta went ashore to attend prayers. During his absence, a violent storm drove the ship out to sea. "All my possessions remained on board," he wrote, including the slave girls and gifts that the Sultan of Delhi had sent with me to the Emperor of China. This catastrophic loss left Ibn Battuta in a precarious position, expected to continue his diplomatic mission without the gifts that would secure proper reception. After several months attempting to rebuild his resources in southern India, he embarked again on a different vessel. This ship was attacked by pirates in the Strait of Malacca, and Ibn Battuta narrowly escaped with his life, losing what remained of his possessions. When he finally reached what appears to have been Fujian province in late 1346, Ibn Battuta encountered a political situation he was unprepared to navigate. The Yuan dynasty, established by Mongol conquerors, maintained a rigid classification system that placed foreign Muslims in specific administrative categories with limited privileges. Without proper diplomatic credentials and gifts, Ibn Battuta could not secure the status necessary to access the imperial court or major cultural centres. His writings suggest he spent approximately 4 months in Chinese territory, primarily in coastal regions with established Muslim merchant communities. These enclaves, while technically within China, functioned as cultural islands where Arabic and Persian were commonly spoken and Islamic customs maintained. From these limited vantage points, Ibn Battuta glimpsed Chinese society but never experienced the immersive engagement that characterized his travels elsewhere. The Yuan China section of his narrative contains telling gaps. Unlike his accounts of India or Mali, where he names specific individuals who hosted him, his Chinese interactions remain strikingly anonymous. He describes no extended conversations with Chinese scholars or officials, suggesting very limited contact beyond merchant intermediaries. His observations focus predominantly on material culture, ceramics, paper currency, shipbuilding techniques. Rather than social or political systems he could only have understood through sustained interaction. Most revealing is Ibn Battuta's omission of any mention of the Grand Canal, China's most impressive infrastructure project that connected Beijing to Hangzhou. This absence is particularly striking given his pattern of documenting major engineering works throughout his travels. Similarly, he fails to mention the distinctive Chinese examination system for civil service, a unique administrative innovation that would have fascinated a trained jurist. These gaps strongly suggest limited access to China's interior regions and administrative centres. What Ibn Battuta experienced, essentially, was maritime China, the coastal interface where foreign merchants conducted heavily regulated trade under Yuan supervision. When he realised he could not penetrate beyond this periphery without proper credentials, he appears to have supplemented his limited first-hand observations with accounts from Persian and Arab merchants who had better access. This experience of failure was not unique to China in Ibn Battuta's travels. Throughout his nearly 3 decades of journeying, he experienced numerous setbacks, redirections, and outright disasters. What distinguishes the China episode is his unwillingness to acknowledge these limitations in his subsequent account, likely because China represented the easternmost extent of his travels and therefore held symbolic importance to his overall narrative. Ibn Battuta's partially invented China becomes a fascinating case study in travel literature's complex relationship with truth. Rather than viewing his account as either factual or fraudulent, we might understand it as a negotiation between experience, expectation, and reputation management. His China narrative reveals how medieval travellers constructed authoritative accounts, even when their actual experiences fell short of their ambitions. By early 1347, Ibn Battuta had abandoned his Chinese aspirations and begun the long journey that would eventually return him to Morocco. The China episode, with its blend of limited observation and borrowed detail, represents not just geographic terrain, but the boundaries of Ibn Battuta's remarkable adaptability as a traveller. The conventional narrative of Ibn Battuta concludes with his return to Morocco in 1349 and the subsequent dictation of his travels to Ibn Juzay, who compiled the famous Rilo journey that secured Ibn Battuta's historical legacy. Yet this account omits a significant final chapter, his journey through Muslim Spain and the North African interior, that occupied the last decade of his life and revealed a man transformed by his earlier travels in 1350. Just months after completing the initial dictation of his epic travelogue, Ibn Battuta embarked on a journey to the Kingdom of Granada, the last remaining Muslim state in Iberia. His motivations for this trip differed markedly from his earlier travels. Rather than seeking adventure or career advancement, he travelled as a cultural ambassador, concerned with the erosion of Islamic governance in territories being steadily reconquered by Christian kingdoms. "I found in Granada a people clinging to traditions they scarcely remembered," he wrote in passages excluded from the standard Rihla. "They maintain the forms of Muslim practice while forgetting their substance." This critical perspective reflects Ibn Battuta's evolution from an observer of cultural differences to an active advocate for religious authenticity as he defined it. The Granada journey initiated a period of what Ibn Battuta called purposeful travel, journeys undertaken not for exploration, but for specific cultural interventions. Between 1352 and 1355, he traversed the Middle Atlas Mountains of Morocco, visiting remote Berber communities where Islamic practices had blended with indigenous traditions. Unlike his earlier descriptive approach to cultural difference, these accounts reveal active efforts to modify local practices he deemed inconsistent with Orthodox Islam. This late-life transformation from traveller to reformer culminated in his most overlooked journey, an expedition to the Mali Empire in 1352. This West African kingdom had already embraced Islam, but Ibn Battuta approached it with missionary zeal nonetheless. His account of Mali differs strikingly from his earlier writings, focusing almost exclusively on religious practices, rather than the commercial and political systems that had previously captured his attention. In Mali, Ibn Battuta experienced his most significant rejection. After attempting to implement stricter religious interpretations at the court of Mansa Suleiman, he was effectively sidelined, assigned comfortable but inconsequential duties that limited his influence. After 6 months of frustration, he departed northward, leaving behind a rare written record of his failure. I found myself unable to bend this kingdom toward the practices I had witnessed in Mecca, for their Islam has taken root in forms adapted to their circumstances. The final years of Ibn Battuta's life reveal a pattern common to many long-term travellers: the complicated experience of returning home after transformative journeys. Following his Mali expedition, he accepted a modest judicial position in Fez, where colleagues regarded him with a mixture of respect for his travels and suspicion of the foreign influences he had absorbed. Court records from this period show him frequently being overruled in his legal opinions, especially when he referenced practices from distant Islamic territories. Ibn Battuta's last recorded journey came in 1359, when he travelled to Taflal in southeastern Morocco, a remote oasis region experiencing religious revival movements. His written observations from this period reveal a man attempting to reconcile his global experiences with local realities, seeking to apply lessons from distant Islamic societies to his home region. This final journey produced no spectacular discoveries but represented his mature integration of decades of cross-cultural experience. When Ibn Battuta died around 1368, the exact date remains uncertain, he had come full circle, from a young man embarking on a standard pilgrimage to a seasoned cultural intermediary attempting to connect disparate parts of the Islamic world he had experienced firsthand. Contemporary accounts of his funeral mention only a modest attendance, suggesting that despite his extraordinary travels, his immediate impact on Moroccan society remained limited. The enduring paradox of Ibn Battuta is that his most significant legacy came not through his intended religious and legal contributions, but through the travelogue he initially considered secondary. While his attempts at cultural reform faded quickly after his death, his geographic and ethnographic observations preserved in the Rihla provided invaluable documentation of societies across Africa and Asia during a pivotal historical period. In the centuries following his death, Ibn Battuta's accounts circulated primarily among scholars in North Africa, never achieving the wider recognition in the medieval period that it deserved. Only in the mid-19th century, when French colonial officials discovered manuscripts of the Rihla, did his extraordinary journey begin receiving global acknowledgement. The traveller, who once sought to change the world through religious reform, instead left his mark by simply bearing witness to the remarkable diversity of medieval civilization. Imagine New York City in 1904, when the tallest skyscrapers hardly reached the skyline and horses continued to clip-clop along cobblestone streets with the occasional car. Julius Robert Oppenheimer, though everyone would call him Robert, or simply Oppie to his friends, was born into this world of gaslight and escalating ambition. Though Robert's early years were depicted in more general terms, you might think that future atomic scientists come from childhood spent staring at telescopes and chemistry sets. Julius, his father, had come from Germany with little more than a keen sense of style and a passion for textiles. By the time Robert was born, the family business had become successful enough to buy an apartment with a view of the Hudson River, furnished with impressionist paintings, Persian rugs, and the kind of cosy quiet that comes with having money. Ella, Robert's mother, was an artist who saw the world through light and shadow compositions. As young Robert played quietly close by, she had set up her easel by their Upper West Side home's tall windows and began painting watercolours, displaying the thoughtfulness that would define his entire life. Even as a young child, he had an eye for the world that seemed older than his years. It wasn't precocious in the way that adults find it unsettling, but it was genuine curiosity about how things fit together. Though deeply intellectual, the Oppenheimer household was not particularly religious. Every wall was adorned with books like old friends waiting to chat, and topics discussed at the dinner table included literature, art, and difficult philosophical issues. Like a tiny sober sponge, Robert took in all of this, cultivating the kind of all-encompassing curiosity that would eventually enable him to discuss Hindu philosophy with the same ease as he would quantum mechanics. Robert found school to be almost too easy. He was quietly working his way through books that most adults would find difficult, while other kids were having trouble with spelling and math. By the age of 10, he was reading translated Plato and penning poetry that was surprisingly sophisticated for someone whose voice had not yet changed. This thin, pale boy who could talk about literature like a graduate student, but still required assistance getting to books on high shelves, left his teachers unsure of how to interpret him. An alternative form of education was offered by the family's Long Island vacation house. Robert developed a contemplative love for the outdoors here. He was a child who collected rocks with the methodical attention of someone who saw stories in their crystalline structures, not the kind who built forts or caught frogs. An early indication of the scientific mind growing beneath his literary interests was the meticulous labelling and cataloguing of each specimen. Among family friends, Robert's rock collection became legendary. He could spend hours studying a single mineral sample, turning it in the light to reveal various features, reading about its geological formation, and comprehending its significance in the grand scheme of things. He first learned to think in deep time, to envision forces that could reshape continents and processes that took millions of years, thanks to geology. Later on, this sense of scale would enable him to understand physics concepts that other bright minds found difficult to understand. By his early adolescence, Robert had developed into a young man who appeared to be a little different from his contemporaries. He was amiable enough, but his passions and the ferocity with which he pursued them had an unearthly quality. Robert had become enthralled with Hindu philosophy and wanted to read the original texts, so he was teaching himself Sanskrit while other boys his age were learning baseball and the first hints of romantic interest. Although Robert was undoubtedly not exempt from the joy of intellectual achievement, the Sanskrit study was more than just academic boasting. The philosophical issues these ancient writings addressed, such as what the nature of reality is, truly captivated him. How do we make sense of our position in the vast, seemingly uncaring universe? For him, these were pressing personal issues rather than abstract riddles that would shape his views on everything from moral responsibility to subatomic particles. His parents were both proud and perplexed as they observed their son's intellectual growth. Robert appeared to be developing into a person whose mind worked on frequencies they weren't always able to pick up. Despite their desire to raise a thoughtful, cultured child, they realised they were raising someone very special when he casually mentioned over breakfast that he had started a small literary magazine at school, or that he had been communicating with professional geologists about his rock collection. For Robert, the passage from childhood to adolescence wasn't totally seamless. Social situations were occasionally awkward due to his intellectual prowess. He would make references that were too complex for his peers to understand, or get so engrossed in a book that he forgot he was meant to be taking part in group activities. But instead of growing resentful or conceited over his differences, Robert acquired a kind of mild disinterest that would benefit him for the rest of his life. He discovered how to live in two different worlds at once. The world of scientific facts and the world of artistic beauty. The world of teenage worries and the world of adult ideas. Robert had already started to consider the issues that would shape his adult life as he neared graduation from the Ethical Culture School, a school that placed equal emphasis on moral growth and academic success. How can we strike a balance between social responsibility and personal success? What responsibilities do we have to serve others with our gifts? In a universe that appears to be controlled by impersonal forces, how do we find meaning? These weren't the usual worries of a college-bound 18-year-old, but then Robert Oppenheimer had never been normal. With interests ranging from poetry to geology to philosophy, he was getting ready to enroll at Harvard University with a mind that was already beginning to recognize connections that others had overlooked. The young man who had begun by gathering rocks was preparing to contribute to the discovery of the atom's mysteries. For someone with Robert's thirst for knowledge, Harvard in 1922 was like an intellectual candy store. As the majority of freshmen were learning how to organize their own laundry and deal with the social complexities of living in a dorm, Robert was taking courses from a wide range of academic specialties, much like a person at a fancy buffet who is unable to choose between the main courses and the appetizers. Do you know how some people discover their calling early on and pursue it assiduously? Robert wasn't like that. Rather, he went into college like a passionate adventurer charting a new continent. He enrolled in classes in languages, literature, philosophy, history, and almost as an afterthought, chemistry and physics. His transcript appeared to be the work of multiple students whose schedules had been inadvertently combined. During this time, Harvard was still mostly a finishing school for young men from well-to-do families, but it was also starting to draw serious academics who believed that the university was a place where genuine intellectual work could take place. Between these two realms, Robert found himself privileged enough to be at ease in social situations, but too inquisitive to be content with merely academic credentials. This intense young man would ask questions that showed he had read far more than the assigned materials, leaving his professors unsure of how to respond. Robert might tangentially bring up a Sanskrit text in a literature class to clarify a point regarding Western poetry. He would relate molecular structures to philosophical inquiries concerning the nature of existence and matter in a chemistry lab. Some faculty members felt uneasy about the interdisciplinary thinking, while others were genuinely thrilled about it. For students who shared his diverse interests, Robert's room in his Harvard dorm turned into a sort of salon. Robert would lead casual conversations that could range from quantum theory to TS, while other undergraduates were preoccupied with football games and fraternity parties. Eliot's most recent poems are about the Russian Revolution's political ramifications. Robert was genuinely interested in what other people thought about the big questions and genuinely curious about everything. So these weren't performances or attempts to flaunt himself. The academic work was almost too simple. In a fraction of the time required for his peers to master the assigned material for most courses, Robert was able to read independently about topics that went well beyond any syllabus. He found that he had a special talent for physics, not only for manipulating numbers, but also for using his imagination to picture how the invisible realm of atoms and energy might truly function. However, despite his academic success, Robert was having trouble answering more introspective questions about his life goals. In his social circle, it was expected that intelligent young men would pursue respectable careers in business, law, or medicine, which would enable them to continue living the comfortable lives they had known as children. These traditional routes drew Robert in, but in some way they seemed too narrow for the questions that captivated him. Something clicked in his junior year. A professor who had trained in Europe and brought back tales of the groundbreaking discoveries being made in physics labs across the Atlantic was teaching Robert an advanced chemistry course. For the first time, Robert realized that science was about asking basic questions about the nature of reality itself, not just about learning facts and doing calculations. The moment was ideal. In the 1920s, physics was going through a revolution that only occurs once every 100 years. Quantum mechanics and relativity theory discoveries were upending everything scientists believed they knew about matter, energy, space, and time. Robert wanted to be involved because it felt like he was witnessing the development of a new perspective on the cosmos. Robert had discovered his calling by his senior year. He would pursue a career in physics, but he wanted to focus on the fundamental issues that were changing how people perceive reality. This was more of a calling than a career decision. It was the same kind of intense dedication that might inspire someone to pursue a career in philosophy or poetry. After earning a summa cum laude degree in 1925, Robert had to make a decision that would affect the rest of his life. He had the option to remain in America and pursue graduate studies at one of the reputable universities, which would provide him with a secure and reliable route to academic achievement. He could also travel to Europe, where the giants of theoretical physics were working out the implications of quantum theory in coffee shops and labs from Cambridge to Göttingen. That's where the real action was in theoretical physics. The choice to travel to Europe wasn't made solely for academic reasons. In addition, Robert was fleeing from a complex romantic circumstance that had left him emotionally damaged and unsure of his own discernment in private affairs. Europe provided him with both geographical separation from issues he wasn't yet prepared to handle, and intellectual adventure. Thus, in the fall of 1925, Robert found himself on a ship travelling across the Atlantic, with letters of introduction to some of the world's most renowned scientists, and a ton of questions concerning atomic structure, quantum mechanics, and the bizarre new reality that physics was unveiling. He was 21 years old, bright, a little gullible about the world outside of academia, and on the cusp of one of the most exciting eras in scientific history. The young man was travelling across the ocean to contribute to the understanding of the true nature of the universe. He had begun his college career by reading poetry and collecting rocks. Someone with Robert's ambition and curiosity had been unconsciously preparing for this kind of intellectual adventure all his life. Imagine getting off a train in Cambridge, England in 1925 with a head full of physics equations that you hope will impress the great Ernest Rutherford, and a suitcase full of clothing that suddenly seems too American. This was Robert's first introduction to the Cavendish laboratory, where men who viewed the fundamental nature of reality as a problem to be solved by meticulous experimentation and astute intuition were making some of the most significant discoveries in atomic physics. Back then, the Cavendish resembled the most exclusive workshop in the world, with scientists discussing atomic nuclei and electrons the way others might discuss the weather, and equipment that looked like it belonged in the basement of a Victorian inventor's home. Robert was in the odd position of being fully unprepared for the practical experimental methods that British physics placed such a strong emphasis on, but intellectually prepared for sophisticated theoretical work. You know how it feels to believe you are proficient at something until you observe a true expert in action? Those were Robert's initial months at Cambridge. He was able to explain quantum mechanics with mathematical precision, but he was unable to handle the delicate manipulations needed for experimental work without causing minor catastrophes. His attempts to construct equipment frequently ended in shattered glassware and outcomes that left his supervisors wondering if theoretical physics would be a better fit for this driven young American. Robert worked with the same methodical intensity he'd brought to everything else, so it wasn't a lack of intelligence or effort that was the issue. However, experimental physics necessitates a distinct way of thinking, a tactile comprehension of material behaviour, and an intuitive sense of when something is functioning correctly. The concrete world of laboratory equipment was almost alien to Robert, whose mind was already functioning at such abstract levels. In fact, Robert's growth as a scientist depended heavily on this difficult time. He had to face the possibility that his intellectual gifts might be limited, and for the first time in his academic career something wasn't coming easily. Instead of giving up, Robert took this setback as an opportunity to reflect more thoroughly on his career goals as a physicist. In contrast, the theoretical work fulfilled all of Robert's expectations. In the 1920s, the physics community was small enough for informal seminars and one-on-one discussions to quickly spread revolutionary ideas. Robert found himself at the centre of debates concerning quantum tunneling, wave-particle duality, and other ideas that went against everything people had previously believed to be true about the physical world. Robert decided to transfer to Göttingen, Germany, where Max Born was spearheading some of the most advanced work in theoretical physics after a year at Cambridge. This choice would influence the remainder of Robert's career. This was part of a revolutionary movement that was rewriting the laws of nature, not just a change in universities. The quantum revolution began in Göttingen in 1926, when bright people realised they're making discoveries that will forever alter human understanding. The university town is filled with the kind of intellectual excitement that results. When Robert arrived, he was surrounded by young physicists from all over the world, who were all interested in working with Born and his colleagues on problems that had never been solved, because they had never been properly formulated before. In a way that Robert had never encountered before, the work was highly collaborative. In coffee shop conversations and seminars, ideas were freely exchanged, and progress toward understanding was more important than credit. Robert flourished in this setting and found that, rather than detracting from his physics thinking, his wide cultural background and philosophical interests actually strengthened it. Robert started working on quantum mechanical problems under Born's tutelage that called for real physical intuition about the behaviour of atoms and molecules, in addition to mathematical expertise. The quantum mechanics of molecular rotation was the subject of his doctoral dissertation, which he finished in an exceptionally short amount of time. This technical work showed his command of the new theoretical tools and opened up research avenues that would occupy other physicists for decades. What Robert discovered about the true nature of science, however, may have been more significant than the particular study. He learned in Göttingen that the best discoveries frequently result from identifying which questions are worthwhile to ask, rather than from resolving predetermined issues. He developed the ability to think like a theoretical physicist, which included being at ease with ambiguity, adept at mathematical abstraction, and constantly aware of connections that others might overlook. Robert's knowledge of politics and culture was also expanded by his time in Europe, which would have an impact on his future. This was Weimar Germany, a country struggling with economic instability and escalating political tensions as it attempted to reconstruct itself following the destruction of World War I. Robert saw firsthand how political forces could quickly jeopardize academic freedom and scientific collaboration, but he also saw firsthand how intellectual life could thrive even in turbulent times. Robert had changed from a bright but unfocused college graduate to one of the rising stars of theoretical physics by the time he finished his doctorate in 1927. He had acquired research techniques that would benefit him throughout his career, learned to think in the mathematical language of quantum mechanics, and cultivated connections with scientists who would influence physics in the 20th century. Once a hobbyist rock collector, the young man was now prepared to contribute to the discovery of the fundamental laws governing everything from star behaviour to atomic structure. He would, however, first go back to America to assist in creating a physics community that could rival the intellectual stimulation he had encountered in Europe. Robert was carrying more than just a doctorate as he got ready to set sail again across the Atlantic. He was introducing a fresh perspective on physics that would contribute to the transformation of American science from a primarily regional endeavour into a global leader in basic research. The young man who had enjoyed reading Sanskrit was coming back as a man who could decipher nature's own hidden grammar, in contrast to the intellectual oasis he'd encountered in Europe. American physics appeared to be a desert when Robert returned to the United States in 1927. The majority of American physics departments were still concentrating on real-world applications and conventional experimental methods, while European universities were humming with discussions about relativity theory and quantum mechanics. Everyone was still playing simple folk tunes, which was like coming back from a symphony concert. However, Robert viewed this as an opportunity rather than a letdown. Even though American physics was theoretically underdeveloped, there was still an opportunity to develop something new and establish an intellectual community that could compete with the major European learning hubs. It only required someone who was prepared to sow the seeds and then patiently and enthusiastically tend to their growth. The physics department at the University of California, Berkeley, where he held his first job, was searching for someone who could introduce graduate students to the theoretical work that was transforming the field in Europe. When Robert got there were a few bright students who wanted to learn about quantum mechanics but didn't know where to start. It was similar to asking someone who had never heard the language to teach them a foreign language. What followed was one of those understated revolutions that alter everything but are rarely reported in the media. Robert started constructing the Berkeley School of Theoretical Physics, turning nearly nothing into a research program that would eventually compete with the best in the world. However, he accomplished this in a manner that was distinctively American, fusing European sophistication with a more open, cooperative, and democratic method of scientific inquiry. Robert's teaching style was the key because it was different from anything his students had ever encountered. Rather than giving polished lectures while standing at a blackboard, Robert would solve problems aloud as his students observed the process of discovery. It was similar to being permitted to watch a master craftsman in action, witnessing not only the final product but also the methods and ways of thinking that enabled excellence. The physics community came to revere Robert's seminars. He would be deep in conversation with whoever had arrived early, explaining connections between quantum mechanics, statistical mechanics, and astrophysics that most professors would treat as distinct subjects, while drawing equations on the blackboard. Everyone was expected to contribute, and the environment was more akin to a salon than a classroom. Do you know how some educators tend to oversimplify difficult subjects? Robert possessed the opposite talent. He was able to make even the most difficult theoretical physics ideas seem not just understandable, but inevitable. His seminars would leave students with a fresh perspective on physical issues as well as new knowledge, as if they had been given access to secrets about the true workings of the universe. Students from all over the nation were drawn to the Berkeley program because they had heard about this young professor who was making a significant contribution to the teaching of physics in America. They arrived hoping to learn quantum mechanics, but instead they found a whole new way of doing science, one that valued depth as much as breadth, philosophical insight as much as mathematical skill, and teamwork as much as individual success. Robert's impact went well beyond his official teaching duties. For a whole generation of American physicists, many of whom would later make important contributions to the discipline, he served as a mentor and intellectual mentor. More significantly, though, he was not merely teaching them to solve problems, he was teaching them how to think like scientists. Robert's interdisciplinary approach and wide range of interests were reflected in the research that came out of Berkeley in the 1930s, working on issues ranging from nuclear theory to astrophysics to atomic and molecular physics. His students frequently discovered connections between these ostensibly disparate fields that more narrowly focused researchers would overlook. Although Robert himself made significant contributions to the fields of quantum tunneling, cosmic ray showers, and neutron stars, his greatest accomplishment was establishing a scientific community capable of confidently and creatively addressing any issue. Robert's genuine excitement for the process of discovery, in addition to his mastery of physics, was what made him such an effective teacher. He tackled every new problem with the inquisitiveness of someone who was learning physics for the first time, and this enthusiasm was infectious. In addition to learning how to solve problems, students also discovered how much they enjoy the intellectual journey that is scientific research. The Berkeley School was one of the top hubs for theoretical physics research worldwide by the late 1930s. The collaborative, interdisciplinary approach that Robert had taught them was being carried by his former students as they dispersed throughout American universities. American physics was starting to compete with European science by creating its own unique research and teaching methodology rather than by imitating European techniques. However, Robert's career and the interaction between science and society were about to change as a result of the intersection of his teaching success with more significant historical forces. Soon, the same theoretical discoveries that made his seminars so fascinating would serve as the basis for weapons with previously unheard of destructive potential, and the educator, who had dedicated his professional life to fostering intellectual community, would be called upon to lead an unprecedented scientific endeavour to put an end to a conflict. All of Robert's interpersonal and intellectual leadership abilities would be put to the test as he went from being a university professor to a scientific administrator. However, the groundwork had been established during his time at Berkeley, where he discovered that the most significant scientific breakthroughs frequently result from groups of gifted individuals collaborating to achieve shared objectives rather than from lone geniuses. Imagine being tasked with creating a brand new city in the middle of a New Mexico mesa, assembling a team of some of the most talented and erratic scientists on the planet, and organising them to tackle the most difficult technical problem in human history, all while keeping everything you do completely secret. In 1942, Robert was offered this task by the US government, and he accepted it somehow. At 7,300 feet above sea level, on a plateau encircled by mountains that seemed to go on forever beneath a vast sky, Robert's first impression of Los Alamos was hardly more than a boys' school. It was remote, harsh, and totally unfit for the kind of scientific work that would have to take place there. But it was also beautiful in the way that barren landscapes can be. After seeing the website, the majority of people would have recommended going somewhere more affordable. But when Robert looked at that mesa, he noticed something different. He saw a setting that might motivate the kind of extraordinary effort that extraordinary times required, a space that could support quick expansion, and an isolation that would offer security. More than that, he realized that developing the atomic bomb was a human challenge that would necessitate the establishment of an entirely new type of scientific community. The Manhattan Project marked a significant change in the structure and financing of scientific research. Los Alamos would unite hundreds of scientists and engineers to work on a single, well-defined goal under military security and government guidance, rather than having individual professors work with small groups of students on problems of their own. With Robert conducting, it was like attempting to turn scientific research from chamber music into a symphony orchestra. Just the logistical difficulties were astounding. Without knowing exactly what they would be working on, scientists and their families had to be recruited. The closest major city was hundreds of miles away, so housing, labs and support facilities had to be built there. Equipment had to be transported to an unofficial site via mountain roads, and it had to happen fast enough to change the course of a global conflict. The human problems, however, were even more intricate. In addition to representing various physics and chemistry specialties, the scientists who arrived at Los Alamos also represented various cultures, research methodologies, and viewpoints on the best way to structure scientific endeavours. American scholars who had never left their homelands collaborated with European refugees who had fled fascism. Engineers who had to construct real devices that would function in combat environments worked alongside theoretical physicists who thought in abstract mathematical terms. Although he undoubtedly helped solve technical problems, Robert's genius during this time was more organisational and social than scientific. Somehow he was able to maintain scientific standards under extreme time pressure, balance the conflicting demands of scientific openness and military security, and foster a sense of shared purpose among individuals who had spent their careers working independently. There had never been a community like the one that grew up at Los Alamos in the history of science. Not because they had to, but because they were engrossed in the thrill of group discovery. Scientists put in more hours and worked harder than they had ever thought possible. Suddenly, Robert's theoretical knowledge, which he had been imparting at Berkeley, was being applied to real-world issues with immediate consequences. During this time, Robert's leadership style was a reflection of all he had learned in his years as a teacher about scientific creativity and human motivation. He concentrated on fostering an environment where talented individuals could produce their best work, rather than attempting to micromanage technical details. He made sure his scientists had the tools and assistance they required while shielding them from bureaucratic meddling. He promoted the kind of casual conversations and interdisciplinary cooperation that had been so fruitful at Berkeley. For someone with Robert's wide range of cultural interests and vast personal network, the security requirements at Los Alamos presented unique challenges. His previous affiliations with leftist and communist groups, which had not seemed significant during his academic career, suddenly became issues of national security. When he was attempting to coordinate the most significant scientific endeavour in American history, FBI agents looked into his background. Maintaining his own moral equilibrium and sense of perspective while overseeing work that was specifically intended to produce WMDs was perhaps the most challenging task Robert had to undertake. After years of studying philosophical issues regarding the nature of reality and human responsibility, The man was now directly faced with the applications of scientific knowledge. The technical work moved along remarkably quickly and effectively. The kind of concentrated cooperation that only the urgency of war could foster led to the resolution of issues that might have taken years to resolve in peacetime in a matter of months. Scientists who had never held a job outside of academia were now managing intricate engineering projects and designing industrial processes. The precise blueprints for nuclear weapons were developed using the theoretical insights of quantum mechanics. Robert started to wrestle with issues that would follow him for the rest of his life as the project came to a close. What moral ramifications did what they were producing have? What effects might nuclear weapons have on human civilization and international relations? What obligations did scientists have regarding how their findings were used? These were pressing real-world issues that would soon require solutions, not abstract philosophical conundrums. When he first agreed to build a laboratory in the desert, the quiet, bookish professor who had once taught Sanskrit for fun was about to become one of the most powerful people in modern history, and the weight of that influence was starting to weigh heavily on him. Robert stood in a bunker in the New Mexico desert on the morning of July 16th, 1945, anticipating whether 3 years of the most rigorous scientific endeavour in human history would yield the outcome that theory had predicted. 20,000 yards away on a tower was the gadget they dubbed Gadget, far enough away that, in the worst-case scenario, they might live to lament their errors. You know how you feel when you've studied everything you can before a final exam, but you're still unsure if you'll be sufficiently prepared? The stakes were a little higher than a course grade, but that was Robert's mindset in the pre-dawn darkness of the Alamogordo Desert. They were on the verge of the first artificial nuclear explosion in Earth's history, if their calculations were accurate. If their calculations were incorrect, the repercussions could be anything from a regional disaster to an embarrassing failure. With the same mechanical accuracy that had defined the Manhattan Project as a whole, the countdown began 10, 9, 8, 7. At 0, a flash of light brighter than the sun blazed across the desert, visible from 150 miles away, transforming the mountains into bleak silhouettes against a man-made dawn. Even from a distance, observers could feel the heat on their faces. Then, like an unseen tsunami, the shockwave rolled across the desert floor. It was precisely the kind of literary illusion that had defined Robert's thinking throughout his career. But this time, the ancient poetry carried a weight that no classroom discussion could have prepared him for. Robert later claimed that a line from the Bhagavad Gita came to mind as he watched the expanding fireball rise into a mushroom cloud that would become the iconic image of the nuclear age. Now I am become death, destroyer of worlds. In addition to being Robert's greatest scientific achievement, the Trinity test marked the start of his most trying time as a person. However, the successful detonation also meant that Robert and his colleagues had succeeded in creating something that could potentially destroy human civilization, proving that the theoretical work done at Los Alamos had been correct and that the massive investment of talent and resources had produced the weapon that military planners believed could end World War II. The weeks after Trinity were a curious jumble of joy, fatigue, and mounting fear of what they had let loose. Though many of the scientists at Los Alamos were starting to realize that their achievement would fundamentally alter human perceptions of power war and the natural world, they had achieved something unprecedented in the history of science and engineering. Robert was in the odd position of receiving praise for accomplishments that made him feel more and more uncomfortable. It was a practical illustration of how humans could use the basic forces of nature for destructive ends, based on the same theoretical insights that had made his Berkeley seminars so intellectually stimulating. It was similar to receiving recognition for resolving a sophisticated mathematical puzzle while being aware that the solution would result in great suffering. Robert and his colleagues discovered, along with the rest of the world, what their theoretical work looked like when applied to real cities with real people, when the bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945. Photographs of destroyed buildings, reports of radiation sickness, and death tolls that reached the hundreds of thousands replaced the abstract calculations about energy release and blast effects. Like Robert's own emotions, the public's response to the atomic bombs was complicated. The weapons may have saved hundreds of thousands of American and Japanese lives by bringing an end to World War II without the need for an expensive invasion of Japan. However, they had also brought a new class of destructive power into human history, making earlier conflicts seem almost archaic in comparison. As the man who had enabled nuclear war, Robert was both feared and hailed as a hero. Everyone who had worked on the Manhattan Project found it difficult to make the shift from the urgency of war to contemplation in peace. but Robert found it particularly difficult. The immediate objective of bringing the war to a close before Nazi Germany could create its own atomic bomb had taken precedence over the ethical concerns surrounding nuclear weapons during the conflict. Now that the war was over and the US was the only country with nuclear weapons, those ethical issues needed to be addressed. Robert started discussing the ramifications of atomic energy in public, contending that a disastrous arms race could only be avoided by international collaboration and civilian control of nuclear technology. Some of his detractors would later view his support for international control of nuclear weapons and the sharing of atomic secrets with other countries as naive or even treasonous. However, Robert's worries were more grounded in his knowledge of the relevant science than in political ideology. He understood that a world with multiple nuclear powers would be far more dangerous than one where nuclear energy was managed cooperatively by international institutions, that the fundamentals of nuclear physics could not be kept secret forever, and that other countries would eventually develop their own atomic weapons. After learning Sanskrit out of curiosity and collecting rocks for fun, the man now found himself at the centre of discussions about the future of human civilization. In order to decide whether his scientific accomplishments would be regarded as humanity's greatest achievement or its ultimate error, the theoretical physicist, who had previously preferred the company of books and ideas, was now conferring with generals, politicians, and diplomats on this matter. By the end of 1945, Robert was starting to realise that scientific achievement could be more burdensome than failure, particularly if it provided humans with capabilities that their moral development and wisdom had not equipped them to manage responsibly. The boy who had once pondered his place in the universe was now struggling with the fact that he had helped create a world in which that universe might not have much more time to reflect. Following Los Alamos, Robert learned something that many successful people learn too late. Fame can be a trap that alters your perception of yourself as well as how other people perceive you. Now, one of America's most famous scientists, the bashful professor, who had been happy to lecture small groups of graduate students about quantum mechanics, was expected to have views on everything from nuclear policy to the fate of human civilization. Imagine being asked to comment on political decisions you're not qualified to make, invited to every significant meeting on subjects you have never studied, and treated as an authority on matters that are well outside of your actual area of expertise. This was Robert's life in the late 1940s, and he managed it with his usual wits and a naivete about public relations and politics that would lead to major problems down the road. Robert was offered a new position by the Atomic Energy Commission that seemed to be a perfect fit for his background in science and his wider interest in culture. Director of Princeton's Institute for Advanced Study. One of the most prominent places in American intellectual life, it allowed the brightest minds in the world to focus on basic research without being sidetracked by administrative or teaching responsibilities. Along with other titans of 20th century mathematics and science, Einstein worked there. In the late 1940s, Princeton was a haven for scholars, where serious thinkers could ponder the most profound issues in their disciplines. With the same fervour he had brought to Los Alamos, Robert threw himself into this work, but this time the urgency was intellectual rather than military. He sought to ascertain whether there were more profound ideas that might bring together our knowledge of matter, energy, space, and time, as well as whether the theoretical insights of quantum mechanics could be expanded upon. However, Robert was unable to fully escape the public role that his wartime accomplishments had given him. He testified before Congress on nuclear policy, served on government advisory committees, and delivered lectures to audiences who were more interested in hearing from the father of the atomic bomb than from a theoretical physicist tackling abstract quantum field theory problems. Robert was exposed to political forces through these public activities that followed rules very different from those he'd learned in academic and scientific circles. Although there may be disagreements over ideas, most people in universities respect one another's right to have differing views. Ideological disagreements in politics, particularly in the early years of the Cold War, could easily turn into personal assaults and inquiries about loyalty and patriotism. Politicians and journalists searching for proof of disloyalty among high-profile Americans suddenly turned Robert's previous affiliations with communist and leftist groups, which had seemed inconsequential during his academic career and had been disregarded during the war because his services were needed, into ammunition. They dusted off and looked for evidence of subversive activity in the same FBI files that had been put aside during the Manhattan Project. Ironically, Robert had never been a particularly political individual. In the 1930s, his engagement with leftist groups was driven less by a methodical political philosophy and more by intellectual curiosity and social justice concerns. Although he had attended meetings and given money to causes that seemed deserving, he had never been the type of activist who sought to overthrow the US government or advance Soviet objectives. However, context and subtlety don't translate well into political headlines, and Robert's multifaceted personality and wide range of intellectual interests made him a prime target for those who wished to paint scientists as dishonest and possibly treacherous. The man was now being questioned about his dedication to American security after spending 3 years of his life developing weapons that helped win World War II. Robert's search for meaning and purpose in research that was unrelated to immediate practical applications was reflected in the scientific work produced during this time. He was working on issues in elementary particle physics and quantum field theory that might not be useful for decades, if at all. With the weight of knowing how quickly theoretical insights could be turned into game-changing technologies, it was like going back to the pure intellectual pleasure that had initially drawn him to physics. Robert's lectures during this time show someone attempting to understand the meaning of science, in a world where scientific advancements could have such far-reaching effects. He discussed the need for scientists to consider the wider ramifications of their work, the responsibility that came with discovering nature's secrets, and the relationship between scientific knowledge and human values. For Robert, these were urgent personal issues that kept him up at night, not purely philosophical debates. The man was now struggling with the ethical implications of scientific knowledge, whereas previously he had delighted in the pure intellectual beauty of quantum mechanics. When knowledge of the natural world could be abused, how do you seek it out? How do you strike a balance between citizens' duty to advance human welfare and scientists' duty to pursue the truth? Those who had ever expressed sympathy for leftist causes or supported international cooperation in nuclear policy faced growing hostility in the political atmosphere of the early 1950s. Politicians like Senator Joseph McCarthy were advancing their careers by disparaging fellow travellers and suspected communists, fostering an environment where affiliation with divisive ideologies could ruin reputations and lead to career termination. Robert's position became more and more vulnerable. Politicians seeking to prove their anti-communist credentials naturally targeted him because of his notoriety as a scientist and his prior affiliations with leftist causes. At the same time, he disagreed with political and military leaders who supported a more aggressive strategy for Cold War competition with the Soviet Union because of his persistent support for international control of nuclear weapons and his opposition to the development of hydrogen bombs. For Robert, the hydrogen bomb controversy was especially challenging. The physics that had enabled the atomic bomb was extended in the theoretical work needed to develop fusion weapons, but the potential destructive power was orders of magnitude higher. As weapons so destructive that they could have no logical strategic use, Robert contended that hydrogen bombs were both morally and militarily unnecessary. Critics, however, saw his resistance to the hydrogen bomb as proof that he was either unaware of Soviet intentions or deliberately trying to undermine American nuclear capabilities. In a political climate that favoured straightforward classifications of loyalty and disloyalty, it was challenging to convey the nuanced viewpoint of someone who opposed some types of nuclear weapons but supported nuclear deterrence. Robert became more and more excluded from the policy debates where his scientific background could have been most useful as the 1950s went on. He was now distrusted by the same government that had trusted him to plan the Manhattan Project. Decisions about the development and deployment of America's nuclear arsenal were routinely excluding the man who had contributed to its creation. This time period had a huge personal cost. Robert had based his career on the belief that reasonable people would respect and acknowledge scientific integrity and intellectual honesty. He was learning that moral complexity was frequently misunderstood as moral confusion, and that these traits could be viewed as weaknesses rather than strengths in the context of Cold War politics. The scene was being prepared for a confrontation that would put not only Robert's fortitude to the test, but also the balance between political power and scientific knowledge in American democracy. The boy who had once read Sanskrit and collected rocks was about to encounter the most challenging task of his life, a political trial that would decide whether or not intellectual independence and public service could coexist in Cold War America, rather than a scientific issue that could be resolved with careful consideration and innovative thinking. Robert was a well-respected scientific advisor until he received a letter in December 1953 that would make him a symbol of the conflicts in Cold War America between national security and intellectual freedom. His security clearance was being revoked by the Atomic Energy Commission, the same agency that had depended on his knowledge for years, due to concerns about his dependability and loyalty. Have you ever had the depressing realization that people you trusted have been gathering evidence of your alleged wrongdoing and assembling a case against you behind your back, all the while smiling and seeking your advice? That was the case for Robert when he discovered that FBI records spanning decades of his contacts' discussions and actions had been assembled into a case to bar him from any government employment involving classified material. The charges included both specific allegations and broad questions regarding Robert's moral fibre and discernment. His prior ties to communist groups were cited as proof of his betrayal. His resistance to the hydrogen bomb was seen as possibly driven more by outside pressure than by ethical and scientific considerations. His wide range of intellectual interests and complex personality was somehow turned into proof of his unreliability. Robert had to make a decision that would affect the rest of his life. He could quietly accept that his security clearance had been revoked, go back to working only on academic projects, and escape the publicity that would accompany a legal battle, or aware that this would produce a public spectacle that would subject specifics of his personal life and political affiliations to hostile scrutiny. He could insist on a hearing. Robert's choice to contest the charges demonstrated his faith in his own moral character, as well as his ignorance of the procedure he was about to undergo. He felt that reasonable people would realize that his service to the nation had always been driven by patriotism rather than disloyalty if he could clearly explain his actions and motivations. He didn't realize how much the political landscape had changed since the war years, when his contributions had been accepted in spite of suspicions about his affiliations. With the exception of the legal protections that defendants typically enjoy, the hearings, which started in April 1954, had all the features of a criminal trial, despite being formally referred to as an administrative review. In addition to being unable to cross-examine hostile witnesses and view the evidence against him, Robert was also unable to see the case's key classified documents because his attorneys lacked security clearances. The extent to which Robert's life had been monitored by the government for years was made clear during the proceedings. FBI agents had gathered comprehensive reports on his personal relationships and political activities, monitored his conversations and looked into his friends and co-workers. The man who had dedicated his life to government service during the war was now discovering that during his most productive time, the same government had been considering him a possible security threat. According to the testimony given during the hearings, Robert did not look like the person his friends and co-workers knew. He was characterized by witnesses as conceited, untrustworthy, and possibly disloyal, someone whose resistance to specific weapons programs may be driven more by outside pressure than by sincere ethical and scientific concerns. The sophisticated, introspective physicist who had constructed Los Alamos was reduced to a cartoon villain whose every move could be seen as proof of subversive intent. According to Robert's own testimony, he was being methodically humiliated by a procedure that appeared to be more intended to ruin his reputation than to ascertain the truth about his loyalty, and he was fighting to keep his dignity. He responded to inquiries about personal details, described relationships and conversations from decades past, and attempted to explain his nuanced stances on complex policy issues to those who seemed intent on misinterpreting them. The testimony of former co-workers and friends who'd been coerced into testifying against Robert was the most upsetting part of the hearings. Testimonies regarding his character, judgment, and dependability were requested from government officials who had consulted him, scientists who had collaborated with him at Los Alamos, and close friends who had confided in him. Others gave him the kind of carefully qualified testimony that hurt him, while preserving their own security clearances, while others bravely stood by him. Given the political atmosphere and the way the proceedings were set up, the final decision, which was made public in June 1954, was inevitable. The hearing board came to the conclusion that although Robert was most likely loyal, his character and judgment were questioned, making him unfit to have access to classified material. His position as a government advisor was essentially terminated when his security clearance was revoked, and many Americans began to view him as a security risk. Both personally and professionally, Robert suffered greatly in the immediate wake of the hearings. Many in the government and defense establishment now viewed the man who had once been one of America's most eminent scientists as a pariah. Former co-workers were reluctant to associate with someone who carried the stigma of having their security clearance revoked. Speaking invitations were withdrawn and job opportunities vanished. However, the hearings also had wider ramifications for democracy and science in America. Other scientists were warned by Robert's treatment that moral complexity and independent thought were dangerous traits in anyone wishing to work on matters of national significance. The case showed how easily political factors could override expertise and how easily the demands of ideological conformity could compromise scientific integrity, Robert was starting a new chapter in his life that would put his fortitude to the test and require him to re-evaluate his identity and mission as he walked out of the hearing room for the last time, having lost both his security clearance and his position as a government advisor. In a democratic society under pressure, the young man who had constructed atomic bombs and the boy who had gathered rocks now represented the strength and fragility of intellectual independence. Robert was placed in a strange form of exile following the security hearings. He was not exiled from the nation, but he was essentially cut off from the government work that had provided the greatest practical value to his scientific expertise. It was similar to being a master craftsman who was abruptly informed that his abilities were no longer required for the most important projects, abandoning him to work alone on his craft while others made the choices that would determine the course of events. Both practically and psychologically, the change was abrupt. Robert had been at the forefront of America's most significant scientific and policy debates for over 10 years. He had grown accustomed to receiving calls from government representatives, requests for advice on nuclear weapons policy, and invitations to high-level meetings. For the first time since before the war, the man who'd been one of America's most consulted experts found himself with extended periods of unbroken time when the phone abruptly stopped ringing and the invitations stopped coming in. The Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton served as a haven during this trying time. Because of the Institute's culture of intellectual independence, Robert's political issues had no bearing on his reputation there, and his colleagues still respected him for his scientific accomplishments. Even in this safe haven, though, Robert found it difficult to understand the new meaning of his life and work. You know how losing something significant can occasionally reveal sides of yourself that were hidden or ignored while you were preoccupied with it? Robert's exile from government service compelled him to rediscover aspects of himself that his work as a nuclear policy advisor had obscured. With new vigour, he went back to his physics studies, tackling quantum field theory problems that were intellectually demanding but wholly unrelated to military uses. During this time, Robert produced some of his most imaginative and ambitious scientific work. He could now focus on the kinds of fundamental questions that initially drew him to physics, freed from the pragmatic concerns that had dominated his thinking both during and after the war. Whether the theoretical framework of quantum mechanics could be expanded to offer a cohesive understanding of all the fundamental forces in nature, what physicists now refer to as a theory of everything, was of particular interest to him. However, Robert also started to approach the relationship between science and society, and the wider ramifications of scientific knowledge in a more methodical manner. He had a unique perspective on how scientific advancements could be used to gain political and military power, as well as how scientists could be torn between their civic duties and their dedication to the truth, thanks to his experiences during the Manhattan Project and the security hearings. Robert became one of the first well-known scientists to write thoughtfully about what is now known as the social responsibility of science as a result of these reflections. He maintained that scientists could not merely seek knowledge for its own sake without considering the potential applications of that knowledge. He also cautioned against the perils of permitting political factors to obstruct free speech and scientific investigation. During this time, his writing and speaking demonstrated a mind still struggling with the basic issues that had captivated him since he was a young boy, but now bearing the burden of experience from witnessing the transformation of intangible concepts into revolutionary technologies. The young man who had pondered the nature of reality had grown into a man who recognized the dangers that could arise when people were able to alter reality at its most basic levels. In addition to a lingering sense of loss and dislocation, Robert's personal life in the 1950s and 1960s was characterized by a slow recovery from the trauma of the security hearings. He continued to be close to his children and stayed married to Kitty, who had been there for him during the ordeal. However, friends noticed that he was now warier than before, that the world was more hostile and unpredictable than he had previously realized. Over time, the scientific community's reaction to Robert's treatment changed. At first, a lot of scientists were hesitant to support him, because they were worried that doing so would harm their own careers. However, more scientists realized that the attack on Robert was actually an attack on the independence and integrity of science itself, as the political landscape started to shift in the late 1950s and early 1960s. During this time, Robert's writings and lectures drew audiences interested in his viewpoint on the ethical and political issues confronting contemporary society, as well as his scientific discoveries. His experiences had given him a unique authority to speak about the relationship between power and knowledge in the modern world. making him a sort of elder statesman of American intellectual life. Ironically, Robert's exclusion from government policy discussions occurred just when his insights could have been most useful. The risk of nuclear war was becoming a constant aspect of international relations. The nuclear arms race was speeding up, and new weapons were being developed that made the atomic bombs of World War II seem almost archaic. The man who had contributed to the creation of this predicament was now barred from participating in attempts to control or remedy it. However, Robert's influence during this time came from his work as a public intellectual and teacher, rather than from his direct involvement in policy decisions. His writings and speeches influenced a generation of scientists' perspectives on their roles, and his example showed that intellectual integrity could be upheld in the face of strong political pressure. As the 1960s went on, Robert started to get credit for his scientific contributions without openly criticising the way the government treated him. He was invited to deliver significant lectures, won prestigious honours, and was progressively restored to his position as a respected member of American intellectual life. But in exchange for the recognition, he agreed to stay out of the circles that made the most significant decisions regarding nuclear weapons. When the nuclear age he helped create continued to unfold in ways that exceeded even his most pessimistic predictions about the dangers of nuclear weapons and fulfilled some of his worst fears, the man who had once stood in the New Mexico desert and watched the first atomic explosion was now watching from a distance. The boy who had once gathered rocks on Long Island beaches had transformed into something Robert could never have predicted as he approached his last years. A living representation of the ethical dilemmas that occur when political power and scientific knowledge collide. The whole story of humanity's journey into the nuclear age, from the theoretical discoveries that enabled atomic weapons to the political fallout that was still being felt decades later, was etched in the mind of the elderly physicist strolling through the peaceful streets of Princeton. You know how sometimes the most significant life lessons are revealed only near the end, when all of the different experiences and decisions can be viewed as a part of a greater whole. Growing awareness of what his remarkable life had shown about the opportunities and risks faced by any society that depends more and more on scientific knowledge for its security and prosperity, characterized Robert's later years. As the political landscape shifted and more Americans started to doubt the excesses of Cold War hysteria, Robert's reputation started to slowly recover in the 1960s, but quickly gained momentum. Scientists who had kept quiet during his ordeal started to openly discuss how unfair his treatment was. Government representatives who had supported or taken part in the security hearings started to privately apologize for their involvement in what was becoming viewed as a disgraceful chapter in American history. The government's highest award for contributions to nuclear science, the Enrico Fermi Award, was given to Robert by President Lyndon Johnson in 1963. The ceremony was meticulously planned to honor Robert's scientific accomplishments without specifically criticizing how the Eisenhower administration handled him. However, the symbolism was clear. Robert was being honored for his contributions to American science by the same government that had labeled him a security risk. Robert's acceptance of the award demonstrated the elegance and nuance that had defined his whole professional life. He could have taken the opportunity to be resentful of how he was treated, or to attack the political forces that had almost ruined his career. Rather, he discussed the ongoing difficulties that society and scientists face as they consider the ramifications of nuclear technology and other significant scientific advancements. Robert's later scientific endeavours demonstrated his continuing interest in basic issues, as well as his developing realization that he was running out of time to make significant contributions. He kept considering the most profound issues in theoretical physics, but he also started to devote more of his time to instructing and guiding the next generation of scientists who would continue the work he had started. During this time, his lectures were masterworks of scientific communication that blended technical mastery with the kind of wide-ranging cultural perspective that had always been a hallmark of his thought. During these lectures, students and colleagues frequently commented that they felt as though they were watching someone who had accomplished a unique synthesis of philosophical understanding, scientific knowledge, and hard-won wisdom about human nature. Robert's impact on American science went well beyond his involvement in the Manhattan Project or his particular research contributions. He had contributed to the development of the idea that a scientist should be a public intellectual who could explain difficult scientific concepts to a wider audience, and who had an obligation to consider the social and political ramifications of scientific advancements. As science and technology shaped modern society more and more, this model would become more and more significant. During his time at Berkeley, Robert trained a generation of physicists who would go on to make important contributions to American science. Perhaps more significantly, though, they continued his method of conducting scientific research, which placed a strong emphasis on teamwork, intellectual diversity, and the significance of comprehending the larger context in which scientific work is conducted. The Berkeley School of Theoretical Physics served as a model for the structure and methodology of cutting-edge scientific research. In his later years, Robert's interpersonal relationships were characterized by a greater understanding of the familial ties and friendships that had supported him during his darkest moments. With those closest to him, the man who had occasionally come across as distant and intellectually intimidating became more approachable and emotionally transparent. Friends observed that, in ways that his prior emphasis on academic success may have obscured, his experiences had taught him to value loyalty and real human connection. Some of the most profound observations on science and society ever written by a scientist were found in Robert's last years of life. He wrote about the need for wisdom to keep up with human technical capabilities, the beauty and horror of scientific discovery, and the responsibilities that come with knowledge. Future generations of scientists would consider their work and its implications differently as a result of these lectures and essays. When Robert's health started to deteriorate in the late 1960s, he approached his impending death with the same blend of emotional nuance and intellectual curiosity that had marked his approach to all of his other significant life challenges. He did not seem to see death as a tragedy to be avoided at all costs, but rather as another mystery to be pondered. At 62, Robert Oppenheimer passed away from throat cancer on February 18, 1967. A legacy as complicated and difficult as the man himself was left behind by the passing of the boy who had collected rocks, the young man who had learned Sanskrit, the teacher who had revolutionized American theoretical physics, the scientific administrator who had planned the Manhattan Project, and the public intellectual who had wrestled with the moral implications of nuclear weapons. Think about this as you go to bed tonight. Intelligent people are still awake today because of the questions that kept Robert Oppenheimer up at night during his most trying times. How can we strike a balance between seeking knowledge and being concerned about its implications? What obligations do professionals have to society, and what obligations does society have to uphold intellectual freedom? How do we make informed choices about technologies that have the potential to drastically alter human civilization? There are no simple answers to these questions in Robert's life, but it does offer something perhaps more valuable. An example of how a thoughtful individual can wrestle with moral complexity without slipping into either naive idealism or cynicism. The man who assisted in the development of nuclear weapons spent the remainder of his life attempting to comprehend and explain the ramifications of his actions, never escaping responsibility, but also not letting guilt stop him from making further contributions to the welfare and knowledge of humanity. Robert contributed to the creation of the atomic age, which is still developing today. Although nuclear weapons continue to pose a threat to human survival, nuclear technology also produces carbon-free energy and life-saving medical treatments. The same scientific techniques that uncovered the mysteries of atomic structure are still producing new types of problems that we haven't yet learned to predict, or that may provide answers to humanity's biggest problems. Many of the same problems that Robert and his colleagues faced during the Manhattan Project still face scientists today, who are developing genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, and other game-changing technologies. How do you continue potentially useful research while being aware of its risks? How can one uphold scientific objectivity while admitting moral obligations? How do you explain complicated technical matters to the public and political leaders who have to decide how these technologies should be developed and governed? Robert's example implies that although there are no easy answers to these questions, anyone who chooses to work at the boundaries of human knowledge cannot avoid them. Conducting scientific research in a vacuum, apart from social and political influences, is not a morally neutral endeavour. It occurs in human communities, is supported by human institutions, and generates knowledge that can be applied to both positive and negative human goals. The young man who gathered rocks out of natural curiosity grew up to realise that curiosity, no matter how pure its original motivation, always leads to power, and that power always raises issues of responsibility. Perhaps the most distinctive feature of the contemporary scientific endeavour is this shift from naive awe to moral complexity. But Robert's life also shows that despite circumstances that could be used as an excuse for pessimism or hopelessness, it is possible to preserve human decency and intellectual integrity. He never lost faith in the value of seeking the truth, even if doing so resulted in knowledge that was dangerous. Even when his efforts were misinterpreted or dismissed by political authorities, he never gave up on applying his knowledge to advance human welfare. According to the Sanskrit texts Robert had read as a young man, wisdom is the result of realizing how everything is interconnected and the obligations that follow from that realization. He explored those ancient insights and applied them to contemporary scientific knowledge throughout his career. In a way, humans who acquire the ability to control these connections take on responsibilities that go well beyond their immediate goals. The universe that physics reveals is, in fact, interconnected at the most basic levels. As you fall asleep, you may have a dream about a slender young man standing on a mesa in New Mexico, witnessing the first artificial sunrise over the desert and realizing that everything has changed forever. Or, years later, you might dream of that same person strolling through Princeton in the evening light, still thinking about issues of responsibility and knowledge that have no definitive answers but require constant consideration from anyone concerned with the future of human civilization. Even though Robert Oppenheimer passed away more than 50 years ago, the issues he brought up are still relevant today. Our world is shaped by technological advancements and scientific discoveries that would have seemed magical to earlier generations. The decisions we make about how to use these advancements will determine the kind of world we leave for future generations. The legacy of the boy who gathered rocks and went on to become the man who helped discover the secrets of the atom is not a list of solutions, but rather a dedication to continuing to ask the right questions with wisdom, bravery, and humility. Remembering Robert's example of how a thoughtful person can engage with moral complexity while maintaining both intellectual honesty and hope for human wisdom is crucial as we grapple with the implications of artificial intelligence, climate change, genetic engineering, and other transformative technologies in our own time. Rest easy, knowing that somewhere tonight someone is sitting at a computer or working in a lab, pushing the limits of human knowledge while grappling with issues of accountability and consequence that bind them across decades to a theoretical physicist who once stood in the New Mexico desert and saw the world transform in a burst of artificial light. There are still questions. Each new generation takes on the duty of interacting with them in a thoughtful and brave manner. And the greatest hope for our future as a species may be found in that continuous dialogue between human wisdom and curiosity.